That was every boss first try, I think. That's pretty good.
Yeah, there was a short, like, first or second turns under reset, and that was it.
Yeah.
That's... Might have also been a Nikki bot, but I have not checked the seconds if he hadn't bopped me before. Because my PB is also 238.
Team Tonberry is going to Two-Headed Dragon, if I have the dungeon layout correctly in my head.
That looked like lower right, so it would be Ahriman.
Oh, I don't have the dungeon layout in my head correctly then. Yeah, a lot of learning this run is also knowing where to go and which shortcuts to take, basically. Like these little cracks in the walls. At the first
Yeah, so
few runs, I
fortunately
got
in
lost
this game,
so much.
once you are in a crack, they will show you all the others.
Yeah.
So that is nice.
Okay, Ahriman should be fine, hopefully.
Yeah, Ahriman
I
is
think
usually...
Yeah, it's the least scary of them all. It already healed, wow.
Yeah, there is still RNG. I mean, it could use Kuraja once, or it could use it 6, 7, 8 times.
And Choco fighting Cerberus. With Holy Lance again, seems.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, I fight all except Cloud of Darkness with Holy Lance. Either because I feel I don't need it, or because it won't help me either way. I just wanted to get it over as fast as possible.
I think it's for Cerberus, Ahriman, and Echidna you can debate. But two-headed, it doesn't help. You die when you get hit, so... Just use the Holy Lance. Lots of jumping.
Do we want to let the FF12 crew introduce themselves, though?
Yeah, let's do that.
That's the time.
Alright. Hello, everyone. You might have heard me yesterday during the FF Forum. I am Harvey, and I'm joined with...
Hi, I'm Roosta. You might have heard me yesterday in 13. Freddeh, you might have heard me from, no, this is my first one. Sorry, never mind. Oh, I'm muted, aren't I?
No,
I'm not. Hello?
Probably some RPG limit break.
Probably, somewhere.
If our runners get lucky, which I obviously hope, then the difference between the teams shouldn't be too substantial.
I would love to see none of them die to any of the bosses here. It would be insane though, I think.
I mean, to be fair, just to show off that these bosses are actually dangerous, I would be fine with like one death, but we don't need like a perpetual cycle of death. Just...
So Cerberus is down.
Like, I have to admit, I was disappointed by Chaos. Like, as someone who has been killed for over 20 minutes from him in a marathon run, just allowing to get everyone through that quickly was not a proper show of the capabilities he has. But yeah, that's Ahriman down for Madelon, so it's time to see how they will tackle the further statues that will most certainly be made. Pretty sure normal runs She does do them in the fight.
Oh, is this still fighting enemies?
Yeah, that's what I said when she ran from every encounter in Unai's Grotto. Toga's Grotto. That they will have to fight some more encounters in here. Like usually I would be done probably around Echidna. Or maybe just going for my experience. Because 3052 HP it's okay. But if you could get one more level and maybe up to 100 more HP, that would be amazing. Like, and then you find a random encounter that spends... Oh no, this was also only drop level 97. So 97, 98, yeah. She actually needs that one to get to 98, to head a dragon to get to 99. Why did that these 4 turns actually do the job now? They do. Wait. I think it was only level 16 on the red mage. I did not know that petrified characters get drop levels. Makes sense, so.
I'm surprised they didn't do the statue during these. Oh. Or like the last one. Unless they take another one.
Then we'll see. Doesn't look like it's at the moment. Well, this looks like for now.
Doing it in the fight then.
She'll do it in the fight. I mean, and if it doesn't work, then she can still do it outside afterwards, right? So. The longest time I have run this game was definitely before the patch, so...
Ah, okay.
I don't know how the odds are, actually. But yeah, by doing it in the fight, it's a bit faster. You don't have to force an encounter. I would say usually get a second statue in, so you still reduce the chance of being hit. If it might happen from 50% to 33%. And there we see it.
It was nice that it was an early death. It hurts much more if you die like a minute in.
For sure.
No statue.
But immediately resetting after not getting a second statue.
I mean, it's fair enough. The chances of you surviving drop drastically like this, so maybe rather reset than waste time.
Karma and critical HP, but looking better again.
I forgot that it like
and another hit. Okay, we have enough deaths now to hit a dragon. We understand what you can do, and now you can stop.
Yeah, Choco also died to meteor into a flare.
Yep, that's just a killer combo.
We're good on deaths, thank you, game. We can now finish it, hopefully.
Alright, but Madelon gets 3 statues.
Nice. Hopefully that stays like that. Sadly, the statues don't help you against Cloud of Darkness, really. Because the particle beam hits everyone.
Yeah, and the physical attacks from Cloud of Darkness don't deal that much damage. So they are weaker than a particle beam.
Okay, 2-headed, come on, be nice. Unfortunate for a team close race that Morgan got through this easily. And now we see the deaths on the other 2 teams.
Oh, that is so. I just wanted to point out how
no.
how Karma for Team Choco like equipped the second blood lance to like get the HP back faster, and then he got outsped and flared, which is it is so unfortunate to see. What Madelon taking a hit?
Oh.
Yeah, 2,800. They are immature
Oh.
that and two-headed dragon down. Nice.
I wasn't aware that's even possible to tank
Uh-oh.
it there.
Yeah, some people actually like completely unequip the armor so that they are slightly faster to increase their chances of not being hit. Madelon did equip the crystal mail so that there is a small chance of tanking hits that happen.
Made it through there. Good.
I could not tell you what has better odds. For that, someone would have to crunch the numbers and go into the code and all. Alright,
Cloud of Darkness, please play nice.
when you see Karma being in low HP on Echidna, jumping and then healing for 200, it's like that is not the jump we just needed.
I don't know. You get a few more levels from these fights as well, but like 2,715 seems a bit low health. I'm not sure though. No.
It is definitely on the lower end. Yeah, I'm not sure how much they still have to fight. If they are the same setters as Madelon, then there will probably be 2 more levels to get. Which still ends up at around 2,900, I would guess.
Poor Team Choco.
Yeah, Team Choco. See, I want to say already struggling at Echidna, but yeah, Echidna is bad. It's just something that is easy to forget now that two-headed dragon exists, and I mean Cloud of Darkness being Cloud of Darkness as per usual.
Oh,
Was
God.
Madelon almost immediately throwing that elixir because of a bad
Yeah.
turn order? Oh no.
Choco died again. Another flare. That's it.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel like we might almost get into the like perpetual cycle of we are at a part of the RNG where like it is random, but it gives you a randomly bad fight.
I wonder
when
if
I
it would
mentioned
be
of being
worth.
stuck on chaos for 20 minutes, where I would like
I wonder
personally
if-
maybe even consider taking an extra
Yeah, that's what I was
encounter
asking.
just to somehow change the RNG. I can't say that this is proven to be better though. Like if we trust that it is random, then
But also it gives a bit more HP, which might help.
if we are close to a level up, that could also be the case, yeah. But yeah, Team
But
Tonberry
they
on Cloud
had
of
the same
Darkness,
idea.
so optimally, like 2 to 3 minutes, maybe up around 2. It's already been a bit. Well, we might be on time.
Starting off with a flare, even. Echidna, please.
This is
Oh,
just
no.
rude. Fought an
Yeah.
encounter, got the level up, and still just being snide.
If not for the flares, it would be fine. But flare
I mean, I
just
would
is
probably
so
also
much
just
damage.
jump, but still, it's... Because, yeah, I don't think you can manipulate anything in that fight with attacking. But also there's a statue that could be targeted, just saying.
2 flares. At this point, yeah, maybe going for more statues. Who knows, maybe that will help. But it's like, some of these things you can think about seem a bit esoteric. Oh my god, please, Madelon, please.
Madelon
Don't die.
using an elixir just to then again be screwed by turn
No.
order and again... Oh, that was so evil. Like, this was almost 3 times in a row being outsped on the wrong turns, when sometimes, like, you don't even get 3 times poorly outsped in a whole fight.
Final Fantasy III, why are you doing this? It looked like such a nice game, you know?
It was behaving for so well so long, and then the first person finish, and then it was like, yeah,
Yeah, Team Morg just had
no holding
all the
back
luck.
anymore. I mean, as long as Team Morg was in FF3, the rest was also looking fine. And yeah, it is... Like, the amount of things you can do with execution here is very limited.
Madadon was also fairly close to finishing the fight, I think. Like Cloud of Darkness couldn't have much more HP.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But it's always... I mean, I did not check the timer, so...
I mean, in the fight, they fought Cloud of Darkness, I think, while Karma was on the 4th try of Echidna, so I feel like there was some damage done already.
Yeah, like 80 to 90,000 would have been my guess, but... oh.
No.
Okay.
Good damage roll on the field, though. Okay. We're back. Also, Echidna, please just lay off on the flares. Oh no.
We're fine.
The fact that the damage rolls can be so vastly different is also a thing in Final Fantasy III. Like, sometimes, even with the 2 blood lances equipped, you attack and you just get like 700 HP back. And you're like,
Yeah.
why? And now, for example, it was 2,600 HP, which was very good in this.
Yeah, just a very high damage roll. But
yeah.
Echidna is down for Team Choco.
Yay! Finally.
One of the evil menaces is gone.
Yeah, I did sign up for Final Fantasy III this year. I don't know if I want
also
to run
pop-off
this in a
moment for the
marathon.
FF12 people.
Poggers. Of course, the human lead gets the good luck.
The leader gets the best luck. So yeah, Tachibana just saved like what, 40 seconds with the 2 crystals?
Yeah, about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good times, good times.
Yeah, I think we can give over once Madelon has been done it for most of it. But 2 crystal is a very rare occurrence that is always nice to see.
Yeah, we can get into the math. It's about 7%, so... I think you just got into the math. No, I have to explain all of the calculations, okay? Oh, okay.
I'm just praying for Team Tonberry now.
Yeah. It's looking... should be close though.
The one high roll was really nice. You saw Madelon even pause
Time.
reaching. Oh,
Nice.
time.
Go Team Tonberry.
Go, 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 go!
Bring it back.
Alright, yeah, I think with the FF3 fights, yeah, we have talked a lot about them, there is not as much going on. And FF12, at least Tachibana on Team Morg having progressed quite a bit.
Yeah, we can start into it. Thanks.
We'll take over then for the end, maybe for the last minute or so, but you can have the main stage on the commentary.
All right, great.
Perfect.
Thank you. Great
Thank you,
commentary
Nikki.
on that. That
You.
looks like a stressful run.
It looks like
Yeah,
gambling,
RNG,
but in
RNG.
speedrun format. Alright, so welcome to Final Fantasy XII. As we saw, Tachibana earlier got pretty good RNG. So what we refer to as 2 crystal, to go a little bit into the future with where Zero is going to be in like 10 to 15 minutes from now. There will be a small little fetch quest where we have a Shadow Stone and we have to turn it into a Sunstone. But we have to interact with these obsidians, I think they're called. But we're just referring to them as crystals. And whenever you touch them, you get a percentage between 25% and 55% energy. And you need 100% energy to get a fully charged Sunstone. However, because you can get either 25% or 55% or anything in between, there's a chance you can do the entire thing either in 3 crystals, which is the regular one, in 4 crystals, which is the slow one, which loses over a minute, and then there's the fast one, which Tachibana got, which saves 40 seconds.
Yeah, so you can pretty much just do the math really easily. Like 25 to 55, what's the chance of 2 of those numbers adding to over 100? And then what's the chance of 3 of those numbers being less than 100? And there's your good and bad luck probabilities. And it ends up being 7% for good luck, 10% for bad luck. But hopefully we don't see the bad luck, as the bad luck loses more time than the good luck saves. So...
Kind of crazy. I think it's like a minute 15 you lose on 4 crystals. Like it's a lot. It's
Even
a
more
lot.
if you're, a top tier runner who doesn't know where the 4th crystal is and you always reset, as we've seen happen in the past.
Is that a pitted reference?
Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
I'm so early enough that we may as well restart if you get a 4 crystal.
Oh, absolutely. It's just funny. You lose the
Yeah.
basics with the fundamentals and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Hmm.
But we put the
Meanwhile,
cart
I've
before
been
the horse a
going
little bit.
to
So, yeah.
Where it's
just-
usually a 4 crystal.
Yep. But I just want to talk a little bit about what's going on right now. So right now Zero's going through the opening sort of tutorial area. I like to make a joke about Rex being the main character, but he's not. He's not long for this game. He's pretty much introducing the mechanics. Something you'll immediately notice about this Final Fantasy is that we are moving around in the overworld and we're fighting enemies in the overworld. So at least where 12 came in the series, it's pretty unique, and there's a lot of really unique things that this game introduced. Not all of them were well received, but I think they really make for a fascinating and high skill level speedrun. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you guys through these 3 great runners. One thing I just want to mention, and I'll definitely refer back to later on, is just really excited this year because literally over the past year we've had a ton of progress on the Japanese version of the speedrun, and we were lucky enough to get 2 of the top runners, Nekota and Tachibana, to participate in the relay. So I'm really excited to see them playing alongside Zero here for these 3 teams. The 2 Japanese runners will be playing on the Japanese version of the game, so we're gonna have some differences to talk about as they come along.
And as we are now seeing on Tachibana's feed, he did touch a crystal earlier because we are saving this run, because this run is notoriously known for being incredibly unforgivable, meaning, oh, you did one mistake or one bad RNG thingy there and you have to reset. And one such thing where it can get really bad RNG is Dustia. We have multiple farming spots throughout the run. This is the first time we do Dustia, so this will not be the only time we will see Dustia. We'll see Dustia again later, in around 50 minutes-ish. 50 minutes after Tachibana finished this Dustia. And during this Dustia, we want to get the drops. We really want to get drops because we are farming for money, so we can then purchase even more Phoenix Downs to even farm even more Dustias later on. So how does Dustia even work? Dustia is what is called a rare game in Final Fantasy XII. Those rare games are strong enemies, which are not hunts or not particularly bosses, but strong enemies which spawn under very specific conditions. Dustia's condition is one character in your party needs to be at less than 10% of their max HP. So what we do is we damage the Vaughn down with a certain set of actions and make sure that Vaughn is less than 10% of his HP. However, the issue is when we use the Phoenix down to kill Dustia, which works because Dustia is an undead enemy, and we just kill him like that and then collect the treasure, he doesn't respawn. But how do we make Dustia respawn in our case? So the reason why Dustia despawns, and I don't know why, is if you do not see the EXP and or LP when going out of the zone line when killing your enemy, if you then go back into the zone, Dustia will respawn. For some reason that causes that, and to this day I don't know why, but that's just it. And as we just saw, Tachibana reset because I think he did get a single drop.
Yeah, 0 drops.
I don't think he did either. Yeah.
Resetting.
So 5 in.
Yeah.
Importantly, why we're doing so many, or doing the 8 Dustias right now is to get Vaughn pumped up in levels to a certain level, which I believe is 11 or 12.
11.
Yeah, 11. Which then the level that your characters join at is based off of Vaughn's level at the time. In Balthier and Fran's case, which will be the first couple characters that join, they will then join at level 12, and we need them at that specific level for some manipulations later on.
Yeah, so one thing that's really cool about Final Fantasy XII is that it really introduces a lot of freedom in terms of what you're capable of. Like, you can freely control all 3 of your party members' positions and actions at all times, and you can control their levels a lot more than you could in previous games. And so specifically here, we get Vaughn down so we can get this farm going, and this specific time is the only time we can really do this farm because 2 people are going to join the party, as Freddeh mentioned, both Balthier and Fran, and they're going to be really, like, the levels we get here are going to help us through the entire first hour of the run, but it's not enough levels to actually do the rest of the run, so we're going to need to farm more later. Luckily, we lose party members and get this benefit back again, which is basically, when you only have 1 character in the party, that character gets all of the experience. If there's more, it gets distributed in this game. And so we will have another chance where Vaughn is the only party member, and we can do more Dustia leveling. And then Balthier and Fran will not benefit from that, but the characters we will eventually use that we get later will benefit from that. So that's why we have 2 Dustia farms. And also, this is the earliest we can do it because we've just progressed through the story enough that Phoenix Downs become available in the shop. And so as soon as the shop opens, we pick them up and then level Vaughn as much as we need to, which is 11 levels right here. 11 levels just being a good balance between how long it takes. It's about 20 seconds per Dustia, and the benefit of getting through the next dungeon with these extra levels and the extra gil that we should be getting. I'll also mention runners are nothing if not superstitious, and I would definitely expect people to be like, oh, classic 2 crystal luck. I get the 2 crystals, but then 0 drops from Dustia. So.
That's I think we've finally broken the curse of no PBs on a 2 crystal, right?
Yes. We've got PBs and world records on 2 crystals now.
Yeah. There was a pretty long period of time where just every 2 crystal run was cursed. It felt like.
Yep. Also, speaking of PBs and world records, I'll mention that in terms of runners we have today, 0 is the current NTSU world record holder, and then Tachibana is the NTSCJ, so the Japanese version, world record holder, and he's been closely contested by Nekota over the past year. Nekota had the world record before him, and now he's currently like a minute ahead, but both these times are like 10 minutes ahead of where the world record was before the past year, so it's been really exciting to see such crazy progress in the run.
Yeah, and 0 on Team Tonberry is currently doing the introduction to the hunt system, which is kind of a side quest way of adding more content to Final Fantasy XII that we will see absolutely nothing of after this point. We will turn in Rogue Tomato for some extra items, but other than that, we will not interact with the system at all.
I think Rock Tomato Reward is actually skipped these days, even.
Oh, is it skipped nowadays? Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to be. I will apologize ahead of time for being way behind in lots of actual tech in this game.
Unless we have like very little kill, which might happen, but I do think it might get skipped. Like, if Gil is extremely bad, then maybe. Just maybe.
It doesn't give one of the teleport crystals we need? I thought that was...
Yeah, but we get the teleport crystals from Clan Hall.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, we can get into that routing a little bit later.
I would shortly interrupt. We are close, so Team Choco should get ready. We had almost 100,000 damage for Karma. So, yeah. As long as the particle beams are gonna be kind. We had some spooky moments in between.
HP is also a little bit low.
Yeah.
Usually
So
you
the
want
amount
to
of
be at
double taps that
3,000.
could take that down are a bit more than just the usual two. But yeah, as long as we get the normal turn order of jumping first, everything is gonna be fine.
I believe.
And time!
GG. GG.
Jeez.
I cannot stop popping my head to
GG's.
this theme. This theme is so good. It's so good.
Nice to see that at least after Echidna, FF3 was kind to Team Choco.
Yeah.
Alright, and with that, yeah, I think we can completely hand it over to you.
Yes.
Thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much,
Thank you.
Nikki.
Great job commentary.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Thank you very much, Ernor, for the amazing commentary on FF3. And I hope I can see you guys around.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you,
Alright. So Harvey mentioned about the glitch with Dustia. That sort of leads into something that I wanted to start talking about, and we'll definitely be talking about more throughout the run, which is just the many versions of Final Fantasy XII. It has a very interesting history. The first one is actually the one that you see on Choco and Tonberry, or in Mog right now, and that's the Japanese version. The international, sorry, I say international, but the version that came out outside of Japan after this is very similar, but we'll see small differences throughout, and we'll talk about them as they come. But then, you know, this eventually led into the international Zodiac job system, which was its own version released internationally, means only in Japan for some reason. And then eventually they decided to redo the game as a PC and PS3 version that they released as the Zodiac Age that people know today. And so that's basically a remaster of the international Zodiac job system version, which was not very popular. But it's really popular now, so that's that. But the thing that's interesting about this is that over the different versions of the game, some glitches are very widely known, and they did explicitly fix some of them in the Zodiac Age. And so a lot of the things that we'll be using this game that we would call glitches are not in that, but a lot of them are still in it. And so I sort of think that this confirms that these are not glitches per se, and they're sort of like intended. And the rare game despawn, or the rare game respawn thing that Harvey was describing earlier, I believe is in the Zodiac Age, the newest version. And so I don't think it's, fair to call it a glitch even. It's just like, if you can despawn fast enough, then you get to try again sort of thing. Also,
We got a razor fin spawn.
Speaking of rare game, yeah, we got the razor fin spawn, which is just in this dungeon that Tachibana was running through just to progress the story. There's one of the rare game that has a pretty low chance to spawn. It's only really relevant to try to do completionist stuff. You're trying to do get an Order of Ambrosia, but we think of it as a good luck thing when he spawns. So he's blessed the Choco's run, even though we got a little bit unlucky with the Dustia kill. Although the second run through, we did get pretty good kill. It looked like so.
Oh yeah, have we mentioned the changes or the differences between JP and English with JP allowing turbo and...
I have not mentioned that yet. So that's one of the big ones, yeah.
So yeah, in the Japanese version, the Japanese runners allow turbo, whereas the English version does not. There even was, or well, it used to be, even a timing difference, where Japanese runners would start the run on turning on the console and end the time once the end pops up on the screen after beating the game and after watching the credits. However, in the English release, we always did from new game until final hit, and the Japanese runners adapted that recently. Well, recently, kind of like a year or two ago.
A few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, they adapted that, so the runs are kind of similar now. However, there are still some differences, just like they are allowing turbo, we don't. And there's also some very specific differences which saves the Japanese version a couple of minutes. Specifically, there are some unskippable cutscenes, which you will see on Zero's part, which are just plain text on Tachibana and Nekota's game. And just because you can just match through text really quickly, and because it's done with turbo, you can get through those text boxes incredibly fast, whereas Zero is forced to watch these 40 seconds to however how long these unskippable cutscenes are all the way through, whereas it's like 5 seconds for the Japanese runners. So it's several minutes which the American version loses over JP.
And Zero is forced to memorize all the lines and recite them every time he plays the game. Oh wait, that's just Zero.
That's not just me, that's me. And that's not just Zero, that's me as well.
That's all runners who've stood through it.
There are a couple spots where it is a bit longer for the JP version, though. I believe the going out into Westgate, or is it Eastgate? Whatever.
Yeah, Eastgate.
Was a bit longer.
Yeah, for some reason, we do have a skippable cutscene there, but it's for some reason a text passage in Japanese. I do not understand why. Some interesting decisions made, but okay.
Yeah, the text scenes are either unskippable voiced cutscenes, or they are skippable. And so some of them save a little bit, some of them lose a little bit, but overall I think the Japanese one's faster.
Yeah, definitely.
And just to address the turbo, it's not like a thing about the game. This is more of a cultural community thing. Just historically, Japanese communities have been more open to the use of turbo in Final Fantasy speedruns. I think just basically because they are more easily accessible in Japan. You know, Kiwami and Hori are two companies that make the custom controllers in Japan, and so it's really easy to get a turbo through there. And that's just led people to say, okay, Japanese runners use it. It's really hard for us outside of Japan, so we don't allow it. Zero has had access, but we just agreed to keep the status quo, and so he's going to be mashing his little heart off over there. Although it's Final Fantasy XII, so there's not a whole lot of mashing.
As mash heavy as a lot of Final Fantasies.
Yeah, it's not like FF9 or 10 where it actually makes a significant chunk of the run, just how many seconds you save on every single text box throughout.
Yep. Zero getting the guaranteed 3 crystal here, and got an ether from the chest, which is always nice. A little bit of extra money.
Above 75% on the second crystal, then the third crystal will be guaranteed, right? So because its minimum is 25%.
Yeah, if we see lower than 75 after that second one, we'll be a little nervous for Nekota.
So we've actually seen this already. One little difference: if there was an extremely attentive viewer, you might have noticed when killing enemies in FF12, there's a unique mechanic called the chain level, and so it's basically when you kill the same enemy over and over again, you get a chain, and your chain level goes up as you kill more enemies. In the Japanese version, it's 0 indexed. In the North American version, it's 1 indexed. So your first kill is 1 chain. In the Japanese version, your second kill is 1 chain. And so that changes how you count. That doesn't actually change anything practically within the speed run, though. So
that's funny. Yeah, we'll get more heavily into chain mechanics when we in a couple hours here.
Yeah, we'll have some significantly long chains coming up for farming. You get better benefits when you chain longer, but yeah, we can talk about that when we get to jelly farming. And I guess a little bit for Dustia too, but yeah, that'll be for a little bit. On Tachibana's stream, we see one of the unique mechanics of FF12. It's called the Gambit system, and so for the Gambit system, it's pretty much a way of telling your party members what you want them to be doing when you're not controlling them. My understanding of how this system came about is they pretty much took boss-like enemy mechanics and just gave them, to the hands of the players. And so, this is how some enemies worked in past Final Fantasies. And so you basically get to just set up a tier of just here's what I want you to do first in your first condition, second in your second condition, and so on. I think some people don't explain well how smart the system is. So if you tell your for example, party to do something like ally any, use a remedy. It'll only use a remedy if it's appropriate, right? And they don't explain that really well, so I see people not doing that kind of setup. But that kind of thing is very, very important in the Zodiac version of this game, because with the 4x speed up that they give you, you really don't have the ability to manually control your characters very much, except for very, very tight situations. But for us, we can control all 3 party members actively throughout a lot of the run, which, as you'll see, it requires a lot of skill, and our runners will be showing off. But then later on, we do eventually have some gambits we'll set up for 2 of the members to do a lot of the damage. So right now we're going through the... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the Gambit system as a follow-up is something that really drew me to this game in general. Like, I remember on my casual playthroughs doing a lot of like, oh, I'm gonna make sure to set up so I only steal at 100% and then finish the mob. So I try to steal from everything for money on the way through.
Nice.
Good times.
Good times. And I mentioned earlier about the amount of freedom. The Gambit system is part of that, I would say. The story of speedrunning this game is, getting better and better and trying to take away more and more from the gambits and manage it yourself, because if you don't have to set up a gambit, that saves however many seconds it takes to get those gambits. And, there's also the whole aspect of optimizing the positioning and, like, the usage of your gambits, because you can just turn them on and off in the battle. So it's like, okay, I have this that I can tell it to handle, and I can turn it on and off as I go through, and hopefully I can do this actively. In this game, the wait ATB freezes time, and so you want to use that as little as possible. We've got that pretty well minimized to almost no time spent in wait, except for when it's very, very fast decision making, like literally milliseconds.
If we have to do recovery strats, there'll be a lot more wait happening, but it becomes a lot of how much can you do while running? And the answer is a lot.
There's a whole
twist your hand in the right direction.
I was gonna say there's a whole thing about how you hold your controller, where you can control the camera with your right thumb, you're moving with your left thumb, and then use your right pointer finger to open the menu and your left pointer finger to navigate the menus with the direction buttons. And so doing all of this together is very difficult, but it's really rewarding as a speedrun.
Yep.
So Tachibana just finished off a little story battle, which is just 4 soldiers, but you fought alongside an ally. This is introducing a new mechanic, which is you can have people join your party as temporary guests. Here it was Amalia, who will eventually be, renamed Ash, because that's her real name, and she'll join the party. But for now, she's just a extra party member. And the interesting thing about having her, actually for that first fight, that's different about this next fight, is that when she's not officially in the party, she's sort of like a third party. And as a third party, she can actually get kills, and if she gets the kill, she'll get the rewards. And so there's LP and a little bit of experience, but most importantly that LP. And that LP, if she takes it, you won't get it, and so you lose out on that. But then after that, she's now officially in the party, and so she won't be stealing kills. But we can have other third parties stealing LP later on, as we'll see.
Yeah, that's something that can really mess with your routing as far as LP. What we also saw on Tachibana's side is I believe our first instance in the run of using one character to use an ability or throw an item so that they stay in place while you run somewhere. We're actually seeing it right now. While you run the other character to grab a chest or go somewhere else, and this just saves that little bit of time switching to another character and using them to run instead of having to run all the way back from that hallway.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of when I said there's so much freedom. Like, you can have all 3 or 4 of your party members in different places at different times, and there's times where we will literally have 3 of them split up and doing different things at the same time, and you have to manage all 3 of these together. And so, like, that was the very first simple one. You just, if you tell a character to do something, they will stand still while they do it, and then you can do other things. That's only for a few seconds, though, so eventually we'll find out that there's a few different ways that we can make them stand still for a long time, and then we can warp between 3 different places.
For various reasons.
So now Zero is working on his Dustia, so we're pretty much just, for him, hoping to get Book of Orgain. There's also, I believe, a 3% chance at the base chain level to get Flame Staff, which would be very lucky, and that's worth about twice as much gil. But for now, we're just hoping to get books. And I think as long as you get 2 books, you should be able to manage through the dungeons that Tachibana is going through, and that Nekota and Zero will soon be going through, has quite a bit of gil, but we're also counting on some of that gil on top of what we get here. And they have calculators that they can just pretty much figure out how much they need from the remaining things, like what's possible, how many enemies there are, but how aggressive they have to be with farming, stealing, killing. But when Tachibana got 0 drops, he was just like, this, it's going to be too unlikely that I can get the gil I need. And just to be clear, the thing we're farming for right now is actually the Phoenix Downs we need for Dustia 2. So there's a hard cutoff, which is the number of Dustia 2 kills we need to get. And that will come down to what level we're going to get Fawn to for the rest of the run. But yeah, so we're just hoping Zero gets good luck here. I think I've already seen one book I didn't see very closely.
That should be the third. That should be the third book that I saw.
Okay, so definitely able to continue from here at least.
Yeah, we have 2 kind of major farming sessions. I don't really count Dustia 1 as a major farming session, but
yeah, it's just like 2.5 minutes and just gets you what you need to get through the first part of the run.
It gets you rolling. It's getting you started.
Meanwhile, Tachibana is working on Firemane, which is a boss that with some interesting mechanics actually, based on where.
We can talk more about it when the other runners get there, I think. But I'm happy we did get to see in Japanese his name is Bushfire, and his big attack is called Bushfire. So you get to see on the screen if you read Japanese, Bushfire, ready's Bushfire.
Yeah,
that's fun.
We can talk about that more later on.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
That's Firemane. I think that was not that bad of a Firemane fight.
Yeah, it seems solid.
All things considered.
I saw he had the approach where you try and not flee at the start. You just try and draw them off naturally. So that was cool.
Yeah.
I also noticed both the Japanese runners had a little bit of movement tech in this little screen. It's a very small thing, but in this PS2 version of the game, as you enter a zone, it takes a second for a lot of the NPCs to load. And so in this specific screen, if you run straight to where the NPC you need to talk to is, you can actually get to the NPC's location before they spawn. And if you're there, they won't spawn. And so what I typically did is I would just like stop for a second, or I would stop in front of where I knew the NPC would load, and then I would just stand there. And then when it loaded, I could push forward the last half a meter or whatever, and then talk to them. It looks like Nekota and Tachibana both do the same thing, which is they took a curved path to the NPC so that they would arrive there when the NPC spawned. Although I think Nekota got there a little bit early, so he actually ran past where ran over the NPC and stopped them spawning. So it's a nice bit of tech, but it looks like it's also a little finicky in terms of maybe your processor's a little slow or something.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be in the spot when they are ready to spawn, because then they won't spawn. We also got to see on Zero's side a certain wolf that is almost famous in the FF12 community at this point.
He did not decide to be hero this time.
Well, no, he did, but Zero threw a potion, so at least healed to save it.
And Nekota coming up on the crystals. Let's hope that he will get some good RNG.
At least not bad RNG.
It would be poetic. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I had the
caster
runner's
curse is coming.
Yeah. I had the commentator's curse way too often, so I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
It's too late. You've already put it out into the world.
As someone with a little bit of OCD, I think it'd be appropriate if we got the 2, 3, and 4 crystal on screen. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Also,
I'm not saying it because commentators curse. I'm not saying it because commentators curse.
You notice here,
it's okay.
Nekota used a potion. That's the same warp. So even though in this cutscene,
yes.
Penelo is next to the crystal, you'll see after the cutscene ends, the Penelo actually stayed back where she was. And actually, he did, in fact, do the second part of party leader warping there, which was he queued up a second potion on Penelo using a potion on Vaughn. And so this is actually something we'll take advantage of that's been a lot more used more recently, and we call it the too far warp. And so basically, if whoever is using the item is using it on a character that's too far away, there will be a little message on the screen that says, character is too far away, cannot use it, and they'll stand still. And so that's a great way to make someone stand still for, I believe, 30 seconds before they reset their ability. And yeah, we got average roll for 34. Let's see if we get to 75 here. Oh, we get the 2 crystal.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Never lucky.
2? You mean 3?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, 3 crystal.
Alright, and now some too far warp in Barheim, where there's going a little bit of back and forth between Fran and Balthier. I really like this movement in Barheim.
Yeah.
Like, especially here. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's a really simple idea. It's just, you know, anytime you go to a place and you need to go back anywhere near there, you can just leave a character there. And so as we route this game, we just think about all of the possible movement and try and find solutions for all of this. And just like, this is a really obvious one. You have to go back to just a little quest where you go and talk to this guy, pick up a fuse, and then you go back to the switch and put the fuse in. And so it's like, okay, we'll just leave the first person, get to the switch there, and then have them use an item or have them use first aid because it's free, and then have someone else run and get the item, and then somehow magically they get the item because, you know, the inventory is a unique mechanic in video games, and yeah, we get to use that. So here I see we have some steel gambits being set up. So every runner has their own approach to how they do this dungeon, and it looks like Tachibana likes to set up some steel gambits. So you can turn on the gambits to have them steal and then turn it off while keeping the ATB active.
Okay, I saw something Tachibana do I did not expect to see at all. He licensed something on Fran, which is Mystic Armor 1, and he also gave Fran, was it Magic Curch and Light Woven Shirt, which is news to me. Interesting.
Yeah, I have not seen that one.
That's very interesting. I have no idea. Maybe. I don't know. Seems very intriguing to me.
So I guess that will help for some damage rolls on these mimics and the Mimic Queen. So in this dungeon, the big mechanic that's going on is there. You can see there's a battery thing that'll be charged on the NTSU version. And so this mechanic is pretty much, in order to operate machinery in this dungeon, you need to use electricity, and these spiders, these chest mimics are stealing the energy, and so we basically just need to kill them enough to keep enough charge and advance through the dungeon. If the charge gets low enough, then zombies will start to spawn. That's not really relevant to us because we can run, but these mimics are also a good source of LP and gil, and so we're killing them not only to advance the dungeon, but also because if they drop something, we can get a couple hundred gil, and if we're really lucky, 1250 because they can drop a Mage's Habit.
Mage's Habit, my beloved.
That's also a 3% drop, I believe, or it might be even the rarest one.
I think it's very rare. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is the very rarest one. Yeah. It's like equivalent to 5 Phoenix Downs, and 5 Phoenix Downs, since we need 39, is a very large amount.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
39.
50.
Yep, and 39 Phoenix Downs is, I believe, 9,250 gil, and so that's how much we need to, or is it 9,750? That's how much we need to farm in this dungeon, which, you know, as I said, the runners are keeping track of, and a lot of that is routed in terms of just chests and stuff, and so it's just a couple thousand extra that we need from all these drops, and that's why the 500 from each Book of War game we got is so important.
Okay, Tachibana not having very good RNG on stealing from enemies or from better mimics, just getting a lot of couldn't steal from enemy.
I believe he got pretty good book luck, so he should be okay. It looks like, okay, I was wondering if with the extra equipment, Fran would one-shot these flans, but generally the pattern for this dungeon is we have 2 members set up with here, Vaughn and Fran, are set up to cast spells. They can do fire and blizzard. The mimics are weak to ice, and then flans are weak to fire. And then Balthier is set up with a steel gambit. So it's pretty much Balthier tries to steal while the other 2 kill. We also have Bosch in the party, but he's doing very little right now because we just broke him out of jail and he has none of his equipment. But yeah, so we do that as much as necessary, and this is the part where you can start skipping enemies if you have really good guild luck. Otherwise, you keep farming, and so this is sort of a way that you mitigate whatever luck you get on Dustia. And speaking of Dustia, we have Nekota will be coming up on his, so we'll be watching his drops carefully.
We used to do 12 more Dustia, and
Yeah.
for now, and it was a little bit harder to skip things in this area.
The story of speedrunning this game is also one of optimization. So now here's a really cool thing. So Balthier just used first aid on himself. I'm really excited because this is actually quite a long warp, and he used first aid again And so now we can run all the way to the end of this dungeon. And so pretty much what we have to do here is we have to just press a button. And we have to spend 30 charge to press that button. But the whole next part would be a backtrack session, except we can just leave Balthier at the start of the dungeon. So he's coming up on the button. We used to kill all of these flans, but by leaving someone behind, it's a little bit slower to kill them. And so we are instead just going to press the button and warp out of here.
Interesting that he killed the battery mimic.
I think he's just trying to be really conservative with his skill.
Oh, he's going for the Mage Masher.
Yeah, so he's being very conservative. And yeah, it looks like Fran, it's easier to kill Flans with this extra equipment. Yeah, so you can see he warped back to the chest, or back to Vaughn, was leading with Fran, and then warped to Balthier. So he just used all three separately positioned characters at the same time. And, you know, managing all of this is very difficult, because if you accidentally flee, that'll cancel your too far warp. If you mismanage one of your characters, they'll start running towards where you are and not where you're supposed to be, and it's very difficult to manage, and it's just really cool to see this execution.
Nekota on Dustia.
I've seen a number of iron scraps from Tachibana, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think Tachibana's okay on Gil.
An eye drop there for Tachibana. Still no drops for Nekota on Dustia 1.
Okay, yeah, it looks like Zero's going for a similar Gambit setup to Tachibana, so no difference in the route there. One subtle difference between the games that I'm not even sure is a real thing, it's just like a sensation I had while playing, is that it feels like enemies are a little bit more aggressive at like just aggroing you in the North American version, and so like Hero Wolf I think is slightly more likely to be a hero in the North American version. But you know, throughout these dungeons, you sort of just, after playing this game for hours and hours on end, you get a feel for these sort of things, and that's just one thing I noticed is it just feels like you can get hit by random things. With the open positioning of this game, you can also get knocked back by certain enemies, and that's just one thing that I feel like happens less in the Japanese version.
One of the things in the Japanese version, or it's a very specific difference between the Japanese and the English version that I, to this day, do not understand why that was changed for, let's put it this way, for the worse, is that the English version has so-called instant attacks, but in the Japanese version, these instant attacks aren't really instant. So when in English you try to run away from an enemy and one of those instant attacks is getting readied, like let's say ram, for instance, the enemy uses ram, you will most likely get rammed. However, in the Japanese version, there's kind of like an animation build-up time or a charge-up time for ram to happen, and only after that charge-up occurred will then ram actually occur. But it's not really instant. So that is another reason why in some places during the run, there is a higher chance for the English runner to be decimated, whereas in the Japanese version, not so much, because the enemy's instant attacks, well, aren't really instant attacks.
Yeah,
I think Henem Mines and Still Shrine are two very particular dungeons where this is actually a problem.
Yeah, it looks like I saw at least 3 books from Nekota, so that's pretty good. But yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about, the instant attacks. And so the instant attacks in the Japanese version are like the 0 ATB things, and like Hero Wolf's Ram, like you mentioned. Okay, we're coming up on the next split for Tachibana, so... Okay, so yeah, we actually saw there that he... Normally you just unequip everyone, but he actually left the Mystic Armor on Franz, so this is really interesting. Sorry, I got distracted there, so I was splitting, but... So I'm kind of curious to see how how Mimic Queen's HP goes down now, because Fran now has more magic than she normally would in the route that I've seen so far. Although we'll see if Zero is doing something like that also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the unskippable cutscenes, Zero is watching the cutscene right now, whereas Tachibana just had text. So you will see that a bunch of times in the future. When you look at Tachibana's feed, right after he will be Mimic Queen, there will be a quote-unquote cutscene where Vaughn is like, oh yeah, where are we actually? And yeah, on Tachibana's side, it's just text again. Whereas when Zero gets there, you will just see a cutscene that Zero has to watch.
I believe that was the Mimic Queen's animation was skipped, right? So I guess that might be one of the benefits of the extra armor he bought. It's interesting. I'm trying to think, like, I guess that extra armor will be nice for judges, and maybe even would you probably use it on Vossler, probably, I guess?
Well, the question is, do you even... The extra Mystic armor you have, on whom do you want to equip it? Because Fran will not be used during judges.
I'm assuming Ash.
So.
I'm assuming Ash later on, but I guess we'll see. Because I remember getting the Top Cappy hat that we... Or not, was it? No, not Top Cappy. The Light Woven shirt was really good for Ash's damage rolls, I believe, on the Vossler fight. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's interesting to see. Like I said, the Japanese runners have been putting in work, and so I'm not 100% up to date on all of the route changes that they made. I've been keeping up with their records, but there's a lot of details that go into these runs, and it's easy to miss little things like that. But now Zero and Nekota are both in the same dungeon. Zero's obviously a little bit further ahead, but we'll be coming up on Firemane soon, so we can actually talk about that now. So Firemane is sort of the first boss of this run, and the game tells you that something is a boss by giving you a big HP bar at the top, so that's the thing they'll be watching out for. And you can also tell how much HP the bosses have from that, obviously. But Firemane is a really interesting boss because Firemane teleports. And in this game, when an enemy is in the process of teleporting, they have iframes, which is really annoying for us as speedrunners, so trying to beat them as fast as possible, which pretty much means if Firemane teleports, then we can't do damage, and so Firemane can just be a troll and just teleport over and over again. And importantly, in Firemane's dungeon, there's an environmental effect, which is when Firemane's in the water, it takes 20% extra damage. And so we try and lure it out into the water, but then it likes to teleport back onto land. It also has its big cutscene attack is called Bushfire. It won't use that when it's in the water. So it likes to teleport away, become immortal, and then use Bushfire, which loses time. So like the measure of a good Firemane is how much time you can make it spend in the water and how many times you get Bushfired. It's usually one. A very lucky one will be 0, but that's very rare.
Okay, Tachibana's skill is looking really good.
Oh yeah, he's already got enough. Okay, good. Yeah, the 9750 is for the... He's already got 4 Phoenix Downs, so yeah, he's set. 8750 would have been enough.
42 Phoenix Downs.
Even kept
oh my god.
Elixir, but...
Yeah, so you can see Zero is trying to stay closer to Firemane, and then Firemane will target the closest enemy, or closest ally, so try and get the aggro on Balthier, and then draw Firemane out, but he did not draw him out in time, so we got an early Bushfire here.
Yeah, you don't really want to have early Bushfires.
Your
Especially
allies...
because Bushfire can poison.
Yep, your allies are all standing close, and so you want Balthier to stand closest, but it's not really always free to do that. And also, if he uses a long range attack, he might not even walk towards you. So, one other thing that's interesting about this game is that these cutscene animations can't start until all named attacks, or like all things that take up ATB, are finished. And so if you actually use something like a potion, the potion's animation will have to finish before the cutscene can start. So we actually try and use this to delay the attack. So you see Zero has a potion queued up, and so while this potion is going off, Firemane will just sit there stalled, and we're actually going to take advantage of this kind of mechanic quite a bit later on.
Nice 4-hit combo from Amalia there as well. That did some good damage.
Yeah, one last minute teleport there to eat Vaughn's attacks. 4-hit combo, did almost no damage because he was teleporting, but looks like we're okay. Yeah, Firemane down.
Of course.
Not really a scary boss, it's just a matter of how much you get trolled. Alright, so now that Tachibana is through the dungeon, he can start Dustia 2. And so Dustia 2 is actually at a different zone line from Dustia 1, and the reason for this is actually really interesting. It's the same zone we farm in, but the loading time on this zone line is a little bit shorter. And it's not enough shorter that when you farm 8 Dustia, it's worth going to, but it is enough shorter that when you farm 39 Dustia, it is worth going to. So the extra time it takes to get here, you make back up in the amount of time that it takes. We see here, this bird is just being a little bit of a troll. Tachibana is trying to play it safe. But we also can use the enemies to help set up our HP. So he's got to be below 32 or below HP here to spawn Dustia. it looks like we're in a good position. One thing I can also mention is I briefly mentioned environmental effects. We also have an environmental effect here, which is that when it's either overcast or sandstorm, the fire spell will do more damage. And so like that's something you have to take into account when you're damaging yourself down. If you want to do like 110 damage, and it normally does that when it's cloudy or when it's sandstorm, it might do 130 damage. You can easily just accidentally end your own run. Vaughn's the game over condition for this game is all of your characters being dead, and you don't have to necessarily have all your characters in the party. So you could have people out of the party who are alive. But the reason we do Dustia farming now is because at this point in the game, Vaughn is the only party member, so he's the only one getting experience. And so if this last sliver of red life is what's keeping us alive right now. And so if we lose this, it's game over. So as the others are progressing the story, I can also mention something interesting about this specific farm that changed over the past few years, thanks to BlueHarvey, is you'll notice Tachibana's movement here. As he zones into the new Dustia zone, he actually moves to the right side of the... first he actually moves out a little bit, and then he moves to the right corner. This is actually to spawn Dustia a little further away from the zone, and then as we back up, Dustia is guaranteed to teleport towards us, which puts Dustia closer to the zone line. This loading zone is faster, but Dustia spawns further away from the zone line in this area, so you actually... Some of your time saved from loading is lost picking up the gill, but BlueHarvey discovered that this movement pattern, where if you move a little bit away and then to the right corner, you can get Dustia to teleport right next to the zone line and save some of that time back. And we're doing this 39 times, and so it's 39 times whatever second or so you save from this.
It does add up.
Yeah, it does add up. As with all the speedrunning things. We can also...
be able to get it consistent makes it a lot safer as well, yeah.
Yep. We can also talk a little bit now about chain mechanics. So you can see when Tachibana gets this kill, we're at 6 chain. Because he's on the Japanese version, that means that was his 7th Dustia. There's a bit of a misconception about how this chain level works, and with respect to the flashing numbers. I think there's some misinformation from game FAQs that may have caused this, but basically what happens is as you get to a higher and higher level, eventually you can reach chain levels, and when you get a chain level, you get better drops. So you can see the number is now blue. That means we're at people have different nomenclatures for this, but I think generally it's called the first chain level, and so there's a second and a third, which is the highest. Some people call it the second chain level and then the third and fourth. But anyway, this is the blue one, and the way it works is that every time you get a kill, it increases your hidden chain level, but every time you pick up a drop, it decreases your hidden chain level. And the higher chain level, your hidden chain value. And when you are at a higher chain level, you decrease that hidden value by more by the drop. So when he picked up that drop, his hidden chain level just decreased by 2. And your chain level comes when you reach a certain threshold of that hidden chain level. And so as you pick up drops, it makes it so that you are less and less likely to get that chain level and get the higher value drops. However, when you get the flashing chain level, then what that essentially means is that your hidden chain level is ignored, and it's like your true chain level. And so if we ever get the flashing number at a high enough number, then we're guaranteed to get the chain level. So we're just hoping for some good luck there.
Since you're watching this, Zero only bought the woven shirt, not the Kirch.
Okay.
Yeah, might be something with JP runners, maybe? We'll see when Nekota gets there.
Yeah. It's a very cheap purchase, but it's actually... it makes a big deal because Gil is very tight here. We saw that Tachibana had to reset over just not getting any books. Each book is 500 gil, and the magic Kirch is at, I believe 250 extra gil, and so that can make a big difference for your routing. But he made it through, and it looks like he thinks it's worth the investment. So we'll eventually see if there's any other places where this comes up.
Yeah, oftentimes you don't want to get too many drops early on in a Dustia farm just so you can get that chain level boosted up faster. No, we don't want to manipulate it to the point of not picking up any drops because it doesn't work out in the long run. Yeah. I know we for a time tried that and it didn't work.
Actually, thanks to a Japanese runner, Hoishin, he actually wrote once we fully understood the mechanics, he wrote a little Python script that calculates what your expected kill, or basically the simulations of just do this, 1,000, 10,000 times and just see what the results are. And so we can say, okay, what happens if you just skip them all and start picking them up later? What happens if you pick up every drop? What happens if you wait for the nth chain level, etc.? And it turns out that it actually ends up being okay to skip the drops if you're picking up something like 60 or 70 or more items, or that many kills. But for this smaller number, it's better to just get lucky. Or rather, I think the expectation value is always lower if you ignore them all. But if you're picking up that many things, then the amount of time you save is not worth it anymore, because picking up every drop does save a little bit, or does lose a little bit of time every single drop. But we did get that second chain level for Tachibana, so it looks like hopefully we get a good Dustia here. Sometimes getting the chain levels is a bad thing because it means you're not getting any drops and that hidden value is not going down. But yeah, again, we'll have to wait until the end to see the results.
It was pretty good drops at the start, but the last 10 or so kills have been very few drops, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. So I'm already seeing some differences with how Zero's doing his farm. He killed the zombie at the start. That's one that's pretty much optional, and you can kill it really quickly, but it has a chance to drop some nice things, and it will also make the first zone go a little bit more smoothly. But yeah, when I mentioned freedom, this is one example of it. Is all these enemies are optional. You can literally skip every single one, and so it's up to the runner of how many of these do I want to attack, which ones are the most efficient. Okay, so for that one, Zero just decided to only steal. So you got two shots at that with the gambits, and so that loses a few fractions of a second, but it will make up for any gil that you didn't get earlier. And that's also something you can decide in real time. It's like, I'm low on gil, I need to go for this. I'm good on gil, I can go faster. And so how much time you save on the split is sometimes a reflection of your gil situation rather than your execution.
Other thing that's important to point out with the chain level is that you have a chance to heal your HP or MP, or once you get to higher levels, chain levels, shell or protect. And the heal HP specifically is something that we don't want to happen for Dustia, because then you will not be low enough to spawn Dustia. So that's the main way you can lose time once you're set up for Dustia, is just getting unlucky with the heals there. I thought we had one for a second, but it was just an MP heal. Actually, I think it was just a shell, but yeah.
Actually, speaking of differences between the games, one of the most unfortunate differences, in my opinion, is the logos. The logos for different abilities are different in the Japanese version. Two of them we'll see quite a bit, or one of them we'll see quite a bit and is very sad, is the decoy one. The decoy is much better in the North American version, if you ask me, but in the Japanese version,
I agree.
We don't get to see it very often, but you can see the shell on Tachibana's screen, and it's a little shell. In the North American version, it's like a green circle. I really like the little shell.
I don't know why they changed that. I thought the shell icon is a really
right? It's so cute, and it's not relevant to the speedrun at all, but we got to see it here, so.
Yeah, thankfully, most of the time, as long as you don't get too many heals, Vaughn can just kind of punch back down to that critical 10% HP.
Yeah,
if we get too many,
protect
then
can also be an issue. Yeah, or heals.
Yeah, also if protect happens, then it's different. Starting to get some good drops, it looks like, as well.
Okay, we're coming.
Not sure how many of them have been flame stabs because I don't know enough Japanese.
I have not been paying attention, but I think with Harvey's method, it's almost always going to be hidden staves, because you're so close to the zone line. If anything else is happening.
True.
It looks like Nekota now is the first of the three runners to have good luck actually pulling Fire Main out into the water, and then Fire Main immediately rewards him by teleporting. So.
Yeah, Fire Main is just there's a reason why I call Fire Main RNG horse. It's horrible. Like it's just so much bad RNG that can happen. Like I have more bad RNG Firemains than good ones.
Tachibana is now on the highest chain level, so hopefully we get some nice drops here.
Yeah, Nekota's actually using a little bit of a strategy here of pushing your other party members towards Fire Main, so that when Fire Main targets them, he is less likely to teleport into range.
Less likely, but that doesn't mean he can't.
No,
Fire Main gonna Fire Main. Or sorry, Bushfire gonna Bushfire.
Max chain level for Tachibana.
Yep. Second consecutive Bushfire for Nekota. Love to see it.
Also, I think Zero's doing pretty well on money right here. I've been seeing quite a few steals.
Yeah, we actually just had a hidden book on Tachibana's stream. This is the result of Harvey's farm. You're so close to the zone line, if one of the enemies there is doing a move, it appears on the screen before your drops, and so you don't get to see your drops. Usually on Dustia, the second item in your drops gets hidden. We call those hidden staves. Here, because of the enemies doing enemies, we can get hidden books. So he doesn't even know how many books he has now. Usually you know books, not staves. You don't even know books. So that could have been 1 book, it could have been 4, it could have been 4 flame staves. We have no idea, and we can only check after a few more minutes when we get our nearest shop that's on the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was hidden, or was it because of the attack, or was it because of the level up?
It was because of the enemy, the big bird that's in the background. I think it started using protect, and so yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we got level up on the same. Yeah.
So Zero will be coming up on Mimic Queen now. We didn't actually get to talk much about Mimic Queen's execution, but we can do that when Zero gets here. Actually, since Nekota's here for the last time, we can mention this short little fight here. They take away all of your equipment, and it's supposed to be like a punishment, but they didn't take away our magic. And the magic is much more powerful than our equipment now anyway, so Vaughn can just cast fire 3 times to finish off these 3 enemies. We can steal from them, but it's only like a potion that's possible, so Balthier also punches. I believe with the way we are leveled, there's a damage roll on one of the enemies, or we're not going to kill it with 1 fire, and so Balthier has to punch it a few times, but it's a very straightforward little story battle there. Okay, so Mimic Queen coming up for Zero. The way this works is Mimic Queen is just pretty much the boss of the mimics, and it's weak to ice. It's got a few cutscene attacks, but we just pretty much have our whole party set up to be using Blizzard, and we just spam Blizzard over and over again. And it's just pretty straightforward. You just take, I think, like 5 or 6 rounds. But the last round happens just before the HP threshold for Mimic Queen's big attack. And if you're lucky, you can pretty much set it up so that your last round will exactly kill Mimic Queen just before the cutscene. And Tachibana did get that. We'll see if Zero has any luck with that.
I think we got 35 books and 2 flame staves on Tachibana.
Oh, you're counting. Or did he open the menu?
Tachibana checked for that last kill.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's very good. That should be...
yeah, not bad at all.
That should be how much gil?
35 books is almost 20k gil, plus the staves, so quite nice.
That's pretty good, that's pretty good, yeah.
One thing about the execution I'll mention on Zero's screen is you'll notice that you do not see Mimic Queen. This is the PS2 version, and this game really taxes the PS2, and so we literally just point the camera at the entrance and don't look at Mimic Queen at all because it slows the game down.
Yeah, this is less of a manipulation, more of the game lags.
How to delag FF12.
We get the cutscene here for Zero, so I think it's
Bosch
like 5 seconds.
Extra combos. Yeah, it's not a long attack, fortunately. I know a lot of time has been put in to try to make skipping that consistent.
Well, it looks like... well, actually, we're about to find out whether Nekota is doing the same thing. So we're going to see the same warp here, leave Balthier behind. It's actually quite interesting. When you are here, like one of these characters just won't move, and it's just like a weird peculiarity of this specific spot. But yeah, it helps us take advantage of this movement trick with the fuse. So we can warp back to Balthier, and we're about to see in the menu whether or not he gets the extra equipment. On Zero's stream, we see this cutscene. This is a cutscene we won't see in the other streams, and so that means we also won't hear these voice lines. So the people may hate me, but that does not free me of my charge. Any FF12 runner will be able to quote all of these cutscenes, but this is only in the NTSU version, not the NTSCJ version.
Yeah, I mean the cutscene still technically happens, but it just
it's just text.
Power through the text instead of
Harvey
talking
said,
out loud. Yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of version differences, have we even mentioned PAL Platinum?
No. That's also relevant to the glitch discussion. There was a version, or you want to talk about it, Harvey?
I mean, if you want to, you can take the lead.
I was just gonna say there's the PAL version, which was released I believe in Europe. I actually don't know too much about that.
Yeah, PAL region is Australia and Europe.
And then there is also the Greatest Hits Platinum version, which came a little bit later and fixed some of the glitches. I believe it fixed specifically underflow, which is very important in the speedrun. But that's why I say underflow is a glitch. And then some of the other glitches, quote-unquote glitches, like the enemy despawning that we'll be using quite a bit later, those are clearly put in the game as a optimization technique. But, TZA is much more optimized and is able to handle a lot more, but that glitch is still, or that feature is still present. So it's really interesting to talk about what is a glitch, what is not a glitch in this game.
Nekota did indeed buy both.
Okay, I
Interesting.
was not paying attention because I was yapping.
That's okay. I'm watching for you.
Thank you.
I'll track these things since I'm
Interesting.
less up to
Nekota
date.
doesn't kill the zombie.
Yeah, Tachibana also skipped it, so that's why I was interested to see that Zero did still go for it.
Interesting. Okay. Gotta remember that.
We can see Zero's gil now, so again, we're looking for 9750 gil minus 250 for every Phoenix down that Zero already has. So he's just selling all of his high value things that's guaranteed, and we can start selling the equipment. Don't know how many Phoenix downs he has, but once he gets to the item, we'll be able to say. But he's already up to a pretty good amount. He's got... Oh, he's calculating right now. Looks like the gil is pretty tight. He might have, sell the elixir. Okay, he's good now. He has just enough gil. Perfect. He's also selling the extra shot.
Very good.
One extra. Oh no, just perfect. Well done. Okay, so
Good.
Very tight gil, but like I said, he has a calculator. So as he was going through the dungeon, he was keeping track of every single enemy, every single drop, and so he knew he would have just enough.
There is a Phoenix down in the Western Stand right before Dustia 2. So if you're at 38, you can pray and hope that this chest spawns and does contain a Phoenix down right before Dustia 2, just to make sure, okay, yeah, I want this run to be alive and keep going. Then you can just go to that small chest, which is like a 5-second detour at most. And then, just take that chest and hope you get a Phoenix down to keep the run alive.
Honestly, at this point, this is one of the bigger reset points for people going for world record. Is just you have to farm Dustia 1 and hope you get enough drops, and if you don't, you can take a risky Barheim and Garum Scythe. But yeah, this is, when you're in a marathon, you can be extra conservative, and so all three runners are now. Or sorry, Nekota is still working on it, but I think his gil's pretty good.
I think all three of them are making extra sure that they will have enough money.
Yeah, it's very difficult to deal with not enough gil for Dustia 2 specifically. Generally later on in the run, like if you don't get enough from Chellies, you can always just take a detour and get extra gil. But for here, there's just not many places where you can get extra gil without going way out of your way. One other thing that we can mention is that these chain levels automatically reset if you leave if you enter into a non-combat area. So like a place like Rabanaster where Vaughn is the only character that you can control, or where there's like a save crystal like that. And so, that you'll often have to go through one of those places to get to another area, and so you can lose your chain level. Also, if you just touch a crystal, which you need to teleport, you'll lose your chain level, and so that will impact your ability to continue farming. And so we really have to be prepared before we go out to the farm.
It's just so interesting to me that they skip the flan in this room, but do kill the battery mimic in the next room. Looking at Nekota's gameplay.
Zero got 2 birds here being dragged. There we go.
But it's, as long as you don't have, even if you do have the birds aggroing here, it's okay. It's just, you have to start fleeing when you zone out, and so it adds a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah.
Right here we see the same warp trick now from Nekota, who's got first aid being queued, and Fran is now too far away, and so now we can warp back after clearing this. So it looks like both the Japanese runners have very similar executions here.
Yeah, this is kind of what I've always referred to as the dead zone of FF12 speedrunning. You got a long Dustia farm followed by just running up and back in a lot of nothing happening until you get to Geese, really.
Yeah, this little four-way into the Lusu mines is just story progression. We're pretty much just going in with this new party member that joined us, Lamont, and then we're going to be backtracking out of it, running from some bounty hunters that are chasing after us. But yeah, it's not the most interesting part.
Fun story about this is in super early versions of the run, we used to use a similar glitch as we killed Dustia to kill the whatever the name of this guy is again.
Bwagi.
Bwagi,
from
yeah,
the
the Bwagi. Yep.
The Gamnon. Yeah.
Yep. The Gamnon flunky Bwagi. We would just kill it in zone, because the HP value would actually stay very low. So that's something we could do, and we would do that to get enough LP for the higher levels of LP that we needed for that run. This was, too long ago at this point.
Too long ago, but it's still relevant today because the 1-2-2-3-3-3 version of the speedrun does actually use that farm still.
Fair point.
Didn't Hoishin's route do that for like a long time?
Yeah.
Or was it? Wait, no, it was Fincano. Or
No, it was Hoishin.
who was it?
No,
It was
Fincano
Hoishin.
Fincano was the one who just uploaded to YouTube and never told me what.
Right,
But he-
Fincano had Dustia 3.
Yeah,
I remember
Fincano.
correctly.
Yep, he did Dustia 2 in 2 parts and got extra gil from that. And he actually had world record for a few months, and we never knew about it because he never posted anywhere. We didn't even know about it because Freddeh had world record, and then one day we just looked and saw Fincano's record years like more than a year after, and we looked at the dates. And it's like, wait a second, he actually beat Freddeh, and we never knew.
My actual fake world record.
Yeah.
Good times.
I also saw Tachibana did a little bit of stealing there, so I think he's going for a little bit. But I think his skill's fine, so I wonder why he did that with 35 books and extra staves. So the gil we're actually thinking about here for from the Dustia 2 farm, this is really going towards the next round of equipment and also Fyra, and pretty much what we need to get through the next few bosses. Specifically, Fyra is really important because that'll enable us to do Jellies farming, and then Jellies farming is the best gil farm in the game for quite a while, and so we're going to be doing that to get the rest of the resources we'll need for the rest of the run later on. But we won't be able to get to jelly farming until about 2.5 hours into the run because we have to progress the story until that point. So we see Zero's already got that chain level, and so that's quite nice.
Jellies remains the most efficient actual gil farm, almost throughout the game.
Yeah, I think Deep Hen has like a bat farm that's more efficient, or when you're doing the Deep Lusu, I think those skeletons give you more gil, but beyond that, that takes 10+ hours to get to, and so even in the Order of Ambrosia speedrun, we still do jellies for 8 rounds or something, just because it's that much more efficient.
Yeah, and even those they do drop more average gil, but they're a lot harder to kill.
Yep.
A lot more dangerous.
Out of the way.
Whereas jellies, you just cast one Fyra and most of them die.
Just mows it down, yeah. The mechanics of AoE spells will become relevant as we proceed through the run, and actually the whole run is built on it. So we'll see how it works later.
So Tachibana running to the end here.
So we see when Zero did this, he just unequipped all 3 of them in the fight, and we use this as an ATB refresh, and this is going to be. I'm getting my terms mixed up. Is it ATB reset? No, it's reset in 12, refresh in 13.
Yeah.
So it's an ATB reset, and we don't have to think about what that is until later. But for a specific reason, Zero did that ATB change, or the equipment change in the fight. Here, Nekota did it before, and he didn't remove all on all 3. He actually just did remove all on Vaughn and Balthier, and just removed the weapon from Fran, and so she still has her mystic armor on, and the weapon doesn't matter for your magic stats here. The bow stats don't matter. So let's see actually whether the Japanese runners have cracked the code for the Shockstorm skib.
I'm sure it's a little bit RNG anyway, based off of Bosch combos.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It is interesting to me that they licensed Blizzard right before Mimic Queen, and only then, and not later, not earlier. I mean, that's so interesting to me.
Oh, the sliver!
Ooh.
Never lucky.
Bosch probably that was damage rolls for sure.
And Bosch kill.
That was an incredible early game for Nekota. A 57 Barheim with a save on Dustia 1 that's incredibly fast.
He's making up time for sure. Well, he's making up time assuming he got enough gil, so we'll see shortly if that's the case.
Let's hope he does have enough money.
One other thing about the Dustia farm is Dustia is guaranteed to cast Dark. Dark is a ATB skill, and so what it takes a few seconds to charge. And one thing about Final Fantasy XII is that you can change the ATB speed. And so you can actually slow the enemies down. It slows you down too, but Phoenix Downs are not an ATB skill. So you can actually change the relative time it takes for you to use an item versus the amount of time it takes the enemy to use their ATB skill. And so we put the ATB down to lowest for Dustia 1 because that gives us the maximum time to use the Phoenix Down on ATB active. For Dustia 2, we now have, this is after Gambits are introduced, and so we give ourselves a Phoenix Down Gambit. And so it says enemy nearest Phoenix Down, and so that queues up the Phoenix Down automatically. And just through trial and error, we've discovered that if you set the ATB to the not the second to highest slot, that is the fastest you can make the ATB charge, while also making sure the Phoenix Down lands on Dustia before it can land dark on you. If you're on the second to high, or sorry, if you're on the second to highest, then it can. Third to highest, which is what we do, then it can't. And this is important because our Phoenix Downs are not affected by this, but our own ATB skills are. We want our own ATB to go as fast as possible, specifically if we need to attack ourselves. So anytime you get a heal, you'll have to attack yourself, and if you have a higher ATB setting, you'll attack yourself faster. And so it's a very small optimization, but it's just one of the things we've been thinking about while doing this farming.
One little other quirk about if you get a heal is that when you attack yourself, there's a chance that you can combo, but if you hit the flee button at the right time, it will stop that combo. I believe that was not unconfirmed.
That is true, very true. And not only that the timing of when you want to flee yourself, I think most runners use where the ATB is to get that timing, and where that spot is depends on your ATB speed. So you have to be aware of when you want to start fleeing based on what ATB speed you have. And so I've seen people kill themselves because they forgot that they didn't have the max ATB speed, and so they started fleeing at the wrong time, and so they combo and just killed themselves.
Yep. And there is a backup if you notice it soon enough that you. Hey, there's plenty of money. There's a backup.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's a backup to it using the ATB reset because that cancels all animations, which once again we'll see a lot more later.
Yep. But you might not have
that's kind of your backup.
The muscle reaction speed to get that in time.
Yeah, the combos are pretty fast.
Looks like Tachibana got the one shout here. Well done.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Very small mini game that we'll see that there's also attempt. You basically just have to yell to get the attention of a few specific NPCs, and you want to hit 3 different NPCs in this room, and there's a very, very small zone where if you are standing there you can hit all 3. If you don't, you have to just move and hit them in 2 shouts, and it's a couple seconds, but he's got the mechanical skill to hit that, so it was really nice. Saved a few seconds there.
I think Nekota had 9750, but also all 5 more Phoenix Downs. So.
Yeah, he was very good on killing. He got to keep the elixir, which is always a benefit.
Wow.
It's nice, although it's not as relevant these days. We used to do a different strategy later on in the run that required 3 elixirs in order to recharge MP on a character, but we don't use this strategy anymore. So elixirs are just extra gil. So it's just 777 extra gil that he's just got in his back pocket now.
Or it's one entire full heal, which is also
or
quite useful.
If you're recovering, that can save you. So if you can hang on to that, it's just a little bit of a safety cushion.
Later on in the run, MP also gets kinda important for Vaughn, believe it or not, even though he doesn't really cast anything. But we do need him to be full MP for, being able to summon, but not to actually summon. You will see when we get there. But when Vaughn casts Protect on himself, then he will not have exactly full MP. So then having an elixir or an extra ether to spare is kind of useful. Coming up to Dustia 2 and Nekota.
Looks like Zero's got the 2nd chain level. Yeah, it looks like we got Overcast on Nekota, and Zero and Tachibana both got the Sandstorm, so we got the extra fire damage on all 3. So, Tachibana is going to be proceeding with the story. We're into the next dungeon, the Leviathan. This is actually going to be one of our save points, because this next fight is sort of an in-between fight, but it ends up being very dangerous just because of the strategy we take for it. This next fight has a bunch of smaller enemies that are judges, and it's got 2 bigger enemies. And so we basically don't have a good way of dealing with this many enemies at once. Right now we pretty much just have like fire. Pretty soon we'll be buying arrow, and that's sort of how we want to deal with multiple enemies, and eventually Firaga. But for us right now, we don't have those, and so what we do have is we have Vossler joining the party. And Vossler has an ability called Balance. Balance is really interesting, and I believe this is the first game to have this type of ability, or to have, not this type of ability, but have Balance. And so Balance pretty much does damage based on the amount of HP you've lost. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be damaging Vossler down, and it's an AoE skill, which means it hits every enemy in its casting range once, and it hits them sequentially. So this is what I was talking about earlier, and will be really important, is that AoEs in this game hit one at a time on everything in the range. But for us now, the balance is interesting and a little bit frustrating because it has a 50% chance to miss, and so we are pretty much going to be in this fight hoping Vossler hits balances on all the different enemies. And so we'll have several chances for him to do that, but if they all miss, or if the enemies all focus him down because he's at low HP, it can lead to a game over pretty easily. So that's why this is one of our save points.
Did someone count Zero's books? I thought he had a pretty good Dustia guild, but I could be wrong. But I thought he got a lot of book drops.
I did not count.
Oh, a lot of 2 drops though instead of 3 or 4s. I wasn't counting though.
We will see. We'll see really soon, because I don't think he will skip the Bujarba shop.
Yeah. So Vossler, we know from just the way the game is programmed, he has a Gambit that says when his own HP is critical, he'll use balance, and so we have to put him into critical HP. That, as you can see, is a little dangerous because he just got down to 11 HP just from normal enemies. We haven't even entered the fight, and so things can get hairy really quickly. But looks like he used a potion there, which should be pretty safe. But again, we'll see how the fight goes shortly.
Oh, Tachibana is using front during judges. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that is a difference between Zero's run and Japanese runners.
What does Zero use?
I think he uses both here. I do not remember ever seeing from in judges ever. Period.
It doesn't really matter as long as you have both. As long as you have Vossler and critical, it's pretty much the same execution. And yeah, of course, Bosch has the most HP, so you want to have Bosch for sure.
But it makes absolute sense, because if you have the magic urchin like Woven Shirt with Fran, which then increases her magic damage, meaning
will she be casting spells though? Is the question we're about to find out.
That's the other question, yeah.
So one thing about this fight is the enemies spawn on both sides of you, so we actually run over to the corner or like a small area, and this sort of draws the enemy into a small pack. And we keep fleeing until they're close to us, and then we can start... Oh yeah, so she's just curing here. Okay. And then it's the balance, and we just hope these balances hit. And you can see from the chain basically how many of them have hit. It's hard to tell... Oh, we got a tri-attack, which does 1/3 of your max HP, and it hit Vossler, and that puts him out of damage to do balance. And so we're actually going to have Fran attack him mid-fight to set up the balancing again. So now we're back for balance. Hit. Okay, so it looks like things will be okay here, but... things get scary. Yeah, and then we also used a potion there. So it's really just about maintaining Vossler in this. He's the big
damage.
Should be
okay at this point.
Maintaining Vossler and making sure that everyone is alive.
All right, we got him.
And that's
the last
judges.
balance. Yes, that is. I almost split, but the split is Judge Geese, not Judges.
Yeah. Wrong judge. 3 black screens. Let's go.
Yeah, I think on the PS2 version, it's a little bit of a black screen simulator at times when there's consecutive cutscenes. You can skip them, but they're, it's got to load. I think that there's upwards of 20 minutes of black screen throughout the whole run. And my reason for believing this is that if you compare the in-game time to the real time for the speedrun, it's usually like if you make a save right before the end, your in-game time will be about 20 minutes behind what your real time is. And so I'm pretty sure that that's just the time when you're loading.
Yeah, there's my notes for cutscene skips is a mess of skip, wait, skip, wait, skip, wait.
That's one annoying thing is that you can pause the game during some cutscenes, and so that's why Freddeh is saying wait, because you don't want to press start when you can pause it, and then eventually it'll reach the point where you can't, and then you can mash start, and then once you can mash start, then there's a little bit of a hand pattern that you develop where you can mash start and square, and so you're mashing start to open the skip prompt and square to execute the skip prompt. And so you just try and skip as efficiently as possible with that. We also see here that now we bought actually probably the most important spell in the whole run, and that's Reflect, and that's very central to how we do this speed run. We also bought a few other things there. We bought Don Mubu in Japanese, which is immobilize or don't move, literally, and that's going to be really important. Specifically, there's one boss that we're going to beat with immobilize, but for us, that's just how we have our characters stand still at a few places because these party warps are so important. And I think we also got Arrow here, right? And Dark. Or no, Arrow's later, Dark.
Arrow's later with Preserve, Sleep, and Order.
We did get Dark, and Dark is going to be very important.
Dark. Yeah, we're using Dark for this next fight. Yeah.
Area of effect spells in this game are kind of busted if you know how to use them together with the Reflect spell. And that is our main source of how we deal damage throughout the rest of the run.
I mean, AoE spells are really nice for non-bosses regardless, too. Both for healing and for damage.
Yeah, but the way it works, as I mentioned before, is that for an AoE spell, it casts one copy of the spell on every enemy or ally within range of it. And so you can basically say, cast this on all allies, or cast this on all enemies. And so it casts them one at a time sequentially. And the reason why that's so nice is that if we reflect our party, we can basically cast the spell on our own party, and it'll cast one copy of the offensive spell on each party member. And then Reflect will reflect that copy onto the nearest enemy. And so we basically, if we want to defeat a strong enemy, we put all 3 characters or all 4 characters reflected near the boss, and then the AoE will sequentially reflect off of each ally one at a time onto the enemies. So you can basically turn one copy of an AoE spell into 3 or 4 copies on a single boss. And so that's sort of like a magnification type thing that we're going to use to defeat almost every boss from here on out, and including the next boss, Judge Geese. And so Judge Geese, as we've just gotten Dark, is also weak to Dark, luckily. Or is he weak to Dark, or am I making that up? No, he's not weak to Dark.
No, it just doesn't. He just doesn't have that much HP.
Right. Yeah. And so what we're going to be able to do is pretty much set up our party with 3 reflects, and then we can just cast Dark on ourselves a few times. And then so most of our leveling in the license board, where Tachibana is now, we haven't actually talked about licenses yet, but it's pretty much a mechanic in this game to get abilities and the ability to equip equipment. All of our licensing is going to be towards survival and also just magic power and magic abilities. And so right now we're basically setting up Penelo and Ash to be able to cast spells. Actually, Penelo's going to be the only one casting Dark. We never teach Dark to Ash because you only actually need to be casting Dark for this and the next boss, and that's pretty much it. But we do actually need this. And then one other thing that we're getting here on Penelo specifically is a pretty unique skill in this game called Spellbreaker, which says when you're in critical HP, you do double spell damage. 34 books, 5 staves for 0. So he also got pretty good.
Wow, 21,000 gil. That's a lot. Yeah. That's very good.
Just to finish my thought from before, though.
Old runs where that's not even that much. Go ahead.
Right. So we're setting up Spellbreaker on Penelo, so that's double damage. We're gonna have 3 characters reflected, so that's 3 times damage. So every Dark will essentially be worth 6 Darks worth of damage, and so you'll see that this kills this boss very, very quickly.
Yep,
also, Nekota's on the highest
level.
levels.
We use this strat for a lot of fights. Most of them, you might say.
We basically go from here to Arrow, and then eventually Firaga, and I think also Blizzara. Oh no, we don't do Blizzara anymore, but pretty much those, and then Blizzaga.
We do use... No, we don't use Blizzaga, we use Blizzara on enemies like Tyrant.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Tyrant specific.
We do
Tyrant
get that.
specifically.
Yeah.
No Thundara,
Mostly
although that
Tyrant,
was used in the past, and then Bio is also the last one for enemies that are immune to the others.
Yes.
Yeah, and once we get to Arrow and beyond, we'll be using staves to boost that damage even further, so it's more like, 7.5? Because I think it's 50% more damage.
The reason we're spending so much time talking about this now, though, is because it makes these boss fights go very, very quickly. So while we were running in this corridor, we set up the reflects. The whole party is reflected now, and so on Tachibana's screen, you'll see shortly that we're going to start with a single Dark to wipe out the 3 enemies behind us, and then it's going to be a matter of setting up Penelo to be critical HP. So we actually go into this one not critical, and then set her up to be critical in the fight because these enemies can do damage to us, and we're sort of counting on a little bit of that to hit Penelo. So 2 Darks here to wipe out the enemies. And then we have to attack Penelo so she's critical, set up 2 Darks, and then the fight will end very quickly. There you go.
And that's Judge Geese.
We used to use a different strat on Judge Geese where we would just run straight up to him and ignore the other enemies, but that led to problems of you would do a round of darks without Spellbreaker and get him down to fairly low hit points. And then at low hit points, he uses Arrow himself, which can then bounce off of your Reflex and have him finish himself off, thus denying you the LP for that. And he's worth 20 LP, if I remember right.
22, I think.
Which is
Yeah, it's
I think
22.
22, which is a lot to lose at that
It's
point.
a
in the
ton,
run.
especially this early into the run.
Very detrimental. So he basically uses our own strat against himself. It's very awkward. But this is what I was mentioning before, where other parties can take your stats, and so if you lose the LP there, it's really bad. The route is very, very tightly routed in terms of LP. Like, part of the 39 Dustia is so we can get the LP, each Dustia being worth 3 LP. I just saw a 4 book drop for Dustia, so it looks like the marathon gods have been good to all of our Dustia farming. It's quite nice. Well, except for the Tachibana.
Knocking on wood. Knocking on wood. We still
Tachibana
have
did get
Dustia.
0
Dustia.
at first, but
We're not even halfway through, Roosta. You're speaking too soon, maybe. Just yeah, just
well,
just
Jelly
don't pull the
farming.
commentator's curse. Do not pull the commentator's curse. I already did it once. We don't have to have it again.
The thing about jelly farming is you can
It
just
didn't
keep
even work.
doing jelly farming as long as you need to. So I don't think it's as bad as Dustia farming in terms of the marathon stability.
Yeah, it'll be slower, but like fine. And I agree. I think Nekota has gotten a lot of 4 drops and stuff, so probably.
We also got to see the little shell multiple times.
Yeah. I think he also got pretty lucky on getting a protect when he was fairly low hit points, so any heals would have been easier to knock down, which I don't even know if I saw, but
Yeah, there's a lot going on between the 3 screens, so. But Zero's progressing the story now. He'll be
Is
running
there?
from Begemin. Well, you know, I was watching Geese while this was happening, so, and the whole setup there
that's fair.
too.
Yeah.
It is
It
nice.
was mostly key.
Yeah, the looks like all 3 winners are using the same setup for the Leviathan though. So the Leviathan being the dungeon that Zero is coming up on. I know Zero does the same type of setup, although I think his judge's execution might be slightly different. But we'll
The
see.
strats are similar enough whether you use Balthier or Fran, though, honestly, when you're using mostly for healing.
So one nice thing about the freedom of movement and character control is as long as you can use ATB active and you are not being targeted by enemies, then you can have your other party members do things without losing any time at all. And so just there, Tachibana had Vaughn, who has Protect, just cast Protect on Penella. And so that's just like, we'll save a little bit of damage for the next, you know, however 60 seconds that she's got to Protect. And it's not necessary, but it's totally free, and you can just do it if you have the extra cycles on your characters. However, I mentioned that you need to be not targeted by enemies. There's a specific reason for this, which is that when you're targeted by an enemy and you're not fleeing, he'll take your weapon out, and you'll also run slightly slower. And so you want to be fleeing anytime you're being targeted, because it's a speed run, and we're trying to go fast.
Also, we get rejoin a bit of Vossler here.
Every second matters.
Yep. One difference between this version, these versions, I should say, and the IZGS and TZA is that Vossler is a 4th party member. We have no control over him in this version. In the later versions, they do give you full control, and so actually for this part, we would actually tend to switch to Vossler and run with him because he's got more HP and more defense, so he's better at tanking. But here we do not control him, and so we, yeah. What that also means is that we have to have an awareness of what our extra party members' gambits are and how to deal with them for different boss fights. And so there's even times where we just kill the last member because they would be a problem and would make the fights not go properly.
Or not even kill the last party member or guest member, but just immobilize them so they will not get close to any bosses to mess up with strategies that we've come up with.
Yeah, he's speaking of one specific boss where, like, we want to keep the boss asleep, and our last party member, we can do nothing to stop them from just attacking, and attacking wakes up sleeping enemies, and so it's a bit of a problem, and that's literally one of the reasons why we bought Immobilize. It's just like, keep this person standing still, but we need them alive because we can cast Reflect on them, and there'll be an extra copy of a spell for every round of AoE spells for extra damage.
Yeah, and also also on a big turtle. You need to have one guest stay away.
We also see here that Tachibana has gotten really unlucky with the enemies. He's gotten multiple darks already, and so we're really low on HP. It's just a small thing, but we want to not do that.
Not but on a safe crystal at least, so worst case you can hit that.
We were talking about it earlier. Is if we had the audio on the Japanese version, then we wouldn't be able to hear the famous voice line that we already got one in rendition of from Harvey. But the I'm Captain Bosch von Rotzenstein. We had the audio on Tonberry, so we did get to hear that in the English version. That does not play in the Japanese version. However, we do hear it when you actually have to trigger the cutscene. So this is the shout mechanic that I was mentioning earlier. We'll see Zero is trying to go for the 2 shout.
Shout out to Bosch von Rosenberg of Damascus.
Damascus?
I think it's a bit of a meme.
Old reference, don't worry about it.
We see also Tachibana did some healing and also casted Reflect on Penelo. This is actually something that I remember thinking about. I don't know the last time I've actually seen it, but it's totally meaningless unless these enemies decide to cast a spell that can be reflected. And so I'll also mention the way Reflect works is Reflect always goes from allies to enemies and vice versa. So something can't reflect from Penelo, say, onto Vaughn. And so there's basically a classification, and it always reflects between the classes. So Zero is trying to set it up.
And he got it.
He did get it, yeah. I can't tell
Nice.
The percentage though.
Okay, yeah.
And it worked for the percentage, okay, yeah. The percentage is what keeps me on edge for some time.
Yeah, so you're pretty much going for that positioning to hit all 3 other people, but the percentage is constantly going down, so if you wait too long, you'll get it 99% instead of 100. So you'll have the 3-shot or the 2-shot position, but you won't get the time save, and it's just very frustrating.
Don't listen to Ondor's lies is all I have to say.
We're also coming up to another very, very strange change that they made between the 2 versions. There's a few specific points throughout the game where the game basically gives you not a forced save, but it gives you a little cutscene where it says, hey, do you want to save? And we don't really know why they did this, but in the Japanese version, if you say no, it won't give you a full heal. If you say yes, it will give you a full heal, like you touch the save crystal. And the North American version, you get the full heal either way. And so this was like a consideration in routing, and so when I started picking up the Japanese version, they were actually using this to set up that you could set up before hitting this position, and you'd be able to go into the next fight sooner. But eventually, I found a setup that would allow you to set up for this next boss through the save crystal or through the full heal that was actually faster, and so it makes this whole area faster because you don't have to set up, but then you set up on the next screen all in one go. So we're about to see Tachibana execute this setup, but it's one of the things you have to think about is just like, I'm going to get a full heal and I'm going to be using Spellbreaker, which means I need to have my spellcasters in low HP. Typically, you set them up by casting spells on them, so if they're reflected, you can't do this. So your setups are going to typically be like, how do I set up casting the spell, hitting the right characters, reflecting the other characters, reflecting them after they get hit, make sure they're in critical, and so on. And so this is just like something you have to manage very, very quickly. So, for example, here we see that we cast Reflect on Vaughn. This is actually going to be for this next boss, and we cast it early here because we want it to wear off before the boss after. So we want it to be right in this window, and also we're going to cast a spell on ourselves to put Ash and Penelo at low HP, and we want Vaughn and Vossler to not be hit by it. And so we're casting Reflect now on Vossler later because we want him to be reflected for the next 2 bosses, but not the 3rd boss. And so it's all very, very subtle. Actually, I think this Reflect might last for all 3 of the next fights. So yeah, next 3 bosses, but Vaughn's will wear off, which is what we want.
No, for Vossler, it just barely does not last, or well, it does not last long enough for Demon Wall 2, but you can reapply it right at the start for Demon Wall 2 because you have such a long path where you have to walk up to Demon Wall 2. That's where the Reflect runs out. So what you do is you turn on the Gambits for Demon Wall 2, but at the same time you do cast Reflect on Vossler during that. And while that happens, you flee towards Demon Wall 2 so Vaughn does not take his weapon out because of the girls using arrow on themselves.
So here we see he's going to cast a Dark on the party, Vaughn and Vossler are reflective, so they're not going to take damage. So the girls are going to take the damage here. And Penelo is critical, which is what we want. And then Ash is also critical, although she's not going to be casting any spells here. And we actually lead with Penelo for this part, even though this enemy attacks the nearest, because we can set it up now. Vossler spawns on the right, run to the left. Now Vossler's closest, and we can reflect Dark on ourselves. And so just 2 copies of Dark, same thing as Judge Geese, and there you go. Really wipes them out very quickly. This boss is weak to Dark. I'm not lying this time.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
Yeah. And so that, these Darks completely destroy it. And that's the last time we're going to be casting Dark, I believe. At least for on ourselves for the bosses.
I think you do
I think.
it on like a couple of bosses just to make sure that there will not be damage rolls, or just to like do some extra damage, since it doesn't lose time. But as a main damage source, no, this was the last main damage source or main damage spell for a boss.
Which means that Penelo just cast Dark a total of, I think, 4 or 5 times, and that's pretty much it. And this is like the strategy that Freddeh mentioned for Judge Geese. We originally did have Ash also casting Dark there, and so there was 9 copies instead of 6. But the current version, it's probably a little bit slower of a fight, but the big thing is that you don't have to get Dark on Ash, and that saves a huge amount of LP on her and really loosens your routing considerations in terms of the number of Dustia you have to kill. I mean, Freddeh mentioned that old routes got more gil from Dustia, and so that extra gil was from extra Dustia, which got more LP, and so for us, we can skip all that now with the new setup.
I think the fight's actually really almost the same time, because instead of running up to Geese, he runs to you. And
But you need the extra round to kill the soldiers in this fight.
Well, yeah, but you just spend that time fleeing to Geese anyway, so you're not really losing that much time there. If anything, if it's a slower critical, getting into penalty critical, that's the main place where you could lose some time, but we do it on the way, so it's not too bad.
Fair. But we have the guaranteed kill instead of the no suicide route here this time, so that's good. So now we're actually going to be setting up gambits that will last for the whole rest of the run here. So the first slot here that Tachibana is setting up is the self-reflect, and the second one will be the self-AoE spell, and we'll be using those throughout. But first, let's check out Zero's judges. So Vossler's low, and so we just want to keep Vossler alive, but in red HP. So we can see Balance is actually successfully hit both judges and multiple enemies, so it looks like we're already off to a good start here, although we just lost. Balthier, we do not have to keep him alive.
Vaughn can
Lost.
and there's
Vossler.
Yeah, but it's only one more judge, so that makes it pretty neat, not so bad.
And Bosch is consistently doing damage here, so okay, yeah.
Perfect.
That was actually, I think, faster than Tachibana, although it looked worse.
Yeah.
Tachibana just got a lot of misses.
Bosch is kind of low HP, so running back might be a bit scary. So hopefully he's able to heal Bosch on the way back with either potions or similar.
Fun note about this congratulations screen is that this is the only one that you, or almost the only one in this run that you can't skip.
Yes.
For some reason.
There's a lot of, this is the only time for some reason, or the only thing for some reason. There's a bunch of that in this game.
Yeah, there is a lot of that in this game. There's a lot of just weird quirks to enemy spawning and rare game spawning and cutscene skips. Like some cutscene skips have music before them and some don't. Yeah, it's all over the place. But it's fun and we love it.
Absolutely. Actually, on Nekota's screen, we currently see one of the weird things. That short little cutscene with extra text is something that's only in the Japanese version, and they took it out in the English version. It's just a skippable cutscene. I don't know why, but it is what it is. So Tachibana took care of the 2 demon walls. I think we'll spend more time talking about them when the other runners get there, but that's something that's changed a little bit in the past. We used to not kill the first demon wall, and that gives us a lot of LP, but more importantly, it gives us some loot we can pick up from the clan hall that will make the whole rest of the route work better. Specifically, it gives us teleport stones, and it gives us the ability to get a warp mote, which will be critical for a few boss fights later.
Yeah,
Yeah, the warp mode is
this is the first time. This is the first time we're also seeing that Characters, when you put statuses on them, then put them away, as in like take them out of your party, they will keep the time on those statuses and they will not tick down. So we use this quite a bit during the run to, while we're running through a big area like this, we'll set up reflects and damage downs before, since we have time before we're actually running into enemies and would lose time to battle animations. We do that and then just set up and we can bring them right out when we're ready for them to come out for the fight. And even place them where we want to because they get placed next to you, which we'll see more later. But
And it keeps them safe, you know, because if they're low HP, they've died of one hit for most enemies.
yes. I think Tachibana, do we only use one Cypress pole now for later on?
I believe so, yeah. So
Yes. I still don't
That's a
do
lot
this,
cheaper.
but I should probably learn this. You only use one Cypress Bowl. It saves a bunch of money. Because the entire Tiamat fight is different. I can't go into it now because most of them are just running to their next destination.
yeah, we can talk about it when we get closer to Tiamat.
We'll wait till we get closer, yeah.
But the Cypress pole is the weapon that you see on Bosch, so that's what we're thinking about. But for now, Zero will be coming up on Geese shortly, but before that, we're going to see Nekota doing the shout minigame. So this is the first shout. We always do this one. The question is whether the second one is hits all three. So we've had two out of three runners so far get the two shout. Let's see if Nekota can also do it.
Doesn't even go for it.
Yeah, he went fast, so he skipped a few seconds of setup, and then he just did not even try and get it, and so he's just doing the three shout raw. So okay.
Yeah. At a certain point, it's not worth spending the time trying to line up the one. Right. You're spending as much time doing that as it takes to just do the second one.
I think it makes sense to do it this way for a marathon because you're like, if you get it, you get lucky, then you save time. But if you miss it, then you lose time. And he's just going for the fast average speed here. So did not get lucky, but did not need to, and went fast. So I think it's a nice marathon.
Yeah, I would always go for it and not spend the extra time setting it up.
You just try, and if you miss. The problem with doing that though is sometimes you'll miss in a way that you hit like the wrong two.
Yeah.
And then you can't get it in three shouts either, and it's like, oh my gosh, now I'm just like throwing. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, if you hit that, the spot where Nekota went specifically is pretty safe.
Yeah. That's the not even going for it, but guaranteeing the three shout.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
I personally like that approach, even though you're not going to get the swaggy two shout that the other two runners did.
I agree.
So Zero is now doing his setup. These two in this version of the game are these versions. The license board is split up into two parts, and the top part is basically abilities, and the bottom part is equipment. And so we're doing our setup here. We pretty much are going to go down the same line of staves for the Ash and Pinello. They're going to be our big spellcasters throughout the run. And for Bosch, who's just going to be not very important for the rest of the run, except for the Tiamat boss who's coming up a little later. She gets the Cypress Pole license, but other than that, most of her licensing is going to be on Vaughn, Ash, and Pinello, as that's our main party. So now Zero is setting up. Pinello darked herself to put herself low, and then we're going to basically use these three to set up Reflect, and then we'll see the same Geese fight that we saw earlier.
Also, Tachibana coming up on the very first Esper that is done in the run. Also very similar to boss fights, but Espers are this game's versions of summons. And what Tachibana will do here, he will reflect Wasser, so when Vaughn will then follow the other party members, he will then be right at the bottom of the staircase, so he can then switch over back to Vaughn. He's then able to reflect Vaughn, and then once everyone is reflected, he will go into the Belias room where you fight Belias. And now begs the question if he does the quote-unquote new Belias strat or the old Belias strat. The new Belias strat meaning he does it without an ATB reset. And yeah. And this is the instance where he uses Dark on himself.
Okay, yeah. This boss likes to, this boss takes 3 rounds, and so he's doing the ATB reset. He takes 3 rounds of spells, and the time it takes to cast 3 rounds without any extra manipulation is longer than the time it takes for him to set up his big attack, and so you'll actually get hit by his big Fire Raja attack but by ATB resetting, and we haven't actually talked about ATB resetting, but basically what happens is if you watch the ATB for an ability, once the animation hits, there's still some time where the move is in the queue and nothing's happening, and it's just lost time. And so what happens is anytime you change someone's equipment, and you're seeing us changing the equipment a lot during fights, it basically just cancels whatever move they're doing. So the time after an ability hits and before it resets, you can save that. And in some of these fights, they're so tight that makes a huge difference. And this is the first one where by swapping the girl's equipment, it gives us the ATB start charging sooner, and then that can let us kill the boss before it can use its big attack. And coming up right after Belias is our next split, will be Vossler. This is another quick fight. Although it's a very stressful fight, Vossler spawns with a few soldiers. We can take care of those soldiers in one round, and this is actually part of why we bought that light woven shirt so long ago in the Garam Scythe, or Barheim. That gives us the ability to hit the soldier's damage roll here and kill them with one arrow on each from Ashe. So she's wearing that equipment now. But after that, Vossler is just we're going to be casting Reflect on ourselves, the same as before with arrows and then a dark from Vaughn. But he, in the story, he's trying to help you guys. And so they actually set the boss up to make him only attack Ashe, because his contention is with Ashe. Like, he wants to do something to help you, and we disagree with how he wants to help us. And so in the story, he's arguing with Ashe, and so he attacks Ashe in the fight, and that means that he can very easily combo and kill Ashe. And so we'll see how this goes. We get a full heal, which is nice, but then we must first cross the try and kill him really quickly before he kills us.
Before we reach the tomb, an expanse of desert larger still than all of Delmasca. We must pace ourselves.
And at the same time, we'll have the judges and Nekota screen, so a lot of action at the same time now, after some story doldrum.
You are at that.
Looks like we've already had 2 balances hit the judges.
This is looking pretty good.
Right when you said it, Vossler dies.
Why do I say things? Yeah.
Vossler died, but that's not the split. Vossler dying on the other one is the split.
Yeah. Wrong Vossler.
Yeah, wrong Vossler. Oh, it looks like we missed an arrow here, so this could be a little hairy. So the enemy died. The enemy did not die, which means our reflected things are going to be hitting him, which can reduce the amount of damage Vossler takes. So here, 56 HP. Also, Vaughn is slowed.
That's fine. We got.
Never mind. It's fine. I lied. Yep. So Ashe did die there. So he lost LP on Ashe. I don't think this is the end of the world. It might just mean a little bit more jelly farming, which can be okay. If we farm extra jellies for LP, then we'll also get extra gil, which will alleviate concerns for the rest of the run. But that is scary. I believe Vossler's 30 LP, so that would be like 50. That'd be like a full round of jellies, essentially.
Yeah. Was it 30? I thought it was less. Yeah.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Harvey might have a better idea, or we're all washed up and don't know. I just remember it's
definitely not ideal.
It could be a run killer if you're already behind.
Yeah. I definitely remember runs where both Geese killed himself, and then Ashe died, or someone, usually Ashe, because like I said, he likes to attack Ashe.
43 books.
Just like down a lot. 43.
Oh. They all got 27k gil. Goodness, this is great gil luck. Wow, Dustia was so kind today, except for okay, Tachibana sacrificed a little bit of the lead to Dustia 1, had to reset, and then Dustia paid out because all 3 of them got crazy luck. So we used to do, I believe it was 48. That was the when I started running, that was the iteration. I think there was older versions that did even more, but I think 48 was level 21, and now we go to level 20, which is 39. And so back in the day, we needed to get 20k gil to be able to afford Traveler in the coming area, and so that was the threshold. Is if you got less than 20k was a reset. When we cut back, we realized that we could do other things to basically afford Traveler by skipping other stuff, and so that when we went down to 39k gil, or 39 Dustia, it became like 13 or 12k gil was enough, And that's how many Dustia we're killing, and they all got 20k gil. So they got enough gil to continue an old run with the smaller number of Dustia. So this is crazy luck.
Yep.
I wonder if they're going for 1 jelly with the amount of gil they have. Might be a
Nekota
little bit
definitely
too
could.
scary. Might be a little bit too scary gil-wise to go with 1 jelly, but it could most certainly be doable. I think. I think it depends on if they get a red cap and golden amulet chest in Osmon.
Probably, yeah. Also, like, Tachibana definitely couldn't because of the missing Ash LP.
Ooh, whoa. Yeah, that's not very good.
So right now, Tachibana's in the clan hall. We'll see the others visit here. This is one of the newer additions we've had over the past. Well, it was several years ago now, but pretty much we realized that by killing Demon Wall 1, we get really nice spoils here. And specifically, I mentioned the warp moat. We're going to use the warp moat in multiple fights, which is pretty funny because it's just one item, but because of the way ATB resetting works, we don't actually use the warp moat. We just use the effect that it gives us when it starts getting used, and then we reset before it gets used. So that's one thing about ATB resetting, is if you ATB reset something before it gets consumed, it doesn't get consumed at all, and you get to try it again. And so actually in the next big boss fight, we're going to be using the same warp mode over and over again, and never actually consuming it.
This is gonna be a new strat for me. Let's go.
Yep, this Tiamat is very cool. You'll see.
Yeah, I think once we get to Tiamat, we can also go a little bit into detail what effect capacity is.
Yep, exactly. We already saw that briefly with Bushfire, because Bushfire is a max ATB effect capacity, which is something that's become more relevant in the recent versions with TZA, because TZA now has much more effect capacity, but the cutscenes still need every single thing to clear before the cutscene can start. And here we can see Zero gave Protect and a Cure to Penelo. That's different from the Reflect Tachibana did, so every runner has their own preferences here, because it's something you can do only, losing 0 time just with your extra inputs. Do you put the Reflect on to bet on getting hit by Dark, or do you put a Protect on to mitigate the attacks? But actually, it doesn't matter, because it's all going to wear off by the next zone anyway.
Also a Reflect, though, from Zero, so...
Yeah, but he did it in this zone as opposed to the previous zone. So very minor differences that don't actually matter as long as you don't die, but yeah.
Yeah, the main reason why Penelo is reflected here is because we don't want the Urotanienza to cast Sleep on Penelo.
Yes.
It has happened a bunch of times where there was Sleep cast on you. It can miss, but sometimes it lands. And in the worst case scenario, if the enemy does not then also attack you, and it just leaves you, you will have no enemy nearby trying to wake you up, and you just stay there asleep, and you're just, ugh. Now I have to do it myself, and that's even more slow.
You may not be surprised to hear that when you get slept in Final Fantasy XII, the character stops moving and you lose all control of them. So yes, very annoying, although one melee attack will wake you up from either an ally or an enemy. Of course, in this area, if you do get slept, you can just swap party members, but it's still time loss.
Got a Judge Geese from Nekota here.
While Zero is doing the Reflect setup on Vaughn, we can start talking about Demon Wall, but we'll watch Judge Geese first.
Yeah.
Walking forward. Oh, Penelo's not a crit. Penelo's not a crit. That might be bad.
Yeah, I think. Let's see.
Let's hope it's not.
That was Vaughn Dark, I think. So I think we're okay.
I hope.
Was it?
I hope.
Yeah,
I'm
Arrow
not entirely sure.
Arrow was doing like 180, and that was a 300 kill. So I'm pretty sure that was Vaughn that killed him. So no suicide there, but it's one of those things. The damage starts rolling in, and it's just like one. Like I said, the AOE hits sequentially, and so you don't know what is actually doing the damage unless you can count or look at the damage rolls. So yeah, that was. I think we're okay.
I couldn't remember if Dark or Arrow had the higher damage, so I know it was a higher damage hit.
There's 3 different because Penelo has this extra Mystic armor on, and so she was doing, I think, 400, right. Vaughn 300, and then he was doing 180 to himself, so, yeah. Okay. That's not the end of the world, even if he does kill himself. Like I said, we have ways to mitigate that, or there's also some of these enemies in this next zone we can just hit and make up whatever we need to, just to be able to afford what we need for Belias. But I think, or it's actually fine for him to die there.
I saw him check LP. I don't know what you're supposed to have at this point anymore, so it looked like it was more than usual though.
Yeah.
Because you get what 18 from judges, roughly? No. More.
I think the judges are 11 each, and I don't know.
And the
judges,
small ones are 1
the judges
or 2.
are 7 each.
7 each. I knew it was a prime number, so
Okay.
weird.
It's 11
I
each.
think I think you're thinking about TCA numbers, which is 12 each.
Yeah.
In trials.
Yeah.
Man,
Trials,
there's so many different things, so many different versions.
So many
back.
numbers.
All right, but now we didn't get to talk about this earlier, so Zero just bought the heavy coat, soldier's cap, and a cypress pole. This is all part of our setup for Tiamat, the next big boss. And Tiamat's a really funny one because Tiamat is weirdly high HP for where he is in the run, and he's not weak to anything. Like, our only spells right now are Arrow and Dark, which he absorbs and halves, and so it's really hard for us to kill him right now. And so we're actually just to use a cypress pole, which is a physical weapon that does earth damage, and so we can hit his weakness. And it's just like one of the few bosses we're just going to beat up. There's one other one later in the game that we'll just beat up, but we can talk about that towards the end of the run. But for now, Zero is coming up on the Demon Walls. Go ahead, Freddeh.
I was gonna say one weird quirk about Earth, but let's talk about the Demon Walls since we're here.
Yeah, so these 2 Demon Walls, the first one is optional, and I think you're supposed to run away. This one has almost twice as much HP, like 20,000, and you're supposed to just run away, and we did that for a long time, but recently, working with Hoishin and some Japanese runners, and also just ourselves, we realized that it's not super hard to kill this boss along the way, and it only takes a few extra seconds. And so we'll see what we're going to essentially do here is the question for this boss is how do you stop the girls from getting hit? So the girls are at critical HP. We don't have any way of making him not attack them. And so the way we figured out is that if we have Vaughn become the main target, he can basically run out of range. It's a wall, and it's just moving forward slowly. And if Vaughn is out of range, he'll just continue trying to attack Vaughn and not attack the people standing next to him. And so if Vaughn is being targeted, as he is, the girls can stand still and reflect arrows onto him off of themselves and Fossler. So, that amount of damage you just saw, that was 2 arrows from 3 party members, so that's 6 casts. And you can hit them, you can see them hit sequentially, like boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. And then so now that's done. The Vaughn's Reflect wore off. That one was started way before Garuda, and then Vossler's was just cast before we saved. And so Vaughn's wore off, and we've already reflected it. And then in this next area, we're going to reflect Vossler, and that will be the reflects for this next part. This next one has half the HP, so we saw that it took 3 rounds of 6, so that was what, like 24 total. This guy has less than half the HP, and we can reflect off of 4 people instead of 3, and so we can just kill him with 1 round. Pretty straightforward.
Vossler's Reflect wearing off.
And then here it'll be 8 total casts.
Demon Ball getting a
5,
4
6, 7, 8.
Quite rude.
Okay, Demon Ball did get a 4-hit combo off on Vaughn, which he does, Zero does have to heal Vaughn later on, because if Belias wants to, he could absolutely decimate Vaughn with that little HP. So it is hopeful, we hope that Vaughn gets healed afterwards, because otherwise it might get a tiny bit tight with his HP.
Yeah, these things don't hit for a ton right now, but they do hit for enough.
Especially considering how Vaughn still has beginner equipment at the moment.
Yep. Tachibana gave us our taste of chocobos. A lot of skill expression as game comes from how you can actually navigate chocobos in especially the first couple areas while not losing time while sprinting, basically. Because you actually lose a little bit of sprint time zoning, so we have specific zones where we want to actually use the sprint. So as to not waste time while still, yeah.
Yep, exactly what you said. And the way you can measure how good the run was is when you get to very end, you can measure exactly what your clock is at, and then say like, okay, so here's how long it took me to get here, and the clock will be lower if you started running at the wrong times. There's also a bit of a funny quirk here where if you enter this next cutscene on the Chocobo, the cutscene takes longer to load. It almost seems like it like takes you off the Chocobo, starts the cutscene, and then puts you back on the Chocobo. So if you actually get off the Chocobo just before the cutscene, so you see he gets off the Chocobo, that was like pretty far from the zone line. That's because he's about to enter the cutscene, and it makes that cutscene go a little bit faster. And that's what we just saw. So just like little stuff like that you learn over years of doing this run.
Yeah, I'll note it when Zero does it, but there's also the little thing where instead of taking the singular Chocobo all the way from Jahara to here, you can burn all of your turbo to the Hen Mines entrance, and then pop off your Chocobo, get on the free Chocobo that's there to reset your turbo meter, and then just spam that the rest of the way. So
there's also historically the golden amulet chest that's been there that you can check, but I don't think they're checking for that anymore because it's too unlikely.
Yeah.
That depends.
Yeah, I guess the kill situation could affect that.
Yeah.
Not hard to look for, I think. So
I'm happy to see so far we're about 2 hours in, and our runners are really neck and neck. We lost a little bit of time on Dustia Farm 1 for Mog, but FF12 is notorious for its RNG, and just like we've got 3 great runners, and so hoping we can keep going like we are. But you know, this is FF12. Stuff can happen. All 3 runners are prepared for it. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing ever happens in FF12.
It will be fine. It will be fine. Everything is gonna be Daijobu. Roosta, I have a question for you.
What's up?
How old is Fran again?
Nice one, Harvey. We're quoting a little cutscene coming up that we are unfortunately going to be skipped, but it's a legendary moment where Vaughn shows his complete lack of tact.
Actually, right in the mouth.
Right. One nice thing about this setup that we're about to see Nekota do is that originally the Japanese runners did not take this full heal, and so that meant that they couldn't save here, but now because this is actually a very dangerous zone, we can actually get the save and do the fast setup, so that's one quite nice thing. And so the reflect should be coming up soon Ash will reflect Vaughn, I believe, because we want to use the member who's not in the lead to cast the spell, and we want to have Vaughn reflected.
Vaughn is doing it on himself.
Oh, he does himself. Okay, yeah, that works. Actually, I don't think Ash has reflect yet, does she?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't.
No.
She will get it later.
Gets that after Jellies.
Yeah, she will get it later after Jellies, where she also gets decoy.
This is one of the things that we skipped on Ash because you get reflect right now going through dark, and we want to skip dark on Ash, so we just completely skip getting that, and so it's Vaughn and Penelo who have to manage all the reflecting right now. And now Vaughn can also reflect Vossler. He also fell behind when he cast that reflect on himself, but one little mechanic is that when your party members are not the leaders, they actually run faster and can catch up with you. And so people can fall behind, and then they can catch up, and then they can cast other spells and not lose any time on the party leader.
Zero about to fight Belias. Just some final preparations. Hopefully healing Vaughn with Ash, and he does. Very good, very good.
So this area is a high mist zone, which just means there's a lot of magic in the air, and so as you run, you can see the MP is recharging faster. I believe triple the rate, and so you have a little bit of extra margin of MP to work with here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we mentioned that but you do get MP back in this game just from running around. Most importantly, early on during Mimic Queen, we run a lot of little circles just to try to eke out that extra cast before running out of mana. But in certain other spots, like especially here, getting that mana is important.
Oh, Zero forgot the Gambit on Vanilla. It should be okay. So one other thing that he's doing here is he's having Vaughn reflect Immobilize on himself. This is a mechanic in the game that's called Enmity or Hate, and it's pretty much when you cast certain abilities, it causes certain enemies to aggro you more or less, and so we just want Vaughn to be the target of the attacks right now, and so we give him this this little move that makes him the target and it protects the girls. It's not 100% consistent at all times. So here we can use it, but later on we need more reliable ways of causing aggro. Whew, the last dark
Dark.
killed.
That dark just clutched.
It's
Oh
fine.
my god. That
So you
dark
might-
just came in clutch.
You might have noticed that everything else was slowing down. That's because Blythe had his big attack queued, and if that dark did not kill, then we would have gotten to watch a cutscene and instant recovery, but we got him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
It's
very
fine.
close.
like
So-
I said, like Freddeh said, nothing happens. We're okay.
Nothing ever
Everything's gonna be Daijobu. No, but what also happens in that Esper fight, which is a notorious problem, which has caused, I think, several runs to die, is that Vossler during this fight can just walk around, and sometimes Vossler walks out of the AoE range that Arrow has, and Vossler walked out of the AoE range for Arrow, meaning 2 Arrow casts, which should have connected on Vossler, did not connect, so Zero was missing those 2 Arrow casts from
Yeah.
Vossler, and almost under damage. But thankfully, the dark damage did push him over.
Specifically in
This
this
is
fight,
pretty
in the game, the way we have it set up is the girls both have self arrow or self magic gambits, and so they're casting on themselves. And the AOE range for all of our spells is 6 meters, and so if anyone's away more than 6 meters away, then they'll not be within range, and that's what happened there.
Yep. Vossler is a jerk. Good thing we're taking care of him.
Tachibana is entering the hen mines. We can talk a little bit more about this. It's a little bit of just running straight through the enemies for now. We did see him actually kill a few bats here. Just a little bit of extra LP you can get. Nekota looks like clean Demon Wall 1. But since we're coming off Vossler, I wanted to see how that goes, especially because we had a incident already on Tachibana's stream, and that'll be a split for us on Team Tonberry.
Yep. Yeah, the gimmick of hen mines is the gates that you can open and close. So you have to do a bit of a loop near the end here, but it's pretty straightforward otherwise. Anyway, Vossler, part 2.
Yeah, so Tachibana had one of the guards stay alive on Vossler. I think that's because if you input the arrow too quickly, you'll have the 6 meter area not have them hit, but we see here Ash hits 1, 2, and 3. They can also block. That might have been what happened actually, now that I think about it. Looks like a cleaner start, and then the thing to really worry about here is that Vossler can combo. And he's not comboing.
Ash
So,
die.
yeah, as that happened to Tachibana. Oh,
Look
perfect.
And that's
Yep.
Vossler.
Before even in rage.
That's how Vossler's supposed to go. I don't think it was a block, actually. I think it just missed. Usually you target a specific swordsman, but sometimes
Yeah.
they just don't run up fast enough.
I did not
Oh,
Might
see,
have casted a
but
spell or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tachibana did the Traveler setup skip, where he's just hoping that he goes for the 990 steps.
he probably has it set up. Yeah, we haven't talked about Traveler at all yet. Now could be a good time if you want to try and do that, Harvey.
Oh yeah, I guess we actually did do Traveler now.
So yeah, Traveler is a technique that was bought right after the Vossler fight, which you will see that Zero will be picking up coming right afterwards. The technique, Traveler, it looks at your step number, and it works in such a way that it looks at your last 3 digits, and whenever you are very high with your step number, so let's say you're at around 990 with your last 3 digits, then the Traveler step number will take that step number and multiplies it by times 10, and it will deal 9,900 damage with Traveler. However, this multiplier isn't always times 10. I think for the first 200 steps, it's...
I think it's the first 100 is 1.
Yeah, for the first 100 steps, it's times 1. Between 100 and... what was it, 200? It's times
500,
2.
I think.
500, yeah. And then it's times 2, I think.
Yep.
And then between 500 and or what was it, 989,
Yep.
89, it is times 3, and after that it's times 10. I might be wrong on some of the multipliers,
I think you got it.
but yeah, the multipliers
I thought
that we
it came a lot later than
we
that.
are most interested in are the times 10 multipliers, and the times 10 multiplier is only a 10-step window which we can use. So let's say between the number 990 and 999, we can actually use that, or a 9-step window even. Because on the 10th step, the 000 step, then we would reset the Traveler and we would be doing 0 damage again. So we have to be extremely careful on when we cast Traveler, because we really want to deal the 9,900 damage.
Yeah, I believe there's a step somewhere in the 700 range, like at 700, I should say. Because there's or at least there was a strat at one point where you only needed to get to like at least 700, so that you would get 2,000-ish damage.
I think that might be the damage roll for like if you want to use Traveler on the judges. Because I know, because you have the ability to use Traveler on Vossler in IZJS, and I remember you had to be above like 700 something in order to get the 3 times 700 to kill judges with the Traveler. That could be what it is.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I think it does like at 700 it's 3 times, and then at 900 it's 5 times or something like that. Yeah.
Well, regardless, for us, it basically says if you can get it in the 10-step range, do 10,000 damage. The rest of it doesn't really matter for our purposes.
For our purposes, the 10-step range is what we want. Yep.
And that's important for us because the coming boss on Tachibana is going to be Tiamat. And Tiamat, like I said, has very high HP for this point in the game, and we cannot use any of our magic that we've been using to this point on him. And so what we're going to do is we're pretty much going to beat him up with a stick. The stick being the Cypress Pole does earth damage, and he's got about 50,000 HP. And, you know, the Demon Wall, for example, had 10,000, and the hard Demon Wall had 20,000. So he's got way more even than that. I think Belias had something like 18,000, and so this is a huge amount of HP to get through. And on top of that, he's got another mechanic, which is that when he's below 10% HP, he will, or sorry, when he's below 20% HP?
20%.
20% HP, he starts taking 1/3 damage. And so that, it takes a long time to kill him, even with our nice double damage stick. And that threshold for 1/3 damage is for physical, not technique damage, and it's at 10,000. So basically, once we get him into that range, we can just hit him with 1 Traveler and finish him off. But for the first part of this fight, we're going to be beating him up with a stick. And specifically, we have Bosch with the Cypress Pole, and we also have him in critical HP. So he's going to be doing double damage here because of the Adrenaline ability. So he's going to be doing double damage with a stick that does double damage and at critical HP, and we have very few ways of preventing him from taking damage here. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to manipulate his AI as much as possible by leading with Vaughn, having Vaughn take the damage, and he's got some abilities at 80, 60, 40, and 20% HP that are guaranteed to hit the nearest ally, which for us is going to be Vaughn usually. And what we can do is we can see Vaughn is using a warp mode, and so let's see what that looks like. So High Potion right now attacks Vaughn, and then we can use the warp mode again. And while the warp mode is in the queue, Tiamat will not be able to use any of his abilities. Like right now, he can't do anything, and then we reset to keep the warp mode, and then we heal again, and then we use the warp mode again. So you can see he gets stuck trying to cast Arrow, and then eventually Breath, and that's while Bosch is wailing on him. And then we're also setting up steps at the same time. We're at 988 step count, and so 3 more steps, Traveler, dead. Very, very well executed there.
That was a very good Tiamat fight, especially because Bosch did an 11-hit combo. That is really good.
Yeah, very lucky and very nice.
Very nice.
So the reason why this even works in the first place is something called the effect capacity. And in Final Fantasy XII, in the original PS2 and IZJS versions, that effect capacity, that's not something you actually see, you only know when it happens. So if you played the original version, and let's say you used an X potion with all 3 characters at the same time, you were not able to use them at the same time. Only 2 characters were, and the third one had to wait. That is what we call the effect capacity. Because every single item, spell, they have a certain effect value, meaning how many effects does it use being cast while you're in gameplay. For the X potion, it is an effect value of 4, meaning the effect capacity is filled by 4 effect values. So in the PS2 version, you have an effect capacity of 8, and in the Zodiac Age, that was tripled, you have an effect capacity of 24. So what that means is, in the Zodiac Age, you can use multiple X potions at the same time, where in PS2, you're locked to your 2 X potions because they both use 4. 2 times 4 equals 8, meaning the entire effect capacity is filled. Where this is also going to be very important with the effect capacity is going to be later on during boss battles where we use the Belize freeze mechanic. Because when you use an Esper and or a quickening or FMVs from the enemy, it waits until the entire effect capacity is cleared until that FMV move can be used.
Yep, and specifically for that last Tiamat fight, the warp mode that we got from the clan hall is 8. And so anytime in this game we want to completely clog the queue, we can just start casting the warp mode. And while the warp mode animation is playing, until it hits, we'll clog the queue. But we actually, in the entire run, will not let it hit at all because we just want to be able to have that in our back pocket at all times. And I didn't get to mention it because so much was happening so fast, but one little difference that's very frustrating between the Japanese version and the North American version is the warp mode animation is faster in the North American version. And so you actually might have noticed, and I'll be able to point it out when Nekota gets there, but when you're using the warp mode on Tiamat like disappears for a fraction of a second, and that little disappear happens just before the warp mode hits, so you can actually, you have this visual cue for he disappeared, okay, I can refresh now and keep the warp mode, whereas in English, or in the North American version, that you don't have that. You have to just time it by your gut, and it's a shorter time too, so that's something that Zero will have to deal with, and the other two do not have to deal with.
You have to go by audio cue, kind of, because you can hear when the warp does the quote-unquote implosion sound in sort of way, and that's when you have to reset, because like a couple half seconds later, that's when the effect actually goes off and the item is actually consumed.
We're starting the jelly farm, but this is going to be going on for a little bit, and we had some bad luck in the mines, but for now I'm going to be focusing on Nekota to see how his Judge Bossler goes. So Slow just went down, he's trying to kite to keep Ash safe. Oh, he already changed targets, so it should be a pretty safe fight. It's not as bad if Pinello gets hit. And then very clean.
Very good Vossler on Nekota. Very good Vossler.
Alright, so jelly farming is going to be happening on Tachibana's screen for quite a bit now. This is the longest stretch of the game, where we're just doing the same thing. Pretty much all the chain mechanics we discussed earlier are going to be relevant here, except now we do think it's worth not picking up the drops to get that forced high chain level because we're farming so many. But what happens is in this room, you can just press this button and it spawns, 10 to 20 jellies, and these jellies are worth quite a bit of experience, LP, and gil. And so we're pretty much farming them until we're set on all three of those things, and all three of those are going to be relevant for our speedrunning. The least important one is probably experience, because levels give you a little bit of HP, not very relevant. It gives you like pretty much one magic every other level on Ash and Pinello, and so the place we end up will have good magic values to get through the bosses, but even if we had a little bit less, it's something we could work through. But the gil is going to be like a hard cutoff. We just have to be able to buy certain spells, certain equipment, and items to be able to survive. And this is sort of where the runner can make choices for themselves for how many high potions you want to buy, how many X potions do I want to buy, and so you can cut the gil farming early. But one thing we absolutely need is all the equipment. We need golden amulets, which will double the LP throughout the run. We need our Firagas, our Blizzaras, Bio, etc. And then of course LP to be able to use all these things will go a long way also.
Really, we use every part of these jellies in this. There's 4 different drops that they drop. 2 of them are just items that we need for gil. The uncommon one being the most important, yellow liquids. But the rare drop is the teleport stones, which we need a certain number of. Usually we get them pretty easily, but we do need some. And then
it is possible to not get enough teleport stones and be screwed.
Yeah, exactly. And then finally you can get float motes as the very rare drop, which is we want at least a couple for avoiding traps and also for a boss later on.
Ooh, Zero got the golden amulet. Let's go.
Oh, very good luck.
Oh,
nice. That's 4,500 gil, which is pretty much a full round of jellies that he can save now.
Yeah. Do you buy before the first round now?
You try as much as you can, and like this is like the really big thing for going for world record now is it's possible to actually, if you get good enough luck, you can do 1 round of jellies, not two rounds. And that's especially possible if you get 2 or 3 golden amulets before Jelly's 1, and so that will help Zero out quite a bit. But I think for Tachibana, he is actually concerned about Ash being behind, so he's trying to get the golden amulet on her early to make up for what she lost on Vossler.
Yeah, definitely.
So Nekota just went to the clan hall, so he's also set on his extra gil and the warp mode. We've been talking about the warp mode and its ability to clog the queue, but most of the stuff that we've talked about so far is just like a convenience thing, but there will be a fight later on, which is actually not possible without the warp mode. And the old version of the strat was much more random, and the new version is very, very streamlined and very mysterious because we don't even fully understand why it works. I have a theory, and the Japanese runners, after I tried to discuss it with them in Japanese, tend to agree with my theory, but it's not 100% confirmed why it works, but it works, so we use it. One nice little thing you can do while you're doing this jelly farming or just running through the hidden mines like Zero is that we have Larsa in the party, and Larsa has a Gambit that says if a character is below 50% HP, use a high potion on them. If they're below 10% HP, use an Ek potion on them. In these versions of the games, and this was changed in ICJS onward, Larsa has his own stock of potions, and so he's not using your potions. In TZA, he would be using your potions, but also you can change his Gambit to be a Cure Gambit instead, so it's a little annoying, but you know, you can sort of do it a different way. But for us here, we get free potions from him to keep us alive. We got the highest chain level, and we try and always get this for jelly farming. Not only do we get so many extra items with this highest level, but we also get more heals, and which helps us stay alive. It is actually quite easy to get wiped out by the jellies if you just miss a lot of them with one of your first Viras. But yeah. You also see the rate at which the jellies go down. This is essentially the rate at which AoE spells hit consecutively in this game. So like this is just like a fixed constant that it's the same rate that we'll be hitting bosses when we reflect spells on them later. Since Zero is passing through the Aryud village, I guess I'll go ahead and ask, hey Freddeh, what's Fran's age again? Wow, I just get my foot mouth ignored. Unbelievable.
I forget, honestly.
Surprisingly rude.
Nice one, Roosta.
Yeah. Both Zero and Nekota now on the way to the next destination. Nekota on the way to Chahara, where Zero is trying to just continue in general with the story. What a difference is between current strats and back then strats is that runners used to get the shielded armor for extra safety, for more defense. However, Zero got the soldier's hat and the barrel coat. Or, sorry, the heavy coat.
Yeah, heavy coat.
And yeah, barrel coat is a little bit different. And with that setup, he's able to skip the shielded armor, even though he does have quite a lot less HP. Or, no, sorry, quite a lot less defense. Meaning enemies do hit quite a bit harder than if he would have had the shielded armor. However, being able to skip the shielded armor will save you a trip to a shop, which does save, I think, over a minute. Which is quite good, but there is the trade-off with the damage, extra damage you take.
One thing I'm excited for coming up is that Zero and Tachibana are about to cross each other. They're about to be in the same room together at the same time. Not sure exactly which room it is, but I know their paths will cross because they're going through the same dungeon. So we'll get to see them at the same place. One other difference I've noticed that has always confused me, the Japanese runners used to zoom out in the license board, and I never knew why. Even after some testing, I never understood because it doesn't seem like it's faster. And I see Zero also does that, but Nekota does not, so I think it's purely runner preference. If you like to be zoomed out and see the whole picture, you can just do a little zoom out at one point. Although one thing is that if you're doing a marathon and you reload a save, the save will always come back zoomed in, so that can be like a little frustration. It's like you get reminded of your failure by the map coming back this way, or the license board.
It's technically a little bit faster on the zoomed out board.
I measured it and I could not find any way. Like, you scroll the same rate, licenses take the same time. I did some tests, and I could not determine why, or in any way in which it was actually faster consistently.
I apparently lied in chat earlier then, my bad.
I mean, I think people believed it did, because that would explain why people did it, but I tried to measure it like pretty precisely, like frame by frame, and it seemed to be the same. Actually, Zero and Nekota just passed each other, because you go back through, after the Arid village, you come back, and so they're both currently in Jahara, and then Tachibana and Zero are both about to be in mines together, so we get some little crossing over.
Yeah, the T-Rexes in this part can be fairly dangerous because they have a ability called Sonic Things, which has a chance to do like 300 instant damage roughly. However, it is also a chance to just instantly kill Vaughn, which is not ideal.
I want to say it's a 10% chance to kill. I don't know exactly.
I thought it was 5%, or was that?
It's pretty low.
Yeah, you're right. It's 5.
5 sounds right. Yeah. There has definitely not been a non-zero amount of runs lost to just not having any Phoenix Downs left after running through other places and then getting here and dying to a dino.
Even in this marathon, things were going on in other streams, so I didn't get to talk about it too much. But in the first round of jellies, Tachibana lost, I think, Larsa and Vaughn on the way here, and had to bring them both back.
So yeah, ideally you have enough money to buy some Phoenix Downs sometime while you're running through either Bujerba or before this farm.
Actually, I just saw Nekota bought adrenaline. That was one thing that we messed around with. Is there's also there's an accessory you can buy and equip that gives you the effect of adrenaline, which is to double your damage when you're in critical HP. But he just bought adrenaline, so yeah, that's how we're doing it now. I believe it's the Steel Gorget.
The Steel Gorget. The Steel Gorget costs like 1,500 for every instance you buy it.
Yeah,
that's quite a lot of money for any percent.
Yeah.
Especially before jelly farming. If you bought it after jelly farming, it'd be a different story because that's just 3 liquids. But for now, we're relying on our Dustia gills. So.
Okay, Roosta, make a melee FF12 route for 80%.
I think you might have trouble on some bosses.
Just use guns.
Then you're doing 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, we lost Zero, or we just lost Vaughn on the way for Zero. Just like the enemies just being jerks.
Yeah, the damage you take in Head Mines is absolutely ridiculous. They just absolutely want to decimate every part of you. They're really aggressive. And that's what I mean with the instant attacks as well. Because Head Mines, or specifically the red maws here, are enemies which really like to use either Gnaw or Leech. And both do a lot of damage, and both can knock you back, I think.
Yep. Looks like Zero is trying to play it a little bit risky. He's just going to run with Pinello in the lead and then stay alive. I mean, it's not too bad. There's a save crystal just before the boss, so as long as you make it there, it doesn't matter. And so he's trying to save resources, it looks like. But you might want to be a little careful coming up. Yeah, he gets an X push on Pinello. It's quite nice, and then we'll be able to use a Phoenix Down on Vaughn later, or just YOLO it by the T-Rex.
There was actually some testing done by Zero not too long ago to check if it actually would be a doable strat to manipulate the shielded armor anti-golden amulet chest, which is in this very specific screen, which he just passed. But it would need a lot of testing, and we think it might not be faster just because it's like 6 or 7 minutes, and like 3.5 minutes slower than not doing it. So yeah, 3.5 minutes is hard to get back.
We don't have to go into too much depth, but the RNG in this run is well understood, and so we can actually cure ourselves to find out where we are in the RNG, and then use that to manipulate chest spawning and chest contents. But we don't actually have to use that. There's nowhere in the run where it's more efficient, luckily. Oh, this is an exciting run for Zero.
That's what I mean with leeches. These red mods do a lot of damage. And yeah, that's something that we might have not seen on JP's side, just because because instant attacks are not instant attacks. So there's a much bigger chance of you not getting attacked.
Or leeches over Nas when it's Penella or Ash getting hit, because Nod is 230 versus the 170 from Leech. But yeah, it's Leech actually is an interesting ability because it does a pretty flat amount of damage no matter how much armor and magic resist you have.
Oh, I just missed it. They just passed each other in the hallway.
Oh, they did. Yep. It's okay. There's more hallways for them to pass each other. Zero's going to meet Tachibana on the other side of this hallway.
Yep, and
almost.
then I think Nekota and Zero will be going back and forth quite a bit during jelly farming.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I think there's a high five coming up. Oh, not really. Almost.
Yeah, they're
Zero's
done
gonna
for
be
now.
chasing
I think.
Tachibana. I'm not sure we'll get all three of them jelly farming at the same time.
No,
but
Nekota, or sorry, Tachibana won't be going that much longer. I don't think actually.
yeah, is this Tachibana's second run already? Or is Tachibana only doing the one?
I think he might only be doing one, given how long he's been doing this one. I think he might just going for 99 liquids and call it there. We'll see if he does another. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit weird because I'm actually not sure how to tell when they're done because people do different things. So for splitting this, I guess I could have talked in more depth, but we'll see. I'll just split when they leave area.
Yeah, they can also decide on the fly. Okay, do I want to do this or do that?
Yep.
If they have at least one gold emerald.
Yeah, I think leaving area is what makes the most sense.
So now we're going to see Zero save. So he made it here, didn't have to use many Phoenix Downs, and we will see him do the setup for Tiamat. Which again, the setup is going to be critical, both here and Bosch, and just to try and keep all the aggro on Vaughn and spam warp mode to stun lock Tiamat.
Yeah, 123 kills or 125 kills is going to be probably just the one round. So if you were doing two, you would already go back earlier and then just do a longer second one if you needed it.
Yeah. One other thing about this setup is that we have to berserk Larsa because Larsa has the potion gambit, and we don't want him to be casting potions on the people who are critical, have double damage. All right, so let's see how Tiamat goes for Zero.
Yeah, managing guests is a big part of this run. Maybe not big, probably it's definitely a part of this run.
I was gonna say the one thing you don't want to see is Disable Ga. Let's see who gets hit. Just Larsa.
Just Larsa,
Pretty
fine.
This could be worse.
Not so good.
Bosch is the one you don't want to get hit here.
Or Vaughn, really. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, Zero has to ATB reset way sooner. Because of how short the animation can be or is allowed to be. Ooh, this is not
Leo gem hype.
Now he has to try and do team up without Larsa? Or he's trying to revive Larsa?
No, just using high potions from Vaughn.
Okay, and now using Traveler. And that still did it. Nice.
Looks good to me.
And equipping Golden Emerald on Vaughn. Very good. Very good. Wow.
Nice. Good job,
That was a
Zero.
very good Tiamat considering the circumstances.
Yeah, Disable Ga's really bad. It's only worse if it also hits Vaughn or Bosch, but that's still like the very bad thing, and still managed to. And did not get the combo luck that Tachibana got.
Yeah, I don't think Larsa really matters as much in this version since you berserk anyway. And he doesn't really do that much damage.
It's mainly because, or from what I know, it's mainly to keep him from casting high potions on Bosch.
Right.
I think Tachibana might be done jelly farming here. I'm going to try and pay attention here.
I would imagine so.
These Ariute. But
I
still,
think he's
253 is very good for a marathon run to finish here. This is great pace.
Yeah, he did like 130. He did an extra round, so it was like 140 jellies.
Especially
almost.
considering the he had a reset already.
Yeah. Zero selling
23 teleport stones, so he definitely has enough teleport stones, that's for sure.
Oh,
I think it's like 6.
Oh, Zero's
that you need.
gonna do 1 jelly. Zero is going to do 1 jelly. He was able to afford 2 gold amulets, and he has already 1. So there's a high chance Zero's also gonna do 1 jelly.
We got some
also
crazy
a nice
luck
high
going
five
here.
area here.
Oh yeah, they both have the same teleport crystal.
They
Yeah,
just high-fived
99
each other.
liquids. And you even sold some of the teleport stones.
Hey, if you don't need them, it's free gil.
Yeah.
Jack boots. It's a really important thing for like one boss at the very end of the run.
Oh, yeah. Good
High
times.
potions to
Love it.
survive the next dungeon, and I'll
It's
split
one-off thing.
right at the zone line.
Yep. Here we go.
Perfect. Very good, very good.
A 22-minute jelly farm. That's not bad at all.
That's like world record type stuff, man. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Given that it's 1 jelly.
Yeah.
So we say 2 jellies. The big consideration for that is that you want to be farming LP while you're doing jellies, and so the question is, can you get the golden amulets that double the LP farming before you go into jellies 1, and that can let you get enough LP from just 1 round of jellies. The other big consideration is that the inventory is a max of 99, and so if you get to 99 yellow liquids and it's not enough gil, then you have to go and do more jelly farming. But it looks like both of these runners are able to do this in 1 round. But it's not the worst if you have to do 2 rounds. I think you lose about a minute and 40 seconds or so, just resetting and going to the shop, and then you also lose like 1 round of just you get less gil because you don't pick up the drops from your first round. But that's not always the most consequential because it could be the LP or the experience that are your hard cutoffs, in which case it doesn't matter. But yeah.
Oh, Nekota actually went for the shielded armor.
Okay.
Or
so
wait, or did he cast protect? Oh no,
he
never mind.
cast
he
protect.
he
So
cast
none of our owners are doing the shielded armor. The shielded armor is just like one specific armor that has permanent protect on it, and we did this for most of the history of the speedrun, but it's just one of the things we're trying to cut back on, is if the amount of gil you get going to jellies 1 is a big consideration for how long you do jellies, we just try and save as much gil as possible, and getting a cheaper equipment here is one way to do that.
You'll notice here for Zero, it's a little bit of a damage roll on the first couple rounds until you get a level, I believe. Or maybe a magic lore, I forget which one. And then, and if you don't quite kill one of the jellies, they will split, which will slow down your effect capacity. It fills up the effect capacity, I should say. As well as giving an extra target to attack, which can actually be useful, especially early on. As long as too many of them don't respawn and start confusing and stuff. But, yeah. We saw that happen a couple times on Zero's game here.
I think I understand now why they are killing the bats. It's mainly just if you kill the bats, you get a lot more early LP, and this early LP should be helpful to get you to the golden amulet faster.
Oop.
We've seen a lot of party leaders dying, so this is just a result of the shielded armor, but anything to save that gil.
Yep. 250 gil is less than 2,000 gil.
For casual enjoyers of this game, you may wonder about the next boss, Elder Worm. Luckily, it turns out that
What
just
Elder
by
Worm?
taking, yeah, exactly. By taking a slightly different detour, you can go into the what's the name of it? The something wood.
Feywood.
That's it.
The Feywood.
I knew it was something F wood. But by going through there, you're way under-leveled for that section of the Feywood, but we don't have to fight anything. We just walk through it. And it's a very small segment, and just by walking through
Well-
there, we can completely skip the Elder Worm.
We specifically don't walk through it, we float through it. Because
True.
there's you try to enter it normally, there's some traps literally right at the zone line. The second you move, you run into it. You can kind of go around it if you know it's there, but it's a lot faster and safer
Do
to
sometimes
float.
just have to go through it if you don't get the float modes, because you're not guaranteed to get all the float modes here.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
from personal experience, especially as we're trying to cut down more and more float mode.
Yep. It's definitely very true. You don't get the float modes, and you need one for later on. So if you only get one, then you're not using it there because you need it for the later fight. Are there backup strats for if you get 0?
So actually, I don't think you actually need any float modes anymore. The biggest one that you needed for was the Hashmel setup, and we now,
Right.
with Belias freezing, don't need that anymore because I think we actually completely skipped.
Oh, that's right. We don't even need that
We
anymore.
don't skip Roxor, so a float mode is, I think, still
Oh,
100% needed, at least for casual. I mean, if he targets spawn, I think you survive. But if you don't have float on the girls and he targets one of the girls, then the girls will most definitely die from Roxor.
See, I'm getting confused because we have 2 Japanese runners here. In the Japanese version, you do skip Roxor. So yeah. So on the North American version, you do need 1 float mode to survive that attack. On the Japanese version, you do not.
Ah, okay. Do we use decoy in this run anymore?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's still
okay.
central.
Okay.
There's still.
I know
we
there's
try
a lot
and
of
cut out
fights
as much
where
as
we
possible.
don't anymore, but
Yeah, but like Arimen, you still need it. Sid 2 targets random, and so on.
I think
Okay, Roosta,
Zero's running
new
low on
challenge.
Phoenix Downs.
New challenge for you, Roosta. Let's figure out strats that only uses enmity and not decoy, so we can skip decoy.
That would be nice, except all the spell casting, unfortunately, gives very high enmity, so... Okay, let's see. We're going into Tiamat now for Nekota, and so we're... Again, the big thing we're hoping for is to see no disable. Okay, we got basic melee, so we should be good. So fire... So the nice thing about casting fire like this, it's not actually for the damage, it's to make him start casting Reflect on himself, and then you can... Reflect is an ATB skill, and... warp mode is an item, and so we can actually just use the warp mode before he can start Reflect, clog the Reflect, and then he'll try and breath him, or he'll start casting Arrow. He actually got the Reflect off there, unfortunately, but we are now able to lock him behind this. So we're trying to cast Warp. He disappears. He comes back. We reset, and then we are able to. He's able to Arrow, and then he'll be locked behind his second Arrow. So he's got 2 arrows and then 2 breaths. So he's still working on his second arrow right now. So we've got him locked for a long time, and our steps are good. We're at 985, so we got to take 5 more steps and less than 15 more steps. But he's critical, so 988. We're good. And we can kill him.
I'm guessing the one of the reasons we use warp mode instead of grabbing something like a holy mode, even though holy mode technically lasts longer, warp mode has that really handy visual
Actually,
visual
if we could
cue.
If we could use the warp mode, it would be better. You're right, but it's just too far out of the way.
Holy mode.
Yeah, the holy
that's
mode's
fair.
better. The holy mode is what we used historically for 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 because it's the maximal length ATB clog. But yeah,
Right.
it's in a chest. We actually run right by the chest. It's just not worth bothering because we are getting the warp mode, and it's a pretty low chance, and also messes up the setup for Dustia too.
Yeah.
So now we're about to have Nekota and Zero hanging out in the same room together for a little bit while Tachibana is taking on the next dungeon.
Yep, Zero with exactly enough LP to get gold amulets on Pinello there.
I'm sure he was counting the jellies
100%,
to get
yeah.
there, yeah. You want to get these golden amulets on as soon as possible, and it's very easy to forget to do it, and so it's really a big point of focus.
Yep.
If I'm not
Seems
mistaken,
pretty
Zero... Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was gonna say pretty solid yellow liquid luck so far from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think Zero might more be LP constrained than anything, so we might be looking at around 120, 130 chain-ish. I think Zero might be looking for that.
So it should be fine then. Just gotta make sure we get those teleport stones and float motes mostly. Because you almost always will get a max stack of yellow liquids with that many kills.
So now that Tachibana is done with the yellow liquid farming, the rest of the game is pretty much just going to be a sequence of bosses plus puzzles, and so we've pretty much farmed everything we need in terms of gil and experience, and the rest of the LP we're going to get is going to be from bosses. I'm not sure exactly why they did it this way, but in this game bosses don't give experience, they just give LP. It might be just because of weirdos like us who do low level challenges, and so it's like, oh, if you want to stay level 1 on Bond and the lowest level on the rest of the party, then you can fight all the bosses you want. But for us, it just means that we get a lot of LP from bosses, and we're going to keep the golden amulets on as much as possible throughout. But other than that, we're pretty much as strong as we're going to be for the rest of the run. So even though we're level 25, 26, that's what we're going to beat the final bosses on. Maybe a little bit higher because of there's a few enemies along the way that we have to kill that late in the game will give us a lot of experience, but they'll just put us like 2 or 3 levels higher total. So this next dungeon, the Still Shrine of Miriam, Tachibana is coming up on. We read a Chocobo here, and then it's pretty much a sequence of pretty simple puzzles. The general idea of the puzzle is there's going to be a few different statues, and we have to turn those statues to all face towards the center of the dungeon. The statues are all going to start in a random cardinal direction that's not the correct one, and so that means that they will all be either one clockwise, one counterclockwise, or two of either rotation away from the correct position. And so it's just going to be a matter of just going around the dungeon, touching all of the necessary things to open the doors, and then touching the statues 1 or 2 times each. We obviously are not happy if you have to touch the statues an extra time, and so we call that a statue troll. So if we get statue trolled, it's unlucky, but it's only a 10-second time loss, roughly. And actually, if we get trolled on the last statue, because we backtrack after the last statue, it's actually less of a time loss on the last one, because we can do some little party warp shenanigans.
Thing I learned when I saw it happen randomly one time, like, oh, huh, that's a thing you can do.
Yep.
There's also a small little new setup, how we do Steel Shrine and Bergen, which is like, I don't know, like not like for the NTC version, it's not too old. Like I would say a couple months new. Also something from the Japanese runners, but we'll see when we get there. Zero right now on Jellies again on highest channel. Just got 2 level ups on both the casters.
The Jellies also like to cast Phantasmal Gaze, which can confuse your party and can cause things to spiral out of control, although it looks like we're maintaining things fine here. So Tachibana, just while running, did the little setup for the party. Generally what we do is, like I said, we want to have the girls, Penelo and Ash, in critical HP, and so we kind of have a setup for what they can cast on themselves to cause that amount of damage to happen. And then Penelo used something to stand still, and so they both are immobilized and in critical HP. So now at any point we can take them out, and they will stand still and let us do party warp stuff. And then once that wears off, we'll to go into the next fight in Spellbreaker. So we're ready to go for this whole dungeon now.
I'm intrigued that he's using both here and Bosch, but I think the main reason as to why he's even able to do that is because of the JP difference, that instant attacks are not instant attacks. Because I don't think that would be viable on...
I think he's going to swap them out. 521 is our Traveler number.
521.
Yeah, so we cast Traveler here to... this is a setup. So we're going to be conserving steps for this entire dungeon all the way up until the next boss. And I didn't really emphasize it. You know, when Harvey was talking about Traveler, he was just talking about the mechanics, but literally for the entire start of the run, for the first 2.5 hours, all 3 of these runners were on a step count. And you can there's a backup, which is just going into the Hen Mines. You can recast Traveler and do a setup for Tiamat, but all 3 runners were on the step count from the start of the game and had the setup for the very first Traveler cast to be at 990 steps for the last 3 digits. So all 3 of them counted steps for the first 2.5 hours of the run and hit Traveler on Tiamat first try with no setups. So it's just crazy business that we're seeing right now.
So Zero had quite the problem there with 3 out of 4 characters getting bullied in the Henna Mines, with Penelo also getting bullied right there. Yeah, Jellies can be quite aggressive.
0. This is his last Phoenix down, by the way.
Ooh. Yeah, Jellies can be extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
Also,
it gets safer the more farther you go, but also, as you can see, not completely safe.
Yeah, so Tachibana actually just ran by all those enemies without taking any damage from these weak characters. So I think you might be right about the JP instant moves thing.
Yeah.
So now we're going to start with the party warp shenanigans. Oh, it looks like we're going to do a little menu first. Oh, Belias Vaughn. This is the new version of Venuskar. We're going to be using Belias Freezing. Belias Freezing is a relatively new mechanic, as Harvey described well earlier. Basically, you can clog the queue instantly with any summon or any mist, but this is actually more powerful than the warp mode trick because this freezes everything. All ATB stops charging, all enemies will not engage in new attacks, and so we can basically lock bosses in place with the Belias summon. And as long as we're doing something else at the same time, we won't actually summon Belias. So it's basically a way for us to freeze the boss, finish our moves, stop time, but still kill bosses. This is very different from the warp mode because the warp mode just stops new things from entering the queue, but everything else continues happening. And so it's two different ways of clogging the queue, but both of them are really important. But now that we have this, we're going to finish setting up the gambits. So we've got the Reflect Gambit on Ashe, and then she's also going to have the cast Fire on herself. So both the girls now have the same gambit setup, and now we brought out just Ashe, and so Ashe will stay at this entrance to this room, and then we can run with Bosch to the other end of the dungeon and warp back once we press this button. So as Harvey predicted, Zero is now at 120, so let's see if this is his last round or if he's going to do an extra one. I think runners generally like to be more safe, so we might see extra, but if he's confident. He's been really unlucky on Gil so far, so...
Well, it kind of depends on how these dinos and stuff block happens, because if someone dies, then he has to abort.
And he has to go anyway.
Yeah. Or at least go hit the crystal.
Maybe he's a tiny bit tight on... Yeah, he's a tiny bit tight on LP because he got the license points for the gold name at around chain 50. So he has around 70-ish kills, which is around 140 LP. And you do need around 153 LP at the minimum for like Ashe. I think around that to actually keep going without having LP issues later. So yeah, this might be the last round.
I think Penelo's also been dead for some of the kills as well.
Yeah, that is
that
is an issue.
That too.
Kind of waiting for Larsa to heal up everybody first here.
Yeah, making it absolutely safe that there's absolutely nothing that can happen.
Yeah, with no Phoenix Downs, he's really got to play it safe here. Okay,
Yeah,
he pushed the button again, so he confirms we're leaving, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't actually explicitly mention, but the reason why we are running through the dungeon the way we are is the way the game works is enemies respawn when you get 2 zones away from their zones. So when you leave a zone and come back, they don't respawn, but when you go 2 zones away, they respawn. And so in this dungeon, it so happens that when you press this button, it switches some doors, and then we run 2 zones away, come back, switch again, run a different way, and come back. And so every other time we're going in the wrong direction for leaving the dungeon. So we just press the button twice to open the correct path to leave the dungeon. So he is now going to be done with jellies, it looks like. With a 252? Wow.
That's a really good jelly time for a relay race especially. That's like, those times are really good.
Very nice, yeah. And we are, as mentioned before, we're seeing the immobilize despawning happen in the Still Shrine for Tachibana.
Yeah, I didn't actually explicitly mention, but just basically, when you change party leaders, the game despawns enemies that are far, or basically anytime an enemy is too far away from you, the game despawns it just to save resources. And when the party leader and other members are far enough away, you can just swap between them to despawn enemies on either side consistently.
And the reason this happens is that their enemies spawn at a certain distance away from your character, basically around where the map edge is. There's like a circle that surrounds your character. That's there's basically a band where things spawn. If you are within that band completely, then switching back to a character will not cause enemies around you to spawn. And if you leave that band, enemies that are currently spawned will despawn from that spot. So switching back and forth basically lets you skip that band while despawning any enemies that are around.
This has a rather funny effect in the Feywood if you do the despawn and you wait on the character that you normally just switch back and forth, but then go into a let's say overworld pausing menu, and then you look at where the other character is. You can see all the like mist effects, which are usually around you all the time, are all the way at the other character where you would normally walk. But because you just switched back and forth, the let's say mist effects are very far away, so you can see from afar. Oh, all the mist effects are over at the active character, which is a really funny sight to behold.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Let's see, I don't think Nekota has had any LP issues yet, so we'll see how far.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't.
Do we know
don't
if he's
do-
doing 1 or 2 rounds? I mean, he's already got.
I don't know. He's already at 100 though,
20.
so
He's at
I think probably
100,
2
so
rounds.
probably we'll see. Okay, so now Venus
Didn't
Guard
see
is
how much
coming
we
up.
need yet.
So for Venus Guard, you just want to reflect yourself, and yeah, make sure that that you're not getting caught in the crossfire if he's not reflect. Vaughn is actually not reflected, so Tachibana is doing the old Venus Guard strat, it seems.
I always liked this strat anyway.
Venuskar is actually one of the fights that has had like the most changes throughout the history. It's just because as we try and consecutively cut back more and more on the amount of resources we have, the way things, the way we get through this boss changes, and it's just like we used to use Vaughn to cast spells also, but we don't want to be doing that because we want to be saving him for other things, which spells the girls cast and how to position. If you don't kill him in 1 round, then he'll have a big cutscene attack that you want to avoid. And so you have to kill him in 2 rounds, but the way you do that depends on what your stats are, and then as you cut stats, you won't kill him in 2 rounds, and so we're actually going to see a different version of this strategy from Zero shortly.
Yeah, we used to use Thundara as well because that's what he's weak to, but now we don't even have to buy that because of this, right?
Actually,
We just
I
use
think
Fire?
Mateus is the one that's weak. I think that Venusgar has no
Oh, you're
weaknesses. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I think we
Mateus
used
is
it
actually...
because we were setting up for Mateus, but
Yeah, right, exactly. And Mateus is more straightforward because it's always going to be just like the same number of rounds of 3 times reflect stuff, and it's just like you stand next to him and that's it. And Venusguard, for some reason, is the one that keeps changing because of the way you have to move in the fight, maintaining your step count, who gets reflected, who casts the spells, and so on.
exactly.
Zero might not do the new strat, just because if you do the new strat, then Bergen gets way scarier, because if Bergen blocks more than 1 spell, which Bergen can block spells, which is rather annoying for runs, and if he blocks more than 1 spell, then everything can go south really quick. And because of how we do Venusgar affects how we do... No, okay, no, let me rephrase that. The idea is we want to skip a certain equipment, Mage's Hats, and get Sorcerer's Hats instead. But if you skip Mage's Hats and get Sorcerer's Hats instead, we go through Steel Shrine without Mage's Hats equipped, since if we go for Sorcerer's Hats, which are only unlocked after Bergen, means we have to go through the entire Steel Shrine without Mage's Hats, meaning we will deal a lot less damage to the boss Venusgar, Mateus, and Bergen. And Bergen, if you under damage due to blocked spells, is really, really awful. Because you have 3 judges in the back trying to ambush you from behind as well, and Bergen in the front dealing lots and lots of damage to your party as well.
The judges in the back also have some really high effect capacity spells attacks, so if they start attacking, you stop being able to do damage because they're clogging the queue, and it spirals out of control very quickly. Something I can say, like, story-wise, is Nethicite is like sort of a MacGuffin that we've been chasing, and it's a thing that absorbs magic, and so the Judge Bergen is infused with Nethicite or Magicite, and that's why he's able to absorb it. And there's only a few enemies that are able to block spells, and they're typically enemies like Bergen that are judges or that are infused with Nethicite.
I think Nekota's doing 1 jelly.
It does appear to be the case. In which case, we would have had 1 really good jelly from Tachibana, and then even better, and 247.
That's ridiculous, dude. That is absolutely ridiculous. Like, that is incredible.
On Tachibana's side, we see Mateus is happening, so this boss spawns some Ice Azers. They're not really relevant, except they make it harder to live, but as long as we have the right equipment on, we should be safe, and we heal at the right times. The one interesting thing about this fight is, one of the interesting things about this fight is that he actually is strong against fire. He's an ice elemental, which means he's weak to thunder in this game. And however, we have a spell called Oil, which costs 500 gil, but it's one of the most broken spells in the game because it inflicts oil, and when an enemy has oil, they take triple damage from from fire. And so even though he resists fire, he takes 50%. When you inflict oil on him, it puts him actually above where he was before, where a normal enemy would be. So it's 150%. So that on top of the multiple hits from our reflected spells, on top of Spellbreaker, on top of, we also have Flame Staves, which give us a 50% boost to our fire damage. Just, you know, does a crazy amount of damage and can kill them in very quickly.
If I'm not mistaken, oil also triples like not just fire spell damage, but also if you have Gongineer or Flame Tongue, which both have fire damage-based melee weapons. If you attack oiled enemies, they also deal triple the damage. But I could be wrong, but I thought that was also the case.
All right, just a quick update. Hashtag Team Close Race. We are now all on the same split for the first time this run, so let's go. Nekota actually having such an insane run right now. This is crazy.
This is unheard of for 12.
Would happen after jelly farming too, of course. Though Bergen's coming up pretty quickly for Tachibana at least.
Yeah. The fact that all three runners are able to do one round of jelly is actually unbelievable to me. This is...
Yeah, that's rare. Like, one jelly is not something you see often, and seeing it done by all three runners is wow. It's just, yeah, it really is wow.
I mean, honestly, this is one of the reasons why I'm so happy that we can have the PS2 version. Last few years we did TZA, which is very interesting in its own right, and it's very fast, especially with the 4x speed up. But just like the skill level that we're seeing between Zero and these Japanese runners is just, it's so great that we get having the relay like this. All right, so as we discussed with briefly, we're coming up on Bergen for Tachibana. This fight is interesting because it comes after a teleport, and we teleport into a non-combat zone, and it's a non-combat zone all the way up into the boss itself, and so we really have no good way of setting up Spellbreaker. Actually, we could use Spellbreaker in this fight, and I think given the option, we would have a setup for Spellbreaker, but there's no way to do it without going outside and wasting several seconds to do it, and so we just have to pretty much go in. But we set up Spellbreaker, or we set up Traveler at the start of the dungeon, so we are on a step count, and we're pretty much, it's a pretty straightforward fight. We're going to hit him with a few rounds of spells, and Traveler, he's got something like, I think 19k HP, so a good chunk of that will be Traveler. Not 19k, I think it's like 20 something, so almost a third of his HP will be Traveler. And again, this is why it's so crazy that Tiamat had 50k. We're still not up to a boss that's as strong as Tiamat's amount of HP.
Yeah.
But we do get the reflects here, and now we'll be ready to go fight Bergen. The other thing that's happening is the soldiers are going to be approaching from the back of the room, and so while the fires are going off, we're going to be having Belias in the queue. And so by putting Belias into the queue, the fire animations will continue to play, but the soldiers will stop moving, just because, as we said, when you have Mist in the queue, it just freezes everything else and the animations keep playing. So we're going to... The inputs that we're going to be looking for here are the girls will be casting Gambited fires, so that's not really something we have to put in, but we're going to be running in circles to maintain our steps. We're going to be casting Belias as much as possible. I think we're going to try and sneak a steal in, because he has a possibility of stealing a ruby ring, which is quite a nice amount of gil we can get, and then cast Traveler, and then go back to Belias freezing. So quite a lot going on, and we're going to be watching out for blocked spells. So every time he blocks a spell, that's a little bit more danger, and if it gets to 3 or 4 block spells, then we might be into trouble territory. So
I'm surprised by how many steps Tachibana burned before Bergen, because usually when I've practiced the strat, I was perfectly on steps, so seeing him burn so many steps makes me a bit worried. But I think
I have faith.
Yeah. But I think it might be because he's doing major stat strats, and thus he has more steps.
We've got
in the older strats, we actually used to run out and set up outside of Brahmases here.
Oh, that was before my time.
Switched to Traveler. Yeah, that was
investigated those, but yeah.
Yeah. Traveler was a advent that once we started using Traveler more and more places, the less we needed to do things like running outside to set up crit.
Let's see. Does he check his stats here? Nope. We just go in. We go
Probably
in.
Probably just knows it from the crystal. Yeah.
Yeah. So as with many bosses in this run, it's a quick fight, but let's see how he does.
It is a quick fight if everything works according to plan.
If it doesn't, it's a very long fight, or a very long walk.
Yeah, or just a refight, yeah.
Oh, 521, so we're good on steps. So Elias is now in the queue, everything is standing still, wait for the fireworks to finish, and then do Traveler. Okay. So looks good. Boom, Elias back in the queue. Oh, we had...
Didn't quite.
Oh,
One
boy.
more? Oh,
Oh,
no,
nice.
reset.
He did the reset. He
Didn't
did
want
the
to lose
reset.
the LP. Yeah. Or
Yeah,
I think that
it's
would've
scary.
failed, but
It's scary having the girls out going in, because I do believe if you have the girls out when going in, they run up faster, but that's not something I was able to confirm. Maybe that's just some superstition I have. Maybe that's not even true, but I do feel the judges run up faster to you if you have the girls already out. But I could be wrong.
Okay, let's try it again. Oh, man, I just had a brain fart. I saw Nekota running up to the same room, and I was like, wait a second, how is he on Bergen already?
Yeah. Yeah, they're about to high-five each other.
Oh yeah, true, they're about to pass. Although it's rainy for Tachibana. Alright, Zero I saw just saved, and so he's going to be entering the Still Shrine himself. I think Tachibana had no statue trolls, so that's that first place luck, but we'll see how Zero does.
first one might have been. I can't remember.
Okay, we don't actually... Oh, we're about to see the high five, okay. Alright, let's see. Crossing each other right at the bottom of these stairs, looks like. Or at the top of the
Top of
platform.
these. Right on that row.
High five!
High-five!
Whoa.
Oh, Tachibana did not get the Mega Elixir, this chest that Zero's at. Oh,
And
50-50.
Mega Elixir, let's go!
Yeah, the Elixir is 777 gil, the Mega Elixir is 7777 gil, so it's 7,000 extra.
And Zero with the Traveler number 301.
Okay, good job. And now let's
Is that a
see.
chance for Mega Elixir, or is it guaranteed Mega Elixir? I forget.
It's 50-50.
I guess 50-50, okay.
So let's
These
hope that
things
this
that I
time
forget after so
around
long.
he will not block that many spells. Gobble. He blocked 2 spells, that is not good. I think he might be still doing the strat. Okay,
Yeah,
still
yeah,
got
there
him.
we go.
Nice.
Much better.
Very good. Oh yeah, another difference between JP and English is that in Japanese, Bergen uses spells, whereas in English
Yep.
he uses melee attacks and absolutely, well, as is common in the English version, he absolutely decimates you.
think
Everything
it's-
wants to destroy you on English, whereas in Japanese you have, I feel like, way more leeway.
Was that Aquaja that he used? No, that was
Water.
Waters. Water. Aquaja would be Fanford, I guess.
Yeah. Would be weird seeing Bergen spam Aquaja.
Yeah. Alright, looks like... So Zero is proceeding through this dungeon with Von Bosch instead of Bosch Balthier. Von is the one who has the most HP, the most defense, and we're casting Protect on him. And so he's doing this to be safer in the NA version because of the amount of aggro from the enemies as we've discussed. Also, listening to Tachibana's stream, we got to mash through. We did not get the voice track here, as we've said. We just get the sad music while talking over a map.
Yeah, that takes like a minute. It's like a minute and a half unskippable cutscene on English, whereas I think it's like 30 seconds of just text here. Maybe. Alright, Tachibana done with Bergen, and because I actually didn't pay attention if he got Mage's hats or not, let's see if he will buy Sorcerer's hats.
Will I be able to read it if he does?
Oh yeah, he does buy Sorcerer's
There we
Hats.
go.
Interesting, but he didn't do Reflect on Vaughn. And how did he do it? I mean, he did use Dark, but... Was that enough? The Dark cast? Interesting.
Might have been.
I'm learning
Did he buy
new
it?
things. I'm learning new things.
He didn't end up buying the mage hats, though, right?
No. He only... Wait, did he use mages? No. No, he was using sorcerers. Or, well, not using mages at all, was he, right?
Not using hats, yeah. The Kirch, maybe, from back in
Yeah.
Barheim Passage, but yeah.
Maybe the Kirch. And that would explain why the first time he did Bergen didn't work as he had hoped. Because, yeah, the under damage. It looks like Nekota is doing the same, I think?
The big thing about this setup is that
So, yeah.
you need an upgrade in order to get through this dungeon, but you don't have access to the upgrade you want. So you have to decide like how much of a partial upgrade to get to do enough damage and like how thin you want to cut the margins. And so you saw, you know, getting 3 spells blocked by Bergen is just enough to end your run if you get unlucky.
Yeah, the other thing about a lot of our damage downs are specifically based on certain configurations of loadouts, based on where you're at in the game. So once you get like sorcerer's hats and robes, you need a slightly different damage down technique than if you have what we have currently from Strelstern and Miriam. What all of those are off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I do know that is a constant, like, calculated thing at this point. That's been calculated for almost every situation.
Yeah,
Go
ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The big thing is when you change hats, you get a different magic resist, and when you get a different magic resist, it changes the rolls significantly. But also, like, it changes over routes because, you know, if you're at a different level, you'll have more or less HP. If you have different amounts of magic lores, you'll have more or less magic that'll change the rolls. And so this is just something you have to... We basically, in our notes, or, you know, in our route, we have a setup just like, at this point in the run, this is what my damage rolls are, this is what my HP will typically be, and so you kind of mapped out.
And then there's some things that can happen occasionally of like, oh, HP rolls are also random, and MP rolls for that matter. So like, if you get super weird luck on HP rolls, it could not work sometimes. I don't think that comes up very often, but it sure can.
Yeah, you can absolutely miss a crit down or die to a damage roll. I think we actually are pretty conservative with the damage, so the bad outcome is under damage, not over damage. But I remember historically one of the biggest things about MP rolls was like if your Fran got a 47 or a 48 or a 49 when you got her in the party, that would affect how brain pans went. But we no longer use Fran for that. So
good times. I think Tachibana's Pinello actually does have a fairly low HP roll.
We see Zero getting a statue troll here, so he's got the 50-50. Oh, okay. So this is cool. So this is actually I mentioned mitigating the time loss. So by having both girls immobilized, he can actually leave Pinello behind at the statue, run forward with Vaughn, and then party leader backs to Pinello.
Yeah, but the problem is Pinello's facing away. I'm not sure if he's able to interact with the...
I think it's fine. As long as your camera faces the right way, you should be fine.
Okay, perfect. Oof, very good.
There you
very
go.
good. Very
Yep.
good. I was a little bit worried there.
I haven't seen that before.
I knew this was a thing and I just completely forgot about it. So only the first one is a true troll. For this one, you get to mitigate, and it's just the extra inputs of bringing out Pinello, which you have to do anyway. So it's just the warping back, and then for the second one, you can also, or for the third one, you can also leave a party member behind. So even finding ways to mitigate time losses when you get trolled. So now we have
Tachibana.
Go ahead.
Yep. I was going to say, Tachibana running through a couple more large areas that don't really have a ton in them, in the Salika Wood, and then Fawn Coast, and then Cheetah Uplands, on the way to one of everyone's favorite zones while learning this game, the Sochin Cave Palace. But for this little bit, it's a mini game of we're trying to open a gate, but they need the workers to finish it or something like that. And so you have to run back around and get them off their lazy butts, basically. And get them back to work so they can open the gate for you.
It looks like Tachibana was doing a little bit of extra farming here. He did steal and kill on the enemies there. He's even going for some more. Also, 390 was the traveler count. We, as FF12 runners, whenever we're watching, it's just like a natural habit to just like anytime we see traveler being cast, like write that number down because it's easy to forget and it's game determining.
Roosta, on which one was it 390? Because it was
390 on Tachibana.
What? No,
just
no,
like just now.
Are they both 390?
Are we talking about the same stream right now?
Yeah, I'm talking about Tachibana. I thought it was 102. Okay, I'm going back now. I'm going back.
No, you're right. You're right.
I
think you're right because it's at 220 now, so I think you're right. I don't know where I saw 390.
I think maybe
Nekota's at like 500 now, so
it might be.
Because Nekota also just set up, I think, right?
Yeah, so maybe Nekota. Who knows?
Or I'm just lying, throwing.
It's been a little bit since Nekota. Actually, this is past the setup.
Tachibana is the
Anyway,
final.
This is why we write it down.
Hard. Right, exactly. People like me trying to ruin the runs, but Tachibana just set up the last time, luckily, and second to last time for Nekota and Zero right now.
Yeah, a lot of runners will just put their numbers into chat. Oh, that's what I used to do.
Yep, that's what I did as well.
And by me, I mean half the time it was someone else beating me to it. So gotta wait for a good moment to actually do it.
Yeah, Tachibana's was 102 and Nekota's was 429.
So I'm just lying, huh?
Maybe you elected the first, like the like the 300,000, not the like 309.
We'll never know.
Alright, with Zero on his way to Mateus, and Tachibana on his way to prepare the Moogle gate.
Yeah, this little mini game here is pretty straightforward. It's just like a fetch quest. You get to the gate and they say we need all these Moogles to fix the gate, and so we just trek through the forest. Looks like we're still going for a little bit of farming. When enemies are slept, I don't think I'm wrong in saying that they take more magic damage, or is it only physical damage they take more?
More physical damage, but they're weak to ice, so they take extra ice damage.
Right. So the Blizzara here is, even though we have flame staves, actually glacial staves on, never mind.
Yeah. And if you cast spells on the enemies, if they're asleep, they don't wake up, which is really nice.
We got a statue troll on the bad one for Nekota, so a little unlucky 10-second time loss there.
Yep. It's probably your money is pretty tight with only one round of jellies, even if you had extra money off of Dustia. So
yeah, he could.
I think Tachibana had the least money as well. Yeah, so you just need a little bit more to get you over the hump.
He could also be a bit short on license points, especially with Ash being what was it, 22 behind? No, 22 is skis. Bossler is I think 19. I'm not sure anymore. It's
however much
still a lot.
Was. Yeah.
Still a lot.
A Vossler amount of LP behind on Ash.
Yes.
One Vossler. Right, so I know Zero's had some issues on this fight, so he's being careful. The ice Azers are little floating blue things. We really want them to not absorb our spells. So let's just see our positioning here. Looks like he's trying to be very careful. The way you know...
It's less that we want them to absorb the spells and more that if they do, they will then kill the caster because they damage.
No, they are immune to fire, so it's not an issue. They just take the damage that...
Right. Gotcha.
We had no...
I think we're short on damage.
Yeah.
Maybe we're okay? No, we're good.
Never mind. Oh my god.
He's just trying to make us
a lot of memory issues on this game that I always had a large problem with was remembering, because a lot of times you would want to have a specific equipment on, like the Dawn Shard, to reduce damage here, but you also want the LP on your tank. which is a lot of LP. So you need to remember to switch to Golden Amulet right before the last hit hits
And if
in
you
order to
switch,
get that LP.
if you switch too early, he'll take too much damage and can very easily die, especially as we cut down levels on armor, equipment, etc.
Yep.
So the reason why we were scared there for a second is that Ash was supposed to have Light Woven Shirt equipped, but she did not have Light Woven Shirt equipped, but a leather cap instead. And if you don't have that equipped, well, you do have less magic power. And we thought Ash might under damage, but luckily that was not the case.
And that's part of why Venus Guard is the one who's had this strategy change so much. It's because the damage rolls are a lot closer on him. For Mateus, you kind of overkill, so it's not a big issue. But speaking of Venus Guard, we have Nekota coming in on Venus Guard right now. Looks like he's doing the same strat as Tachibana. So we just run away, let him hit him with the 4 Viras, and then just wait, and then the next 2 kill. Straightforward. Alright, now we will get to see how Bergen goes for 0. I don't know if we're going to have any more high fives in the run, though. Looks like Nekota's not going to quite make it out to where 0 is in time. Or maybe they'll cross each other, actually.
The only high five I could see is during chops. Maybe.
I don't think they're close enough together for chops. And Pharaohs, you don't backtrack enough.
Okay, depending on how the time's gonna be, maybe Balfenheim?
Oh, true. Yeah, if we're separated by enough, then the 2 trips to Balfenheim could cross each other. True. Actually, I think we might get a high five right here with Nekota and 0, as 0 is leaving the dungeon and Nekota is heading towards Mateus. They might take different paths. Both of these, like Nekota has to come from this right path, but 0 could go on either side. So let's see if he chooses solidarity or war.
Yeah, the correct path. Let's go.
Let's go.
Even though it might not work just in time, because Nekota still has the cutscene plus the loading zone of the door. So yeah,
oh yeah, they're not gonna quite.
Sooner.
Oh well. Now we get to hear one of my favorite themes in the game. This is the Fawn Coast theme, and it's just like a really nice upbeat track as you head towards your doom on Mandragoras.
I've always been a bigger fan of the Mosphorian one personally, but this is a solid one too.
Yeah, very good songs.
Yeah, this one is simply just running through it as quickly as possible. I believe we still buy a couple things at the shop on the way through.
There's some very critical things. We get Fyraga here, which is obviously the spell we use the most for the rest of the run. Bio, which is what we use on everything that's not fire
does
weak.
not like fire damage. Yeah.
Yep. And then the Mirror Mail is the other big one that we get, which is, we've been reflecting, but we've been casting the reflect manually on Vaughn. We luckily have a very nice piece of armor that will permanently give Vaughn reflect. 1 is really nice, and 2 can be removed at will, so we can, if we want to cast a spell on him, cast it at any point.
Which we do often.
Yeah, many times. When I mentioned that we changed armor, a lot, it's usually taking off and putting on Mirror Mail.
Yep. And also remembering to do that is something that I forget a lot.
Yep.
We used to buy Death here as well.
Yep.
But
Death would be for brain pans, and that's one of the things that's alleviated the guild concerns, is just not having to buy Death here. I believe it's like almost 9,000 guild. Yeah. And so like we don't that's like 2 rounds of jellies don't have to worry about just because of the amount of guild that saves.
Okay, Vaughn approaching Bergen relatively soon. Hope we will get him first try.
Prepare for the split. And we have... yeah, Vaughn.
I mean, Vaughn technically is also. But...
Vaughn is doing a lot of things on the screen right now, to be fair. We also have Mateus happening on Nekota's.
Okay, Mateus wasn't even able to get Reflect off before Balthier reached Mateus. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That is a little bit slower than I'm used to, yeah. Like, usually you can get most of the way there before Reflect gets cast, but...
Yeah, but not in the entire range.
That could be another JP version quirk.
Could be, yeah.
I don't think it matters too much in this case, since he mostly just does attacks and then has HP threshold abilities.
Okay, we got it. Looked good. Clean.
That was
Yep.
very clean on
Nice,
Nekota. Very clean.
easy. Nice and easy. Okay, and we got Bergen
Okay.
on 0.
Please no blocks. Please no blocks.
Did he buy Mage's Hats? I don't know.
I didn't see.
Don't think
I was
so.
watching those streams.
Double
block.
There's 2 blocks right away. Just
That
the 2.
looks like no Mage's Hats, I think.
Block
Wow, that's so many
3.
blocks. That's so many blocks.
He's just
He just
summoning.
summons Belay.
He's
I
just
think that's
gonna
probably the
summon
best
Goliath.
thing to do. Just summon Belias and let him do the rest.
That's the backup strat, I guess.
Probably the best thing to do. Because
Bergen is
Bergen's already
not
targeting.
being nice to us today, man.
Yeah.
This also lets you take the girls out of the party if you want to be safer. Let's
Yeah.
see with Pain Flare. One more Pain
Okay,
Flare.
please, target. No,
No!
The attack.
no, not this judge, not the judge. Hellfire, please,
Block.
please, Hellfire. No,
Okay.
no.
Oh boy.
Almost so close, so close. No, another water hose.
Oh, and you get a water spout? Brutal.
Okay.
He's on a sliver. Okay, do we take the girls out of the party? No? Okay.
If he mashes triangle, then maybe.
I don't think so, because they're going to target themselves. Oh
no,
no.
no, his Gambits are off.
Nope.
Oh no.
What? Do we have any missed on anyone? Oh, Penelo has
Penelo,
it.
yeah,
Oh,
Penelo.
but- no, but
Penelo has
she-
one.
We're just going to go for the YOLO here. Just hope they survive.
Yeah, just get
Oh,
Vaughn back
boy.
up for the LP and
Not a frost.
or not of rust.
Let's go.
Oh no, Penelo died too.
The not a frost
Bergen.
kill. Let's go.
Oh, so
Well,
not a
True backup
rest.
strats.
Vaughn
You wanna
did not get the LP, but he still lived.
Penelo also lost the LP, so we lost a lot of LP. So we're in a little bit of backup territory, but we killed them. So.
So you wanted to explain Not of Rust, right?
Yeah, well, I didn't think we'd have to for this speedrun, but maybe we should. Honestly, maybe you should. I think you understand better, and you've used quite a number of
Oh
knobs of rust in
god,
your
oh
day.
god,
You've
oh
used it more
god,
than the rest
okay.
of us. Yeah.
So,
Though, what if
I'm
Ambrosia
not gonna
doesn't?
explain everything I know about the Knot of Rust, because then we probably sit here like tomorrow still. But yeah, so the Knot of Rust deals percentage base damage between your of the max HP your character has, and Bosch has like what 800 HP. Yeah, and I think the lowest you can have is like 10% damage. I think it's like 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, and so on and so forth.
Actually, I
up
think-
to 100. I think,
I
but
think
I'm not
it's-
sure.
What I think it is I think it's a random number from 1 to 10, and you divide your HP by that number.
Oh, okay, good.
So you could do 100%, half, a third, a fourth, and so the curve is actually pretty low because for like if it's 3 or above, which is most of the time, it's going to be less than a third.
yeah.
But it was enough there.
Yeah, because I think he even got the lowest roll with 80 damage, if I'm not mistaken, and that still did the job.
Yeah. So not only did Zero get 3 blocks, he also got damage roll. Like if he got higher damage rolls on the ones that hit, it would have just killed, but we were just there and the Knot of Rust did it.
Or less water spouts from the guards would have let another Belias hit through. There's a lot of unfortunate things happened there.
Yeah.
And we get to see it again. Will we get one good Bergen fight? Let's find out.
Let's hope it doesn't block like 6 spells.
Back in the day when we did death strats for brain pans, Fran would have missed charges. Or she wouldn't have them here, but you could license them and then have Fran just go for the YOLO missed attack. But we don't do that anymore, so it's not an option.
Yeah, did we actually confirm that Knot of Rust wasn't just like a random number between 1 and max HP?
I think it's confirmed to be between like divide because I think
It's
that we
actually-
got the 10 roll there, and that was Bosch divided by 10 rounded down.
Makes sense, I suppose.
All right, so coming up on Tachibana is either the quickest or the longest boss, depending on how it goes. We have the Traveler set up from the Saliga Wood, and it's... Sorry, give me a moment.
We set up the Traveler back
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
Salika. As I say, puts up the Traveler back in the Salika Wood, and there are 5 enemies called the Mandragoras in this upcoming fight, of which each of them will die in one shot from a fully charged Traveler. However, they all kind of congregate from the 5 corners of the room into the center, and then will start running off into a different direction. Ideally, they're supposed to all just kind of congregate, and then would at the same time go off into a corner. However, instead, what they tend to do a lot of the time is they will actually they don't congregate in the center. Sorry, they go to a corner. I'm trying to remember. A lot of times most of them will get there, and then they'll start running at you as a group. However, sometimes they will instead start running at you one at a time, or they will be spread out further away.
Very good.
And as I was trying to explain that, yes, that was the thing. Ideally, what happened where you just target the center one, and they all get hit by the Traveler, and we don't have to worry about it.
Mandragoras are
bad things
notoriously known for
happens.
being an absolute headache, and just like because how they just disperse and then come together, and sometimes they just do not come together, and then it's just a big headache.
Yep. Then we got Bergen over on Coast
0 blocks there, so
no blocks so far. Yep.
For now.
Yeah,
0
no
blocks in
blocks.
general.
Easy.
Wow,
Easy.
that was very
That's
good.
how the fight's supposed to look.
Nekota is on a roll with this run. My
Yeah, Nekota's on a
goodness.
really good run.
That is incredible. I think if he would not have
Um,
saved, this might actually be record pace even.
Going back to Mandragoras real quick, we used to do that without Traveler way back in the day, and it was an awful, horrible, terrible, no good experience, and I do not recommend it to anybody. Because they do a lot of instant attacks that are like Pollen, which can sleep and slow and poison and all sorts of things to you. They have a Scream attack, which I believe can confuse.
Yep.
And also do a bunch of damage. And then they just kind of go all over the place. So even using like AoE magics, they... that was rough.
the thing about the fight
You
is
won't
that
hit them all. You won't kill them all in one round. Like it's
Yeah.
a mess.
the worse it gets, because like if it's just
Yeah.
one survivor, you can just kill it, and it's like, okay, Vaughn might take something, but if there's 3 alive, then they'll start coming at you from multiple directions. You'll have to use too much MP, and it'll ruin your MP routing for the rest of the dungeon, and it's just it's a mess. But we just had a good execution there, and let's hope for 2 more coming up.
So Tachibana should set up his last Traveler with 305. This Traveler is then used once again for Sid 1, and that will be the last time you will see Traveler actually being set up. Probably not the last time we will see Traveler, but the last time we actually look at the step count and make sure, okay, we are at the correct step count to deal 9,900 damage.
Yeah, there's a place later where we can just be pretty sure that we're going to be above 500 and get a nice 2k damage for completely free when we're not doing anything else, but it's not really set up anymore. But now, Tachibana is coming up on probably my favorite boss in the whole run, Ahriman. So the big thing about Ahriman is that he splits. When he reaches 60% HP, he splits into 2. When he gets to 40% HP, he splits into 4. And when he gets to 20% HP, he splits into 8. And all the clones are more or less as strong as he is, although they have much less HP, so they're pretty easy to kill. And historically, the method of doing this fight has been to try and kill the clones, like find ways to kill the clones. So you attack him until he's low, he gets 1 clone, you kill the clone, and then you attack him until he splits into 4. You kill the 3 clones, and then when he splits, you actually don't want to kill the clones because he's low enough that you can kill him all at once. And so the challenge was to try and get your party set up in such a way that the 3 characters are closest to the real Ahriman and reflect all your spells. But instead, we have a way to manipulate his motion and splitting now. So what we're going to do is pretty much hit him until he splits, and then when he splits the first time, we're going to clog the queue with that warp mode. So this is where the warp mode is absolutely necessary. So by putting the warp mode in the queue when he's about to go split, he won't be able to split, and we can move up to him, and then we can actually hit him with spells while he's splitting. And then when he comes back, we can actually hit him again, and then hit him a 3rd time when he teleports back 1 more time, so before he even gets his last split, we can kill him. So this movement and setup has put him just above 60%, And now by Belias freezing, he won't be able to teleport away from us. He's just frozen by Belias, and that gets him close to 40% potions. And now Penelo is using the warp mode, so he's frozen, or he can't start splitting until we get close to him, swap the girls out, swap them in. This round will now will be half of his remaining HP while he does his first split. So freeze one more time here. He would like to teleport away, and he's immune while he's teleporting, but the freezing here prevents that. And now the last little manipulation, and this is the part we don't understand. For some reason, he teleports away and then teleports back before he starts his last split. And so we hit him. Looks okay. We're okay. Very nice.
Very close.
Very smooth, yeah. And that's
That
a
was
lot
very-
harder than it looked.
That was very close on Tachibana, and Zero currently trying to get some LP, but not getting good RNG and getting confused on both Ash and Penelo, and thus the Blazara cast not really going off and not doing anything, as Penelo is short on LP and is not able to equip the Sorcerer's Hats and/or Sorcerer's Habit, so he really needs to get some LP for her, otherwise this might get a little bit spicy. Nekota on his way into the Solicubit, and Tachibana. Ooh, Cubus!
We got Cubus on spawn. There's a % chance for enemies to switch to, instead of the green axe wielding whatever, they get the blue staff wielding casters. And when you kill all of them, a mob called Cubus, is it a flan or is it a cube thing? I forget. Drops down and you have to kill that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's
an
one
OA
of the
thing.
rare game.
It's a rare game where the headless green ones turn into Wendigos. I literally only know the ice heads because they're called Wendigos for some reason. And if you see them, you know, oh, Cubus spawns. Because if you then defeat all the enemies in the area, you will get Cubus spawn.
Yep. Rare game in this game are very what's the word I'm looking for here? Varied, varied in how they spawn.
Idiosyncratic, maybe.
Usually in very annoying ways, or very unlikely ways. Like there's some enemies that like have like a 5% chance to replace an enemy, which means like the Razorfin, which we saw a couple of, where like you can manipulate it, but that takes a bunch of time, or you can just zone back and forth, and that will take anywhere from like, oh, you do it a couple times and it's fine, to you've zoned back and forth about 20 times and nothing's happened. So yeah, those things are very not useful at all in the 80% speed run, but in order to do the Order of Ambrosia category, which I will not get too far into, you do have to kill one of every enemy in the game. Oh, almost every enemy in the game, technically, but yeah, and rare game are a part of that. Yeah, and some spawn based on what time it is. There's an enemy that actually is in a different area that, I mean, it's not even a rare game, that spawns in a different area in the Osmond plane depending on what time it's at. So like between like 07 and 22 it spawns in one zone, and then 23 to 40 or something it spawns in a different. Very interesting, some of the decisions made in the creation of this game.
Some of the things are just purely RNG, but for the sake of the OOA speedrun, we found ways to manipulate the RNG to get those things to spawn when we want them to. So that's been like the story of the improvement over the years, of just like from a 26-hour run to like a 21-hour run, just like hours of time spent forcing the spawn of things into like consistently doing it.
I'm pretty sure Zero has a sub 20 at this point, doesn't he?
Sub 20.
I'm not sure.
What? Oh, sub 20. Oh, wait, no. He's still on 21-ish. He's trying to get sub 21.
Yeah.
So on Tachibana's screen now, we're going to be proceeding through Arcades. This is a pretty straightforward area. There's a little mini game in this area where we just have to talk to a few people to gather information for Jules, who is one of the friend of one of the main characters, Balthier. But this is going to lead into a much more annoying mini game in the next area called Chops, and probably one of the least liked parts of FF12, and it's just basically in this area you have to talk to the people that are standing around and connect people with related stories. And in this version, I think you're going to do 11 chops. Am I crazy with that?
Nine jobs.
Nine
Nine jobs
chops.
here and 3 in the Zodiac Age. It's
Yes.
still 9 in the International Zodiac job system. The change from 9 to 3 was actually TZA exclusive.
How nice of people for them to remake it to make it less.
Seriously.
It is very good that I changed it down to 3, because back then, when I was a kid, I always hated doing chops, so whenever chops came out, I was like, I don't want to play anymore, because it just took the wind out of the sails. Like, all the excitement of playing the game, and then, I have to try to pair up 2 seemingly random NPCs to get the Pinewood chop. That was not fun. However, if you only have to get 3 Pinewood chops, that's a lot less of a pain than doing 9.
For our sake, though, we are still on a step route for, ever since the middle of Sochin Cave Palace, and so we have to do the chops on the step route, and the NPCs do move randomly, so we have to adapt to this in our steps.
Not only do they move randomly. Sorry, one second.
No, yeah.
But not only do they move randomly, they also can spawn in different places randomly because of weird tech things.
However,
Right.
the place that we set up Traveler is the only possible place. There's no place earlier because we do it on the first enemy after the Mandragoras, and if you wait until later, then you have even more steps to burn. So we actually have a bit of a cushion here. So we actually want to be burning steps while doing chops, because we're gonna end up having to burn some before the next boss anyway.
Oh, Tachibana having to sell stuff in the Aroga shop menu.
Yeah, this is what he was farming in the Silica Wood. But looks like we're okay. I guess this is going to be one benefit. Zero may have lost LP on Bergen, but he did get the Mega Elixir, which is a cheeky 8k gil to lighten the load for the rest of the run. I did not see whether Nekota got the Mega Elixir.
I didn't see either. I think there's a fight happening.
Yeah, the action really ebbs and flows. Especially we got 3 async runs going on.
Yeah. It's the first half is a lot of running around and farming, and then the second half just turns into a boss rush, as mentioned.
But now we pay jewels, and we'll have to start collecting chops now.
After he gets the stare down from Fran. Fran knows what's up.
She knows. Jules also knows that she knows.
Oh yeah, for sure. That cough is on purpose.
This is funny. We get to see Nekota doing the Moogle Gate while Chops is happening at the same time. Oh, so this is interesting. Tachibana is going about this sort of counterclockwise, counterclockwise. Oh no, he's going back now. Okay, I was gonna say I actually went to the north screen first and then circled around from where he just came from. I'll be curious to see if that's the way he goes. But
usually you don't do an extra one of these until the end, is what I used to do.
Yeah. It doesn't matter that
do,
much because there's extra steps to burn, but I'm still interested to see the differences.
He just burned a lot of
fast,
steps. He just burned a ton of steps.
It should
the
be okay.
gentleman onlooker's in a weird spot.
I really hope he didn't overstep though, because that looked like a lot of steps.
Usually you have more than 100
that
extra.
one was on purpose. Yeah. The gentleman onlooker usually spawns kind of in this square area, and he was kind of hiding back in the corner over
Normally
here.
in the middle,
which
he
is,
was off to the
like
right.
Like I said, these can move and spawn kind of randomly sometimes.
He is going counterclockwise, but so the
He's
worst
going
case scenario here is if he does happen to overstep. We are saving before Sid. If he does overstep, then it's we just have to burn those extra steps for a full cycle, which isn't too bad. But I believe in him.
And turbo plus instant speed.
Yeah, this is definitely one
fast.
place where the Japanese runners are going to be saving time because they have the turbo controller and there's you can see how quickly they mash through the text boxes.
What is the refresh rate on like Hori controllers? Like 20 hertz? Like that's incredible. interesting pathing for.
I was just looking to see if I had my turbo controller to try and confirm your answer, Harvey. But I think there's a switch actually for 2 different speeds. I think it's also different between the Hori and the Kiwami, but I think the fast one is actually too fast for FF12, so you'd use the slower one. I forget exactly. It's been a while since I looked at this.
Ah, okay. I haven't really used turbo controllers before. I do own 2, but I haven't really used them.
Okay, I have my Hori right here. There's 3 switches, or there's 3 settings for the speed, but there's nothing explicit about what the actual speed is. Yeah, the big point of excitement coming up now will be Mandragoras very shortly for 0. And I do kind of hope we get to see at least one not 5 hit, just for the sake of showing how the fight goes, but for the sake of finishing the marathon sooner, I guess I should hope for the 3 5 hits.
Did anyone save before, like directly before Mandy's, or did they all save at a different point?
I don't think so.
Well, we will see with 0, because 0 is approaching Mandy's right now.
I'd imagine she does a save here, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 0 does the save here. He's full HP on both girls.
Yeah. So I actually see looking back at the discussion, we have Bergen, and then Mandragoras, and then Sid 1 as our saves. Although there's not too many saves, looks like they agreed to not have too many saves. One thing that we haven't said explicitly is just, but you could work out yourself, is that anytime you touch a save crystal, you get a full heal, and if your party is set up with Spellbreaker and Reflect, that will completely ruin your setup. So you actually do not want to touch save crystals as much as possible. And so
there's some places that you want to anyway because you just can't really run through in spell crit, and one of those is the what's the name of this place? The lab, Draclor Laboratory. So we usually would hit that crystal anyway at the top. So it's just a convenient spot to save. But one place where we really do not want to touch crystals as much as possible, but is the Pharos near the end of the game.
The next 2 dungeons after Draclor are both Girvagan and Pharos are both very long, multiple bosses, and you do not want to touch the save crystals. So it looks like we're not going to be saving there unless something goes wrong. So this will be a very high skill execution finish to the run.
Yeah, most of the fights are pretty much like, I'm not going to say guaranteed because it's FF12 and nothing's guaranteed, but there's a little bit less like RNG things, like what can happen at Bergen that happens, as well as a lot of backup strats that you can recover from. So it's not like the most unsafe things in the world, but yeah.
Some of them can get hairy for sure.
Things can always happen.
Yeah. Tyrant, which we affectionately refer to as the scariest boss to earn. Just because, even though it should go normally.
Scariest one now?
The Tyrant is not the scariest one, but he is, quote, the scariest boss in the run, unquote. That's his title.
Fair.
It might not be true, but he is very scary, and we want to emphasize that.
Yeah, Tyrant can just completely use his instant attacks to just outspeed Vaughn with his Confuse and be like, oh yeah, Vaughn just is dead now and we have to back up.
Yeah. He can also combo at the start and just kill you, and then you're immediately into backup strat. But you can do backups on that. Like, you can recover.
That's never happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so let's see how Mandragoras goes for 0 now.
Yeah. Let's hope for another 5 hit.
So
I don't know what his number is, so I'm just going to assume that he's good.
As Freddeh mentioned, we got the Mandragoras all splitting up, and they're all going to group up, looks like in the upper right corner, the northeast corner. We got Traveler on, I think that's the Alron King.
top stock, I think.
Top
Top stock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's
And
pretty
then
good
one of them
position.
is splitting off.
Yeah. Which could be okay.
So 4 are going to
Okay,
go down
4
for
hit.
sure
4 hit is
here.
good. 4 hit is
Still
good.
very good, yeah. So we get.
And then you
it'll
can
be a
just
quick
run
fight.
over.
Yep.
You have the girls ready to come out once he does an attack. You can be like, okay, bring them
I believe
out,
this
do a quick
is
fire reflect, and it's easy.
Onion Queen, not Mandragora Prince. The important one is that Mandragora Prince is weak to fire, and so you can
No.
just do 2 fires instead of a full reflected round.
I believe Onion Queen. This is Outround King. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He was able
That's
to kill
Oh.
Onion Queen right before the cooldown
So-
got off, which is really
It
good. Or
actually
the cooldown
killed-
went off, but it only hit Vaughn.
Killed mid-animation, and so if that animation actually hit the girls, they could have gotten hit by pollen, which isn't that bad. It just causes like sleep, darkness, poison, and we can just cure those, but it's just like a headache that we luckily avoided there. So that was a good Mandragoras,
Yeah.
solid 4 hit,
Yeah,
and we're on our way.
we take that.
Yep.
We take that.
So like I said, sometimes the Managros are just like, nah, I'm going to go over this corner instead of attacking you. I'm good.
So
Usually it's only one, but yeah.
Tachibana is proceeding through Draklor. This dungeon is very annoying just because there's a lot of enemies that can all randomly hit you. Sometimes you get hit by none of them. Sometimes they just wail on you. Looks like he's doing all right so far, though.
And that's not the most annoying part about this dungeon. The most annoying part about this dungeon is that there's an elevator which enemies can come out of. And
Yes.
while they are doing that, you cannot use the elevator to go up the floor. So
You literally just
you're
have to
stuck
wait and
waiting
take
there
damage.
for the elevator to open, things come out, and then close again. And meanwhile, you're getting hit by like 6 or 7 mobs. Yeah, it's... We'll see if Tachibana can get through without too much issue.
He did not get the troll. Also, one
I
thing
didn't
that
see it on the first one, yeah.
one thing I can mention that's just like another like impressive thing runners can do when they're as skilled as these runners. So normally you open the menu to check your step count, but Zero knew what his step count was on Mandragoras, and he also saw the damage that it did on Mandragoras. And so you can take the previous step count, subtract the damage, or the effective number of steps from the damage you saw on Mandragoras, and then he just saw the amount of damage that Traveler did, which was 488. So he went and divided that by 2, added that to his previous step count, and that's his new step count. So you can just figure it out with math, save 1 second of opening the menu, but it's just like impressive stuff. Meanwhile, Nekota's gonna...
No troll for Tachibana. Oh, yep, I got another Mandragoras.
Actually, the second elevator cannot troll you. It's only the first one, so it's okay.
And that should be a 5 hit.
Looks good to me, yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
wait, what?
Amazing.
Oh,
Wait, what?
he
What?
moved an extra step and it reset the timer.
No,
Oh,
that's not possible.
No.
Once it hits. Maybe it just missed, or maybe he actually reset the party by taking Balthier.
Oh, maybe he targeted one of the very far away Mandies when that meant the top stock was out of bound or out of the area of effect.
Yeah. Well, it's still
Definitely
we got 4, and 5, so we're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm just now curious. I'm gonna go see if I can figure out what happened.
Yeah. Once the damage is determined, it doesn't change, so it can't be bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Very good, very clean.
Good. Okay. I thought I saw a scream there for a second, but we're okay. Okay, and we have Zero getting ready for Ariman, and we have Tachibana getting ready for Sid. So for Sid, the big thing is that he is surrounded by 4 rooks, and we have to kill the rooks before we can kill him. The rooks, when the first one dies, it triggers a cutscene. And so we have to kill 1, and then there'll be 3, and then we have to kill the 3 and Sid. The difficult issue is that rooks, first of all, Sid doesn't take damage from normal elements, so we have to use bio, and the rooks also have magic resist, so they don't take much damage. So we have to use a full round of reflected spells to kill the first rook, and then after that, it's really hard to kill the rooks because they keep moving around, and so this is what our last Traveler setup is for. We're setting it up so that it hits... The rooks does like 6k damage because they have a damage resist, and then 1 or 2 rounds of bio on top of that should be enough to clear the rooks. Luckily, once we clear the rooks, he will just walk around and not do anything, and he walks to the other side of the room to prep his big attack, but we can kill him before he gets there, so it's not too bad.
Oh, Ariman might have gotten a little bit too much damage off, but I'm
Yeah,
not
he
entirely
he
sure.
got an extra hit from Vaughn, so it looks like Zero's okay. He's resetting. It should be okay. Meanwhile, we got our first round of spells. Did not kill the first rook, so now we need an extra one to kill that rook. So we got a bad damage roll here. A lot going on. Zero is doing his warp mode freeze while Tachibana is trying to kill the first rook.
And that's the first rook for Sid. Nice.
Yep. MP should not be a problem.
And
Ariman's
Zero-
frozen. We got a bad teleport, but we're going behind him.
And now Tachibana trying to do the Traveler and Biocast on...
Looks like he did not overstep, what last you were worried about. Alright, 2 splits to be aware of here. Fights are going to end close together.
And that's Ariman for Zero.
Good for Zero. Yep.
That was very
Yep,
clean.
Ariman.
That was a very good Ariman fight.
It's a good recovery for the extra damage, too. Ooh, 37 hit points on...
It's okay, he's
Oh,
not
no,
getting
they're
attacked
dead,
again.
though. It's fine. Yep. Never mind.
One Gaia hat. And the Gaia hat. Very nice, very nice. You can get an elixir from that Gaia hat chest, but you do kind of want to get that Gaia hat there. Just because you are quite low on money. Especially if you go with the one jelly strat.
Also, Belias freezing here to stop him from moving. And this last round should do it.
And that's it one.
Let's go.
Yeah, Sid walks to the other end of the room to use his ability, so freezing him in
This one
place
is
so
on a
that
roll.
M by a lot.
Oh yeah, they're called Strikers, by the way, Freddeh. In the
Oh, yeah,
Cubist
sorry.
room. Yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
called Strikers.
I probably knew that, but wasn't really caring about the actual name. Good times.
And could also mention that this hallway that Zero is running through has quite a few traps in it, and this is a nice place to use a float boat if you got an extra one. We as runners have to remember where the traps are, so it's pretty much a Metal Gear Solid 1 Meryl moment, but it's better to just get the float boat and faster. And also with the girls out, it's really easy for them to accidentally hit one, even though you miss it. So it's just very nice to do it this way.
Yep.
Metal Gear Solid 1 Meryl moment?
When Psycho Mantis reads her mind, she learns the location of the mines.
Oh.
I
That might
completely...
be too deep a cut.
Look, I played MGS1, but I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, there's definitely not been runs that have been lost to dying to traps right after a rough Ariman fight.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It's
I've
so
definitely not done that ever.
Tasteful
Cough,
gaze
cough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phantasmal Gaze is rude.
So the issue with Phantasmal Gaze is that it stops Vaughn from doing the Belias freeze he needs to do. We position so that it's okay. So this looks like it's gonna be okay. Yeah, okay, we've fully recovered now.
I think we're good.
Yep. So we need to Belias freeze to stop him from teleporting during this round of spells, and then we queue up the D-zone mode, or the warp mode. The D-zone mode is what it's called in Japanese. And so that's queued up. Now we can move over behind him. This is a really long distance, but it's okay. Put the girls behind him, and let's just hope the rest of the fight goes well.
It's probably the longest distance that he can go away.
Almost,
From-
yeah. There's one little issue, or one little thing of timing here, which is when you do this A to B reset, you... Wait,
What is he doing?
Belias is still in the queue.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So what's happening?
Oh, decoy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is he re-decoying though?
Could get hairy.
Oh boy. Yeah, that screams like a backup.
I think because he had to run so far away that it just ran out of. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, we're fully in backup strats now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I think if he would have tried, he could have probably done it, but I think he just wanted to be extra safe, especially during a relay.
Oh, the decoy ran out because of all the Phantasmal Gaze issues. Oh, man.
Yeah,
of course,
that'll
of
do it
course.
too. Yep.
Okay, he's got Miramail back on. Well, this is just the old strat. Let's see if he can do the old strat.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is the old
that's true, it is
arguments
the
that we
old
talk
trap.
about, and that's why we said RMN is quite the headache.
Yeah, because you can just
Although
do
Vaughn will die really fast
a
here.
manual cast.
Where's the real one? So you can see where the real one is compared to his clones, where there's the most shimmer. So we usually
right
go around
below.
with the camera just to check where the real one is, and I think
It's the one on the
Tachibana-
right now. That's
Yeah,
near
I believe
Ash.
it is as well. Yeah.
Oh, she. Uh-oh.
Did she do too much damage to herself?
Yeah, she. I don't know how she killed herself.
You-
Is it because of the
I don't think
Enchantress
you
Rabbit or something?
need her. Do you even need her in crit for this?
yes, I think you do. Yeah.
You might be able to
I
get
think
by
you
because
just
of how
used her-
low he is.
I think you
Use
might
her
be
to
able to
do
get
the
by,
manual
but to be
fire
extra
out?
safe.
Like I would probably just manual fire with on the clones with Ash, and then Pinello actually does the damage to finish.
Yeah, but then
be
you have
enough
the
damage.
issue that the main RMN is going to use Maze Riot that's going to kill whoever gets targeted.
Well, it was,
Yeah, there's so many moving parts to this run, and this is why RMN is such a headache. If it goes wrong, it doesn't happen often anymore where the run goes wrong, where RMN goes wrong. But when it goes wrong, it's a headache. It's an absolute headache, and no one
these are
wants
the
to be in
argument
that
fights that I'm
position.
used to. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just normal argument.
Noble lies, please. Perfect.
There we
Well,
go.
nice
okay.
backup. Nice
Good
backup.
recovery. Good recovery for Nekota. Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Oh, wow, man. I think I stopped
Edge.
breathing there.
Edge of my seat kind of gameplay.
Honestly, for
I'm-
runners at this level, I wouldn't have been surprised if they were just. I mean, like you have to be prepared for them for the relay, but when they're doing their own runs, like that kind of
Tech
problems in the
issues?
first fight is not.
Tech issues on Nekota?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm worried about his step count as well.
I think it should be fine because he just ran to the chest and he's mostly stood by the chest. I didn't even talk about Reflacia happening on the other screen now.
Yeah, there's just too much stuff going on. Like, as soon as they get to the end game, there's like so many bosses going on which are like very detailed, and oh, if you just make one mistake, then it's really bad.
Yeah, we had a bit of a tick issue from Nekota, but he'll be back soon. Yeah, we completely missed Reflacia, but we can talk about that when Zero gets there.
Reflegia? Do we have to talk about Reflegia?
Fortunately, we do. It's a very short fight. I guess I can just mention, even though we're past it, he's weak to arrow, and we still have cherry staves from when we were using arrow before, but we have Eroga now. And so the really difficult thing about that fight, and the reason why it's actually one of the worst fights for something to go wrong on, is that there's a magic drain, or there's an MP draining field in the zone, and so if you don't kill him in your first 2 rounds, you just completely run out of MP, and you just have no way to recover because you just can't use magic. And I laughed there because someone called him Vile Plume, and I think that's a pretty apt comparison. But beyond that, it's
was
pretty
it the same-
straightforward. He only does a single attack on the main target, on the main party leader. You need to have decoy on because he has a queued like an attack that comes up automatically called Nectar Volley, and that's just a single target thing, and tanks that, and then just hit him with 2 rounds, and it's no problem.
So Tachibana now in the Feywood doing this little... What is it called again in English? When you see like fake pictures of like oasis and whatnot.
Mirage, I guess.
Mirage, thank you. Yeah, looking at the mirages, and when you see the mirages of like this oasis, I guess, that's when you know, okay, we have to go to that place to actually get through Feywood. because if you don't go through there and just go through the next zone, you will start again at the beginning of the zone where you just got into. And yeah, after that we will be in Giruwegan. And speaking of Giruwegan, the door to Giruwegan is the only reason why we actually need to have Balayas. If it weren't for that, we would never have to license Balayas. But it's
also...
Yep, no, go ahead.
I would say it's also why, in my opinion, the no license board run is not a true no license board run, because this is the one license you have to get.
Oh, come on!
Impossible. Yeah.
It's the one license
challenge.
Yeah, I feel like
I mean,
at this point, even if we
licenses.
didn't need it for this, we would use it for the actual strategies we use Belias Freezing for still.
Oh,
yeah,
licenses
absolutely.
actually. Two licenses actually, because in the tutorial you get your Rocky Armlet.
So it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah, those two are unskippable licenses if you want to finish the game.
So I'm also trying to help sort out the tech issue.
So Tachibana now approaching the next boss in the boss gauntlet, which is going to be Daedalus. So for Daedalus, there's a very specific setup, which is not too hard. Just get Bio on the casters and use Balthier to cast Confuse on on Daedalus, and just get him into Confuse loop, and then with Reflecting Bio, that should be it. However, Daedalus, even although a really easy boss, if you somehow mess this boss up towards the end of the fight, you cannot really recover. Like it's one of those that if you mess it up, then like he will absolutely destroy you.
So the pattern for a lot of... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the reason this works is because of Underflow, but go ahead. Explain it after.
Yeah, we can talk about Underflow, but I just want to mention that the pattern for a lot of these bosses is they have HP thresholds for big moves, and so since we do a lot of damage really fast, a lot of the time it ends up being that if you don't kill them, or if they break out of the loop, then they just have a big sequence of devastating attacks that come out instantaneously. But yeah, Underflow, go.
Yep. So partially, one of the reasons we don't, because what you could do on Dustia 1 is when you're farming is you could get a few drops, run to a store in the Wester Sand. I always get them backwards. And then buy more Phoenix Stones and continue your chain from there. But the reason we don't do that is because we actually want Fran, well, mostly Balthier at this point, but to be a lower level in order to underflow status effects like Confuse. This would... sorry, I got distracted by Nekota coming back. The way status effects work is that each status effect has kind of a base power, I believe what it is, and then each effect has a base power, and
I have the math if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. I know it's magic minus vitality, but
yeah, right. So it's base stat of the magic, which is fixed, plus the magic stat minus the enemy's vitality, and that gives you the percentage probability.
Yep. And if that percentage probability equals to under 0, it underflows to a much higher number, which guarantees then that you can confuse. Yeah. I mean, it's probably higher than 100, but
yeah, I think it goes to -1, but
be
stored as just infinity or whatever, max.
Yeah. It makes it 100%. Yeah. So we use this especially for a lot of these later fights where there's enemies that are, for whatever reason, able to be confused or mostly confused, I think. Maybe immobilizes a couple points.
Sleep on one enemy.
Oh yeah, sleep on one enemy as well.
Yeah, it's confused on a few bosses, immobilize on Shimhazai, and sleep on Fenrir. I think those are the big underflows.
That does sound right. So we use that to great effect to basically make enemies not able to attack us in most situations.
Oh no.
Daedalus, you're able to lock up. Tyrant has issues. Zero Scar has that elevator troll that we were talking about, where you just slowly have to watch this open and close.
He's burning steps, as we said. There's quite a few steps in this part.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it when you get the elevator. You just have to take it and hope that it's absolutely not devastating, that the enemies are not just absolutely destroying you during
He
that time.
did use his warp mode there just to get rid of some of the enemies to make him take less damage, but that's pretty much all you can do. You just have to wait for the door to shut.
Alright, so the immobilize despawn, which is happening on Tachibana's screen right now in Girovegan. Penelo is immobilized, and because of what we talked about earlier with the rubber banding and in what kind of radius the enemy spawns, we run around with Balthier and Ash and always switch back to Penelo, so the enemies will be despawned, which is very useful because the behemoths and the what was it, gargoyles or barons? I forgot.
I forget.
Either or. They're just incredibly powerful, and I think they can one-shot Vaughn even.
Yep.
Even with the Mirror Mail.
Yep.
So, and because that's very, well, dangerous, we just despawn them.
This part is extremely annoying on the Zodiac Age, where you don't necessarily have the capacity to do that with the 4 times speed, and so just like having to go by, even though you have much better armor, much better stats, they still are devastating here. So here we're just avoiding it as much as possible. Also, there's these hidden paths that you have to find to proceed through this dungeon. But obviously we know the right path, so we know how to run it. But again, we leave Penelo behind at the start, and that will make everything easier further on. And it's funny because, you know, we can lead with Ash even though she's so much weaker, just because we know we can despawn anything that appears. This despawn glitch, is worth mentioning, doesn't work in a few specific places. I think it's zones that are too small and some enemies that are just persistent even through being despawned. I think it's generally enemies that teleport. Enemies that teleport can't be despawned, and so there are a few places like that where it's an issue. For example, the Mistmare in Still Trying to Miriam. Like, we actually saw that even though we despawned all the other enemies, the Mistmare was still following us.
It's not all teleport enemies, because you can despawn
you're right.
Epenamines items. But yeah, there's like very specific enemies which you cannot despawn. I think Entites you can't despawn either.
Yep.
Like the Noma Entite, the Daikon Entite, Hunts, of course, and bosses. I don't even think. Well, the only Esper you could try this on would be a Dramelech, but I don't think it's possible on a Dramelech.
Speaking of Entite, we just got an Entite, and it is not being despawned. I saw Tachibana use the potion, it made me nervous for a second.
Or is Daikon the one in? No,
In Girovegan.
that's Undine. Yeah,
Undine
Daikon's the
and-
one in Girovegan.
Undine Entite is in second
Pharaoh's.
second
yeah,
ascent. Pharaoh's second ascent.
Yep.
I don't know what their names are, I just know that they're scary, menacing orbs.
They
and
just
Undine
want you to
Entite-
be silent. They're
Undine-
friendly. They just want you to be quiet. Sorry.
And Undine Entite is incredibly fast. I don't think I've seen an enemy like chase you as fast as Undine Entite does sometimes. Good lord. That's actually terrifying how fast Undine Entite is.
It's nice of those statue enemies to just cast haste on themselves and not even aggro us. You know, we don't have to take our weapon out, and then we just teleport and despawn them. It's that easy. So
And
now
with
we are
that-
prepping for Tyrant. So this is a really scary boss. Like we were talking about, it's just an underflow of Confuse. The thing about the Confuse loop is that the faster the enemy attacks, the faster they break out of their own Confuse. And so Tyrant is very, very fast, and he can break out of it very fast. And so as Harvey was saying earlier, it's something to watch out for. It's just like Tyrant will be getting closer and closer to us every time he breaks Confuse, and we just gotta hope that he doesn't manage to one-shot Vaughn.
Really hope Zero remembers Mirror Mail.
I'm sure he will. Yeah, you take off Mirror Mail to apply Decoy, and we mentioned it earlier, but I just want to point out again that Vaughn currently has a little duck over his head. That's the NA logo for Decoy. In the Japanese version, it's just the kanji for Otori, which means decoy. And so I think that the duck is a lot cuter than the kanji, personally.
He does not have Mirror Mail on.
Yeah, there might be a reset.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang.
yeah.
Yeah.
It had to
That's one
happen
of
to
those.
one
At
runner.
least that's
Yeah, like Mirror Mail is a classic to forget. It happened to everyone at least once, if not multiple times.
Actually,
And to me,
Tachibana
about
just put his
50.
mirror back on, so he was on the verge.
Ooh, that's not a good
It's
boss.
almost like he
mirror
had
mail on
zero
either.
surround up on the side. Like, oh yeah, right, Mirror Mail.
Yeah,
Another-
I believe Tyrant has just a really high amount of. Oh no, you cast this, or no, you always cast the spell. What am I talking about? I believe he has a really high amount of vitality, so even Vaughn has low enough magic to do it. So we can just use Vaughn on this one, thankfully.
One annoying
Which
thing
is
about
good because it needs
this
to eat a hit.
is that you don't have enough MP to cast all the confuses you need to, so you have to run in circles. Luckily, it's a high mist zone, and so you can charge enough. Also, since we swapped the Vaughn as the main tank, he has more MP than Bosch did historically, so we're okay. It looks like he's okay. These confuses are landing with
I
plenty
think
of
he should
time
be
to spare.
fine. Yeah. There's also you want to stand a certain distance away that is both not too close and not too far away because of the animation time of the confuse moving towards Tyrant.
Yep, you want to take a little bit longer to hit at the
yeah.
right time, and you also don't want him to lunge you. He can lunge you in between hits.
Sure can.
Yeah.
Okay, round 2. With a reflect this time. Looks good to me.
Yeah, nice round. Nice rook kill.
Okay, that went better than the first rook for Tachibana.
First try.
Also, one thing about this is if you don't kill with the first round of spells, the rooks will start casting Shell on Sid earlier. Or they're doing it, but they do it earlier when you don't hit that first round, and so you have to dispel them, and it's a slower fight. So Zero got that, so it looks like we're gonna have a pretty ideal fight here on this attempt.
And funnily enough, these actually do reduce damage on Traveler by a third, so it only does 69.
One of the
65.
few places, where you actually get the reduction, even on techniques.
Yeah.
Sorry, techniques.
I really hope he doesn't shoot. Okay, he didn't.
I was gonna say, yeah.
The blast freeze, I think, stopped it.
He was looking like he was going to for a
Possibly.
second.
Yeah. Okay, looks like that Sict 1 is going really well. For
Yeah,
Zero.
this is pretty much free at this
Yeah,
point.
this is going very well. Okay, and Tachibana right now in Great Crystal, everyone's absolute favorite dungeon. Everyone's favorite dungeon.
Speaking of enemies
There's
that can't be
definitely
despawned, these lovely little Ozes cannot be despawned.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's okay. It only does damage. There's
Well-
nothing else that ability does.
Well, I see you making the
Hellraiser,
joke
whatever.
of Hellblaster. Yeah, Hellblaster is the absolutely devastating attack, which they added in the NA version of the game. So in the Japanese version, there's no Hellblaster for them to deal with, and also
There's no Hellblaster? What?
There's no Hellblaster,
Why-
and there's also
why am I
the
not
smaller
running
chance of getting
Japanese?
hit.
It's free.
Exactly.
So yeah, the Japanese version is the easier version, kind
So
of.
they still have Blaster, I believe, which is very similar, just less likely to inflict the status ailments. But the Hellblaster, they do not have.
Hellblaster
Yeah.
does look cooler at least. So
It
there's
does. It's got that nice little red ray effect. Let's see if we get any of
It
that.
looks really cool while you're being very sad about getting hit by it.
Even though a lot of people dislike Great Crystal due to getting lost and due to no minimap and no nothing, I do still believe it's a very beautiful place the way it looks, and the themes
music's great.
of course as well.
Look at these nice little cats. They're not doing anything.
They're
So to
fun.
actually describe what Hellblaster does, it pretty much does a little bit of damage. It's not a huge amount of damage, but it has a high probability of inflicting pretty much every status ailment in the game. It's not everyone. I don't think like Doom maybe, but like you get petrified, you get slept, dark, poison, and you if the party leader gets hit, you get stuck, and you have to deal with all these status ailments before the next boss. Typically, you just let the character who gets Hellblaster die, and then when they come back, all of the bad status ailments that we're worried about are gone, except possibly Silence if it's one of the girls. But like they'll come back in this game when you're blind and you come back, you'll still be blind, but blind is almost never relevant to us. So
Yep.
I think the only time it matters if you have to like back up and then attack yourself to damage down, but that barely ever happens.
yep. So that was Kaki, which is Rake.
Okay, and I think with that, Tachibana is basically done with Great Crystal.
One last sleep.
The last one, basically.
Sleep can be annoying if it lands, but it looks like it didn't even, you know. JP Great Crystal, so pleasant.
It's so much better than NA Great Crystal
Yeah.
by a long shot.
Much more
Not-
relaxing, I agree.
It's not uncommon to have to use like 5 or 6 Phoenix Downs in this Great Crystal one. NA.
Yeah.
We'll see
Yeah, yeah.
0 in there soon enough.
Yeah.
So he's now curing Vaughn with Ash, because you do kind of need near, if not even full HP for Shemazai, because Shemazai uses crossbows to attack, and crossbows can crit. And if I remember correctly, if you get 2 unlucky crits, Vaughn dies,
Yep.
and the entire stretch does not work.
Also part. Yep. I think it's a 20% crit chance too, so it's not that unlikely to get the double crit. This is once again a case of the underflow. Vaughn's vitality or Vaughn's magic is still low enough, and Shimazai has high enough vitality that it's no problem.
Yep.
But it's quite a funny fight though once you actually execute it, because you just immobilize, and she's got a ton of HP, but you simply just let the girl stand by him, and he can't do anything, or she can't do anything.
Yeah, I
I
think
believe
it's
this
about
is
a
a save
4%.
here as well.
I think it's about a 4% chance for the double crit to kill. 20% times 20% and 20% together is like 4% for it to happen back to
Sounds
back.
right.
So I'll mention that we did not agree, or the owners did not explicitly agree to save before Shemazai, but it looks like Tachibana wants to play it extra safe.
Yeah, he doesn't want the 4%.
The only two 100% saves at the moment are Hydra and Bahamut. So we'll see what safety the runners decide to by their own volition. Yeah, while that's happening, we can also just mention really quick, since we're about to see Rafflesia again. Like I said, it's a pretty straightforward fight. The thing to watch out for is that the MP drain is happening actively. The thing that's kind of funny is we used to get 2 mist charges on Ash and Penelo. We will eventually get those, and you would think having more MP would help, but the MP drain is actually fractional, and so when you have more MP, you lose it faster, and so it doesn't actually help you that much. So I remember, like, when I was trying the strategy with one having a mischarge and one not, the one with the mischarge actually ran out first for some reason, and so it was very surprising.
You get less back.
Yeah.
From the reflects.
Exactly, from the
Oh
warm
my
meter.
god! And
Proportionally,
of
at
course he
least.
got the crits.
Crit?
Is
Did
he
he get the
getting
sec-
double? Is he getting double? That would be such relay luck.
You trying to play it
Okay.
safe with the
Nope.
potion?
Okay. He
Okay.
wouldn't have died even with the high.
Yeah,
even
he
without the
played
high
it safe.
potion, but he played it extra safe.
Now I'm a
Would've
little
been
worried
close.
though, because
Oh, you mean because
bios
of
are
the
out of sync.
immobilized timer?
yeah, not the immobilized timer, but also the bios are out of sync now, and you want to be Belias freezing here, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's gonna charge the MP first.
Yeah.
but
He
let's
needs
see.
the mana. Yeah.
Oh, we got curse. Oh, I think Zero has to restart here.
Ooh, yeah, that's a rough curse.
Did he save right before Rafflesia?
No.
Whoa. Yeah, that's a very rare one. Well, it doesn't happen often, but if
Usually
it
you don't.
happens, ugh.
You run in with the girls out now?
Yes, to save time, but it's
Yeah,
curse doesn't happen too often. But if you set it up correctly, curse does not go off. But the problem is the movement has to be very specific. The thing is, you can't walk too far away, because if you walk too far away, then Vaughn's Eroga reflects will not reflect onto Rafflesia, and then the run will die because you don't damage Rafflesia enough. But if you're too close and stuff like curse happens, then curse happens and the run dies too. So yeah, for the sake of like what 2 or 3 seconds to take girls in and out of the party, we take the risk of killing the run for time save's sake.
Luckily, we had a good-ish Shemazai for Tachibana because of that crit and the safety strategy. We were a little bit delayed on our attacks, and Immobilize wore off, and so we actually lost a lot of LP on Vaughn. So hopefully that's okay. I'm sure he's... typically for Vaughn, the only thing he's getting now is HP, so he might be a little bit lower HP for later bosses, and it should be okay. The most dangerous bosses are the last ones, and so those will definitely have licenses by then. But yeah, we're fully in FF12 territory now.
Oh god,
We have
Faraga
fully hit
pants,
FF12.
don't even remind me.
Yeah, buddy, it's coming.
That pretty much caught up Nekota, I believe. Nekota's now in the room before Sid 1.
Yep.
Yep.
Just ahead by this fight. Hopefully Zero had his traveler number written down, because he's going to need it again here.
Probably, yeah. Looks like it. Looks good to me.
Yeah, looks
There's
good.
a 69337.
Very good, very good. Okay.
Okay, he's still all right.
On Tachibana's screen, what you just saw was another one of those cutscenes which are just text boxes. It's a skippable cutscene in Zero's case, but not for the JP runners. So when Nekota gets there, you will see text boxes again, where Zero's just able to skip. Oh, Nekota has to do the walk of shame.
Oh boy, yeah. The
So
Solomon
the walk
shuffle.
of shame. So the walk of shame that we call it is if you overstep the travel number. So you have to run around for like a couple of minutes just to burn around 900 plus steps just to get back where you should actually be. Which
Yeah, I
is,
was worried that he was going to
quite a
overstep
time
after
loss.
that. Because that was a lot of steps burned in the Ariman fight. I didn't see how chops went, but I'm not super surprised that this is having to happen.
I think you typically want to do the save after this, though, so you'll be guaranteed the... If you have to retry, you won't have to do this again.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I remember back in the day, I had a little formula for converting time to steps, running at full speed. So I was like, okay, I have to burn 300 steps, so I can just hold forward for n seconds and calculate that.
Yeah,
I think it's about 30
looks
steps.
like Fyraga bot. It's mostly
right.
Fyraga
Fyraga's here. I thought it was at
and...
the Foncos, but that Foncos Fyraga, that's TZA. my versions are mixing together.
Yeah, I think
It
Foncos
happens
is
way
bio.
too easily, Roosta.
6 X potions. That's where we're going in with. That's pretty tight, but
That's
we'll make it
low,
work.
yeah.
Also, forgot to mention, we just had a high five, passing each other in the Balfenheim.
Told you Balfenheim
yeah.
is gonna be a high five.
Yeah.
Different parts of Balfenheim, but it counts.
Now I do wonder if Zero's gonna save before Flasia.
We come here 3 times, so it's not surprised that we cross once.
I'm surprised that wasn't already a save. I know Refugio is usually not too bad, but it's a free save basically because you're setting up in that zone usually anyway.
Yeah, but it's also a free fight usually. But
I mean, yeah.
That's the issue, the usually.
It's the
I
worst part about
would
it
agree
is
if you were not having the girls out at the start.
that's results-oriented thinking, okay?
Your
I
time
will
save
lose that 5
oriented over
seconds every
here.
time to not lose a run. But then again, I'm not playing this anymore or going for world record pace.
Yeah, 12 is in the territory where squeezing each and every second is now kind of important. Like any times if you can get is time save that we want.
Okay, now we got
Okay,
Sid 1.
Sid 1 part 4 or 5 maybe?
Oh, he's got the wrong spell.
that's
He has Fyra.
Fyra, that's definitely bio.
Oh boy. Oh, I really hope he doesn't run out of MP. I think he should be okay.
It's a little tight
If it's just one round.
And Miramail's on. Oh no, he's doing the Viking coat on purpose. Oh, because Sid's gun ignores defense, and so he's putting on the coat that has more HP. That's interesting.
Makes sense, yeah.
Okay, that actually looked out like it turned out okay. A little
Okay,
scary.
I think
the EMP should be okay. We just had one extra fire. Normally you take an extra bio and you're fine, so should be fine here.
As long as the reflect doesn't run out.
He's
I
got
guess he just switched
spellbound,
to
so
reflect.
it should be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he put it on active. Oh boy.
Got knocked back and a hit. Okay, we're good. Even if
We're
Vaughn
fine.
dies here,
No.
it's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We can recover from this, no problem.
He's recovering on active.
But see, now we can put the mirror mill on. We're fine.
Gotta go fast.
But the only thing is, he has shell, I think. Let's see if that matters.
I think it's okay. Yeah.
Actually, no shell. Yeah, okay, we're good.
No shell. Yeah.
No shell.
You get
Very
so
good,
much
very
extra
good.
time with the light freezing too, so.
Yeah, okay, we should be good here. Get ready to split.
Oh,
out of MP.
Oh, yeah. Oh, please be enough. Please be enough.
It's close. There we
Oh
go.
my god.
Yeah.
No.
I thought the MP would be a little bit close with the fire cast at the beginning.
Not even close, mates. Not even close.
Not even close.
Okay. Zero approaching Reflection
We're,
once again, and Tachibana approaching Hydro's back.
We are definitely in FF12 at the moment.
Yeah.
A lot
this is very
of
much
everything is
FF12
very
land.
tight. Everything is very tightly routed, and if something goes wrong, it's not always able to be recovered. Especially in a fight like Reflegia, where you just don't have mana. You just lose mana.
You just can't
There's
recover.
nothing you
There's
can
just
do.
no way.
Yeah, Reflection is an easy fight until it isn't.
Let's see, Zero going in with the girls out still.
I think he did.
Did he save?
All right, let's see it. No curse, please.
I really hope he has everything equipped that he needs to have equipped.
Yeah, I saw Cherry Staves. He's optimized. He's got Eroga. We should be fine.
Yeah, I was scared about Mirror Mail. Okay, he
Oh, yeah,
does.
they're fine.
Never mind. Okay.
Like, the fight
curse,
has
we're
just
good.
started, but it's already done because Nectar Vol is guaranteed. Lure, we'll keep the target right, and we're good to go here.
Perfect.
Quack.
EMP is fine. Okay, we're good.
Very good for Zero. Very good backup. Oh
Yep.
my god.
Well done.
That Reflegia, I think I would have been shaking after getting cursed on Reflegia.
I would have just been
like-
so nervous. I would just do the girls out of the
Yes.
party.
Yes. Like, shoutouts to all the runners doing... First of all, being at such a good pace and so far into the run, because this, like, even the run finishing, even an FF12 run finishing is not something you see often. It's really hard to finish 12 runs.
That's why we're saving so much.
Yeah. FF12 might be one of the most unforgiving FF runs there is. One minor mistake and your run might be dead.
All right, now it's time for Hydro. So Tachibana is running in.
I love
So the big thing about this fight is that he resists fire damage. So of course we use Fire Aga, but we have oil. So it's the same situation as Mateus. We get the 1.5 times damage overall from that. The big thing for all of these fights is how do we live? Because these bosses do so much damage, and the way we defeat Hydro is actually very amusing. We pretty much leave the girls and Redos in the middle, and they'll pretty much stand still or Redos will attack him. And because of the way Hydro's AI is programmed or the way he's designed, he cannot push them, at least at first. He later on in the fight is able to, so it's a little weird, but at the start he can't push the girls. And so he's pretty much going to be chasing after Vaughn, who he's targeting, and he will just not be able to get to him. He's going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie with Vaughn, while the girls kill with Fire Aga plus oil. So let's see this in action. The one thing we have to watch out for is that we need to wait for a physical attack before we can do this. If he does a ranged attack, he won't do it, but once he's doing a physical attack, then I believe Zero's split for this is get up on Hydro's back, so we're literally just staying behind him, and so he can't get to us. Oh, he's shifted sides? We're okay? We're okay?
Be a little close. That's fine. That's fine.
It's a bit whack when he does that. It's a bit awkward. because you're usually used to going one round.
Damage
Ice
roll there, but
freeze.
it's okay. No,
Interesting
it's just a damage
Belias
roll.
freeze. I'm surprised he tried to use to Belias freeze there.
The
Right,
attack
because of
can
decoy
time
running out and because of the
and
attack, right,
decoy.
of the attack timer.
Yep.
Yep.
Right, makes sense,
Yeah,
makes
for sure.
sense.
The decoy rinse, and his attack resets right around when you normally kill him, so it's right on the edge there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very much one
especially
of my favorite
if
fights.
he didn't use an attack before, or like if he didn't get an attack off or something. Like if
I will-
Hydra gets an attack off and then retargets you again, then it will work out perfectly fine.
Also, but his retarget could be anything. It could be range attack, it could be curse, it could be Firga. Yeah, so there's a lot of bad things that can happen.
Curse should not happen if you have Reflect on your entire party.
And the reason for that is we have no idea. It just seems like when you have Reflect, he can't curse you, which curse pierces Reflect. It's horrible, but I don't know. He just doesn't do it.
Sounds like
don't worry about
the piercing magic AI on final boss.
Yep,
I will
exact same
note
thing.
that I believe Tachibana was short a little bit of LP for magic lore. I believe it was magic lore. Might have been a channeling, but I know it's the one there-ish. Or no, Ash was short actually. Sorry.
That could be
one
why
right there.
he was short on the damage. Yeah, that's magic.
Yeah.
That was
That's
the
a swiftness. That's
swiftness. So that wasn't even
Yeah.
relevant. It's just like he lost LP earlier, and so his LP routing's a little bit messed up. But he's just like getting the license a little
Yeah.
late. Nothing in here is really tight. Like as long as you get the stuff eventually, you'll be okay.
Yep.
Looks like Tachibana or Nekota's also using the Viking coat here for Reflacia. Reflacia's Nectar Volley is a water element attack, and so you can make it so you take no damage from that. It's not a big difference, but it's like it saves you a high potion. He's on a marathon. He's being conservative. Let's see if he takes the girls out himself.
Looks like no. Never mind. Looks like
He
it
is. Hey, if you're bringing up the rear, I think it makes sense to play conservatively and make sure nothing bad goes wrong.
All right.
Yep.
I think Zero's about to data us now, though.
So in Pharaohs in the Wellspring, where we are at the moment, we are killing a couple of Chimera Brains, but only once we zone, and only one time, because these Chimera Brains, or enemies in general, when you defeat them in this area, they drop something called a Black Orb. These Black Orbs, at least 3 of them, you have to collect to activate these little pillars here. And after you activate all these 3 pillars, you will then activate the door to the next boss. And this boss will be Pandemonium.
Yeah, I think in this version, it's every 3rd enemy drops a Black Orb.
Yep, every 3rd enemy drops a Black Orb. However, if you zone, it's always the very first one
always the
drops a
first.
Black Orb.
Right, and that's something they changed in TZA. Gratefully, every enemy drops an orb in that version, so you can farm them literally 3 times as fast. We didn't actually explicitly call it out, but now our 4th party member is Redos. He's an ex-judge who's helping us try and take down Vayne and stop Dr. Sid. But he has a very basic AI compared to Vossler and Larsa before him. He pretty much just attacks. That's all he does. So it's all right. A lot of the time, his damage is not negligible. He'll do like a couple thousand extra to make us not need one more spell. And there's one fight where he actually does all the damage, and there's a very specific reason for that later on. But for the most part, he just gets in the way of our strats. So specifically on the next fight is Pandemonium. We're gonna beat him with a Confuse loop, but attacking a confused enemy breaks the confuse, and so we cannot let him attack. So we're gonna be having to immobilize him here. Other than that, Pandemonium is just a normal wind weak enemy, so we're going to be using Cherry Staves plus Eroga. I believe only 1 Eroga because we want to be constantly confusing him, and we didn't actually call this out either, but Eroga is a 4 effect capacity, so you can't cast 2 Erogas at the same time and something else because the effect capacity is 8. So we're going to be doing Eroga plus Confuse, and then once we're sure that he's halfway down, we can do 2 Erogas at the same time, those 2 Arogas will kill him and will also stop him from defending himself, because when he reaches 50% HP, he casts a self-paling for 2 minutes. That would be a disaster if it got off. So
Firaga is also 4 as a note. So
Yep. Blizzaga, Firaga, Eroga, and Bio
you have
is
to
2.
throw.
iOS 2,
Yeah,
and then you have the very have the 8 effect capacity spells, which are Warp, Holy,
Flare,
and Flare, and Scathe, of course.
and
Scathe
Ardor.
being and Ardor, yeah.
Scourge.
Those
Is Scourge
those
as well,
being
or
the
Scourge
most
only 4?
important ones.
I believe Scourge is 8.
It might be 8, I think, but I'm not entirely sure.
I just want to say, when I was fighting the judges on floor 99 in IZJS, one Scourge was the effect fast. When I think Gabranth uses Scourge, it was really annoying.
Oh, Vaughn is slowed.
That's
Okay,
not
but
ideal.
Pandemonium's also slow, so I think we're okay here.
Everything's slow.
Maybe, I don't know.
He did not get it off, I don't think. Yep, we're good. Okay.
Okay. Very
It's
close,
fine.
very close.
If he breaks that confused loop, then he can, like I said, put the paling on himself and resist all physical and magical damage. Normally you have to wait 2 minutes, although like a relatively recent discovery is that for some reason these palings can be taken down by increasing the enmity to a certain level. So you could actually just spam Phoenix Downs on him and sometimes break out of it, but it's not consistent because Phoenix Down isn't high enough enmity to make it consistent. What you really want to cast on him is Arise. If you had Arise, then Arise is like the maximum enmity for some reason, and we use that in the Zodiac Age to just break out of the, because we can't consistently stop the paling, so we just break it like that.
Yeah. Order of Ambrosia also uses it on a big boss called Behemoth King, where he switches between physical and magical palings, and we want the magical paling to be down, so we just cast a Rise on him a few times.
So
Makes sense.
Tachibana
Good
now on the way to probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest section of the run.
I would say it's the hardest section. I don't think there's any question about that.
I would say so too.
Oh, yeah.
I have not had a single run that got this part clean so far. It's incredibly difficult. It's what we refer to either it's a brain pan section, and we either refer to Firaga pans or death pans. The death pans being the previous strat where we used death to cast on Vaughn with From, to then bounce off of Vaughn onto the brain pans to instant kill the brain pan. But with Firaga pans, as the name suggests, we're using Firaga to, well, bounce off of 3 characters and then kill brain pans that way. But that is ridiculously difficult, especially if you're leading with a low HP character.
Yeah, the big thing is that you need to get all 3 of your current party members within range of the brain pan in order to have the Firagas kill, but you also need to keep them all far enough away that the brain pan can't hit them. And you also have to manipulate all of the positioning, because we always have to be leaving someone behind to despawn enemies we don't want to kill, including these normal chimeras, chimera brains, or the Didars, right, which are like the anti-brain pans. And so we're managing all of these things together. There's also the MP, reflect timings, and immobilize timings all being managed at the same time. So yeah. The basic strategy here that we're executing is that when you walk within range of the brain pans, they spawn. And when they spawn, that's when you can start killing them. And so you basically want to lead with Ash, get within range, and then stop at the right spot to have everyone within range, but then have Ash be not too close, because if she's too close, then they'll be able to lunge, and lunge is an instant attack, which will kill. So, first 2 down.
Screech is also a really bad one, which happens way too often.
Yeah. If we can stay around the corner like this, it's a nice little thing, because the brain pan has kind of a line of sight issue, but that's not always possible.
Yeah, there's we also do our immobilized despawning in very specific spots here, because you don't want to despawn the brain pans here, only the enemies in between them. So if you go too far, you'll despawn both. But if you don't go far enough, you won't despawn the ones you want.
You have to despawn outside of its spawn range. When you're inside its spawn range, then it gets despawned. Yep. So yeah. So the first zone looks pretty clean.
Yeah, there's one really fun spot in I believe the next set where you despawn in a very specific spot to despawn a Didar that's right next to a brain pan, but don't despawn the brain pan. It's,
We know where the line is. When you're left of the line, then
Yeah.
the brain pan will appear, and when you're right of another line, the Didar will disappear, and so you get exactly what you need. We can point that out when we get there. But Zero and Nekota are both in Gear Vegan now. Looks like Zero's coming up on Tuscarius Bust into Urn.
Oh,
Tyrant.
I think I have not seen this setup before for Ash with Reflect being cast this early, but this is pretty good to see as there is a setup to do Brain Pans with getting Reflect on Ash later on, but then having to keep the Reflect for 2 extra Brain Pans, which is almost, or at least for me, almost nigh impossible to done correctly. But with this, which I've not seen before, it should be a lot easier to do.
Also, as of note, one thing that Underflow does not do is go through Shell. Shell still has a 33% chance to cause your Confuses to fail. So for a fight
this
like
is why it's
this,
the scariest boss in the run.
Yep. It's recoverable though.
talking about
so...
this fight, yeah. So you gotta move around a bunch. I don't know if there's an extra ether around, but
He might have an elixir.
I don't think he needs it. He just needs to keep confusing.
I think we'll
Vaughn
be
has enough
okay.
MP.
Yeah, because you get a lot of MP from running around.
Okay, we have fully recovered, and that only took us a few seconds, so we're still okay. As long as these next few Confuses land before lunge, we should be okay.
Only 2 left, which is enough, I believe.
It looks
Yeah,
like
that should be fine.
is running in, or he's casting a reflected
He got it
Confuse to change the timing, but yeah, we're good. Whew, okay, very nice recovery.
Oh, very
Good
nice,
recovery.
very nice. Very well done.
See, not scary at all.
Like I said, our runners would show their skills off. That's the kind of thing that Tyrant affords you that you don't get in Rafflesia. There's no room for doing that kind of thing because of the MP drain. When you have MP, you have things you can work with, but like, you know,
Yeah.
you could get a full elixir to get your MP back, but that ruins Spellbreaker, and we just don't have any ethers or anything to work with in Rafflesia, so. Okay, now we're on the 3rd zone for Tachibana. It's just a matter of working through all of these brain pans one at a time. You can see only when the red bar appears over their heads, that's when they actually spawn. And until then, it's just like it's like doesn't exist. And so that's why we're positioning ourselves just out of range and waiting for the party to be ready, and then we can move into range and it spawns and we can take care of it. So we touch that corner to actually go out of the spawn range of this brain pan at the back of the room, and so now it wouldn't have been there if we didn't do that, but now it is there, and so we can kill it. And the zone that Freddeh was mentioning is coming up after the next brain pan.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we get to
Top of the
see
staircase here.
some of the excitement and the Great Crystal that Zero is getting on the NA version that you do not get. He's so shocked at how bad it is that he actually checked the battle speed to make sure. And nope, it's just NA problems.
Yeah. Bright Crystal is just painful.
So right at this corner here, just past it, when you're to the left of that corner, that's past where the brain pan despawns, and then just a few meters right there is where the Didar that is in this corner right here would appear, but it does not. And we can just fire Raga through the wall. Line of sight, brain pan can't see us, but we can bounce through the wall, no problem.
You have to go quite that far for that. Like, there's a setup closer to the.
Oh, we missed a
corner.
fire.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, but
Benny
it
rolled
only
it.
hit Vaughn.
it only hit. How?
I don't
What?
know. I do not
What?
know how that happened, but we're okay.
Okay.
Everything's fine. That's
It's all, we're fine. This is why brain pans is the hardest part, because now it's like the reflect timers are going to be off, and you have to account for all this. So hopefully we're okay, but it should be fine.
I'm still surprised with the different setup that Tachibana did with the reflect timing. So yeah, I really have to take that into consideration the next time I will attempt 12, because yeah, that's a completely different timing and way easier, like a lot better to deal with.
Zero got a Hellblaster, but did not get the status effects from it. So a little bit of marathon luck blessing. Let's go. Brain Pans are still looking good. So the total number of Brain Pans we kill here is 30. In the past, we've sometimes killed Chimera Brains along the way, and so we would lose this count, but now we know it's going to be 30. However, this is the JP version we're looking at, and so it's actually going to be 29 because it's 0 indexed. But yeah. So we have killed now.
Go through here.
Yeah, there's a few different patterns for this. It doesn't really matter because you have to kill some of the ones at the bottom of those stairs, and there's a random timer that I believe is 60 to 90 seconds, and you just have to wait for. So we're down to 23.
Wait.
There's 27 in this zone.
It's a random timer for these to respawn?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness, I never knew that.
Yep. Well,
Somehow
the
it
original
doesn't surprise
strats
me,
went
but-
around slow enough that it wasn't that we weren't pushing that, but now that it's so optimized, it does get pushed, and so you just have to literally check and see. But so Pinello's immobilize is worn off. I'm sure he's aware of this.
I'm actually surprised that the drops are not getting picked up here.
Yeah, we don't really. We get enough from other things, and we can just like sell extra equipment also. Because of the Spellbreaker on Ash, we don't want to risk getting a heal.
Oh, and there we go, Hellblaster in full force.
Doing its thing.
The NA experience.
My Tachibana was one short here.
I think he might be too short. Yeah, but this is all routed. He planned on
That's true.
killing these two last, so because
Oh, okay.
these are the first two you kill when you get here, so they're the first two to respawn, and so this is all part of the plan.
Makes sense.
Keikakudori.
So 26, which is actually 27, and 27 is what we're looking forward to get to this bridge here. Oh, using the spell. Oh, probably because of the reflect timing being off.
Yeah. And now we'll see Tyrant's going down, no problem on the Nekota's stream. And we're coming up on Shimazai for 0. So our reward for finishing Brain Pans is luckily that the boss after this is totally free. Easiest boss in the Pharaohs, so we've got that going for us. Slit, he's weak to fire, and we can even oil him. Every Firaga does 9999 damage, and he also doesn't attack. He just wanders in circles. So
You can even confuse, like.
yeah, you can confuse, oil, or do neither because it doesn't matter. We did a little immobilize on Pinello at the start of this zone, so we actually can't despawn for those first two, but once we're here, we can now start despawning things and we're safe. So even though it's kind of scary running with Ash out, we're okay. One other thing that we've sort of not talked about, but it's kind of scary about Pharaohs, is the MP is actually a bit of an issue. You know, we've been doing Firaga pans, and every time Ash uses a Firaga, it uses a lot of MP, but she also has War Mage, which gives her MP back based on how much damage she does, and she also has what's it called? The Headsman, which gives her back MP when based on the enemy's level. And so she uses, like, if you watch her MP now, she's at 94, and then she goes to 66, that's the cost, but then she goes more and more back to 87. And she's also running, and so, you know, we use a good chunk of our MP, but we actually still end up with enough. And then we get a lot of it back on Slit, but not all of it. And then the next boss after that will be the boss we need a certain amount for. Luckily, after that, all the bosses, we do so much damage that War Mage gives us a full charge, so. But we do have to be aware of MP here.
Zero is going for a backup strat now because he got siphoned, or Vaughn got siphoned. So what he has to do is to recast Decoy with Ash onto Vaughn, so that Shemazai will then actually retarget Vaughn in the end. Because yeah, the siphon made sure that Vaughn is not anywhere near close to full MP, meaning that the Belias freeze strat will not work.
Traveler backup strats too. Let's go.
In other words, this is the original strat. This is what we did before we discovered the Blast Freeze.
Yeah.
So the
That's
original
indeed the
strat is now
original.
the backup strat.
Also, the aforementioned Traveler. Ideally, this doesn't hit, but if Shimazai gets within range, this Traveler can actually hit before Shimazai hits us with his shock. That's queued up, and then we'll kill him. Her.
Here goes.
Oh, that was the Traveler kill. Let's go.
Beautiful, beautiful. So Tachibana getting close to Slit, which is a very, very pushover boss.
Oh, we actually got the Blaster. The Blaster hit Vaughn. It's not as bad as Hellblaster, but it was still enough to kill him. So JP, not totally free.
not totally. Blaster
Also-
still sucks. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a fan of
yeah.
Blaster either.
Absolutely, but not as bad. I will give a
It's
shout
not
out
Blaster,
to, not a shout out, but like just wanted to mention. I said that Slit does not attack. He actually doesn't attack if you don't move. So just like a weird mechanic they threw in for no reason. But we can't stop Rados from moving, but we actually don't care if Rados dies now because we're gonna bring him back and set him up for the next boss after this, and we don't need his reflex for this anyway because we do so much damage with a with a fire weak enemy, flame staves, fire
he's-
etc. etc.
Very weak to fire.
And Belias Freeze as well.
He does only take 2/3 damage total, though, just as a general rule.
Yeah. The Belias freezing
Well-
is actually not necessary at all, but the thing it does is he can actually wander outside of range of your Fire Agas, so just by freezing him, it mitigates the chance of that happening.
Yeah.
And what's funny is
Okay,
that
let's
2/3
carry
of
it on.
damage only happens when Slit is doing the Enrage, but after Enrage it's back to full damage. Like as you saw, the damage went back to quad 9, which was bonkers.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, on the 9th, I
we got
didn't
the
even
demon
notice.
type.
I didn't even notice.
That's a little rude.
Okay. Zero now done with Guido Vegan, and Tachibana now done with Slit, now on the way to second ascent.
Yep, and Nekota almost to Shemhazai as well.
That the Intite can be many different levels of annoying. It can just be a total non-factor, but it can also just target your party and interrupt your setups and cause you to walk more slowly, which can throw off timings. So there's like a lot of ways it can be annoying, but generally it's just like you have Vaughn out, it does like a Watera or something, or Waterga, and then you just run by it and that's it.
The second ascent has a, I don't know if I'd call it interesting, but it has a gimmick where you have to remove one of 4 different parts of your UI, basically, or styles of actions. The one that we use is the map one because we know where we're going and we don't need a map. You can also remove items, attack, or magic, I believe are the other 3. And interestingly, Technic you can always use. There's no option to remove your Technic.
I actually
Otherwise,
thought it
think
was
most people
Technic,
would
but
actually
I trust you because I never tried this. I just followed the fastest route.
It could be Technic and not magic, but I know items are one of them. So
I remember trying, and I think the map and items or technique was like the exact same, but I thought, I think there's less RNG involved in the other map, and it's legit just easier if you just get rid of the map than getting rid of the techniques or the items. And because I'm already used to getting rid of the map, it doesn't really matter, I think. But yeah, like
we got a crit, but it was the second hit, so we were fine.
okay, good. Yeah, generally just get rid of the map. I don't think anything else would ever be faster.
Yeah, I briefly
I
looked at
kinda
the
did.
different routes, and it was clear that the second best route was like almost there, but like Harvey said, it's not the one that you want to give up, and then everything else was obviously slower, so I just stuck with the map.
yep, it's a little bit of a learning curve to remember the exact routes, but it's not too bad. There's
Actually,
far worse.
I can mention really quick, this strategy that we're executing on Nekota, this is also one we don't understand well. So we're currently Belias freezing, but the decoy runs off on Vaughn. For some reason that we can't have a satisfactory explanation for, just this Belias freeze causes Shemazai to consistently attack Vaughn a second time. I think it might be something with the freezer, the Belias freezing the timer for like how it picks targets or something, but yeah. And there we go, Shemazai down.
Shemhazai down for Nekota. And we get everyone in the Pharos.
But yeah, after this second ascent will be the next boss, who is Fenrir. You may have heard us shout Fenrir out a few times. This is a specifically important boss because it's the only one that's really weak to sleep. or sleep in a way that we can take advantage of it. And again, this is another underflow situation. The problem with sleep and underflow is that sleep actually has a lower chance, or sorry, it has a higher chance to hit, which means that it's harder to underflow, right? It's a little backwards because we want to be negative. And so with a higher base chance, like sleep is easier thing to hit, we need a character with lower magic. And this now, 5 hours into the run, is why we had to stop at 8 Dustia for Dustia 1. If we did any more Dustia and leveled Vaughn up again, Balthier would come into the party 1 level higher, and he would have too much magic to underflow this boss. So this is the hard cap of 8 Dustia early in the run. And there is a backup actually that you have pretty easy access to Sleepga, and Sleepga is the AoE version of Sleep and has, it hits all the enemies, but it has a 10% lower chance. It's 55 instead of 65, which means it's totally free to underflow with these specific stats. But we obviously don't want to do that. We just want to buy the cheap Sleep and proceed as we do in the speed run. Other than that, though, because Redas is in the party, we need to immobilize him because he would otherwise attack, and so you'll just see him standing there looking pretty and reflecting bios off of us. Fenrir also is immune to all elemental damage, so that's why you have to use bio. But here we'll also see that Ash and Penello's MP is gradually decreasing because his magic resistance plus bio being relatively low damage means that we get less back from War Mage, but this is the last time we have an issue with MP. After the next boss, you'll see the MP fully recharges after a single round. It's pretty funny, actually. One last thing I can mention is that movement tech. We move slightly to the left. It's very important to do it exactly like that. If you go too far to the left, he'll be able to get his whale off before the first 2 bios start casting. And if you go too far to the right, then Redas will be able to hit him. So there's a very precise little window there that we have to run through. But once the 2 bios are in the queue, then Whale is 8 effect capacity, so it can't start casting. Sleep lands, and now he's asleep, and we can just stand here. We just have to cast Sleep, I think, 1 more time before he wakes up, and the fight's over.
Yep, and you get most of your mana back from this, so things have to go really bad for you to actually run out of mana before killing Fenrir.
You say that, but Fire Pans can go very badly, and that's how it usually happens if you come out of that with not enough MP.
But they have to go very badly.
Yeah.
And that is Fenrir. Nice.
Fenrir down. It's very easy once you get the Sleep land, but it's very precise right at the very start.
Yeah.
Looks like Tachibana is going for the instant setup of the the Cherry Staves. And it's easy to forget those for the next fight. You don't actually strictly need them because with the next boss being weak to wind, we do so much damage, but it is bad to forget.
Yeah. I mean, technically, if Fire Pans go bad enough, you can just hit the crystal and re-crit. Obviously slower, but...
True, yeah.
If Fire Pans are going poorly, it's already going slower.
Yes. And the setup for Fire Pans is a little easier because you just need Ash and critical, and that's it. So,
true.
Penello's just a dummy for immobilizing stuff. All right, now it's time to get up on Hydra's back. Yep. Again, most of these Pharaoh's bosses should be pretty straightforward. The Bring Pans is really the most difficult thing because it's bam, bam, bam. It's really over and over again, challenge after challenge, and very precise. The Hydro, as long as we get a melee attack to start, we should be pretty safe.
Yeah, there's like 6 bosses, and the hardest the hardest part is the non-boss.
Right, exactly. Although that's not to sell Sid too short, but we'll be able to talk about him.
Yeah, I was gonna
soon.
say we still do have Sid too, but yeah.
Fireball.
We did get Fireball. Just need a melee.
Pew,
Melee.
Lunge,
Okay,
we did.
lunge. That's good. And now because of this attack...
And tight.
Oh,
And
no.
tight spotted on
Anti-again?
Tachibana. Yep.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no! Right at the elevator too.
And he does
It's
fear
fine.
on Freya, so no problems. Freya.
Yeah, Freya.
Yeah, this is
Wrong game.
FF9.
Wrong game. I'm getting a...
We're actually playing FF9.
I know.
Remake has not released yet, Roosta.
Here's the question: am I playing Overwatch or FF9? Because there's a Frey in both. I'm getting all mixed up.
Yes.
Wait, in Overwatch in Overwatch, Freya in Overwatch? What?
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that though. Looks like yeah, that went really well for Zero. He accounted for the fireball really well. I think if you get 2 consecutive long-range attacks, it's usually fine. If you get 3, that's where things get scary. Especially because if you want to heal, there's usually 2 Firagas in the queue, so you can't use a potion because of the clogging. But yeah, now we're on to sorry, go ahead.
Can a Hydro even do 2 fireballs in a row? I don't know if I've ever seen him do 2
Don't
fireballs in a
know.
row.
Who knows? It's a marathon, man. Who knows what could happen?
That's fair
Everything is
point, yeah.
possible. Everything is possible.
Everything is
Never say
possible and
never.
probably will happen. I guess we'll find out on Nekota.
Right. We're about to see it. Right, and he's off from Balfenheim too. I did not catch how many potions he's on. But we did. Okay, we did use the float mode here, so this is to avoid the trap that's coming up. And also,
Interesting.
actually,
He does the 2 far warp with Bosch. He does not do immobilize strats here. I
Yeah.
wonder if that's a JP exclusive thing because, well, yet again, instant attacks not being instant attacks. Maybe
yeah, it
because
makes it
of
a little
that.
easier to get by.
Okay, this is the faster route. I could never
Yeah.
remember if we decided that this was the faster route or if I'm just remembering OOA because we want to grab that chest that we just passed.
This is indeed the faster route through these multicolored pedestal things.
I think
Okay.
you timed it. It was like, what, 4 seconds faster?
It's close, yeah.
4 whole seconds.
I think this one has less annoying enemies though overall.
That's true. This one's safer as well, generally.
Yeah, in the original one, you had to go past a very weird dragon, which is an enemy you can easily miss for a bestiary completion.
Said you get
Looks
the
like
flying
just
dragon.
Flirting with the horse. Oh, Penelo got targeted. It's not too bad if she gets hit here.
It's probably fine.
Maybe.
It's not fine.
Yeah, he
I mean,
he
it's
can
fine,
recover
but
from
it's
this
fine.
while running, I think. So it's okay. It's just very
Yeah.
annoying.
You get some more
Yeah.
watching people get watching Zero be very good at menuing while running. This is not as easy as it looks.
Yeah,
And it doesn't even
does
look
take
easy.
practice. Yeah, it does take a lot of time and a lot of time putting into FF12 to be able to do this at a really good level.
But yeah, as we saw, he fully recovered from that while running. So it's just
Very
like
good,
one of the
very
many
good.
skills you
Running the
develop as a
controller,
speedrunner.
Yeah, this is definitely a thing you've had to do many times because that horse likes to be a jerk.
Right,
Okay,
now we
coming
get to
up
see.
on Hashmal.
Go ahead.
Small.
No, coming up on Hashmal, but you might be a bit more familiar with the JP Hashmal because JP Hashmal do be different from the NA Hashmal.
Yes, the difference is actually very simple. He just starts the fight with haste for some reason in this version. And so by starting the fight with haste, it completely sets back the entire track of the fight. Because in this fight, we're going to be clogging the entire queue with 2 Erogas. And so we're basically going to be taking turns. We do 2 Erogas, he gets a move. We do 2 Erogas, he gets a move. And so by us getting 2 Erogas before he gets to haste, then his sequence will be haste, and then he'll try to buff himself, and then he'll die. Whereas in the English version, he'll get a chance to attack us instead of hasting, and then he'll get to Roxor, which is a really devastating earth attack. But we have float modes, so it's not a big issue. So you can see here's the haste. He doesn't even get the haste before our Rogas, and then it's just he doesn't even do anything. He's just stun locked. I think he does one of his own self buffs after this.
You mean after Quakesha?
No, before Quakesha. So
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I
he
think
does-
he does.
He does battle cry, right?
Yeah, he does Battle Cry, and I think in NA he would, also do Enrage. But funnily enough, just to tell you, in JP actually he does not do Enrage, which he does in NA. He actually does Perfect Defense.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because when Zero did his, I think, Japanese run, when we were in the same hotel for like a speedrunning event, yeah, he was a little bit weirded out due to Hashmal being different, and then he just saw Perfect Defense. We're like, what on earth is happening?
Wow.
That's very different AI, completely different.
Also, just to shout it out while it's happening, we did not get the double fireball. We just got a straight lunge for Nekota, so he got the most basic RNG here. Yep.
Yeah, good
Pretty
fight.
good. Oh, now Tachibana to the probably also considered one of the hardest bosses in the entire run, Sit 2.
One of the hardest bosses, I would say, in all of Final Fantasy, from from the people I've talked to. It's just an absolute gauntlet of difficult execution and precision. So there's, I think, 5 total phases we're about to go through. 2 for Gabron, 3 for Sid. Is that right? I think so.
Yes,
So,
that's correct.
You have to Sit 2 phase 1 without Famfrit, Sit 2 with Famfrit, and then Sit 2 without Famfrit.
Right, so we have to have our party totally set up for this whole sequence. I guess we can just make sure Pandemonium... Yeah, Pandemonium's looking fine for 0. Perfect defense, but that's fine because we've clogged the queue with Aroga and Panda's down. So for this... Did Tachibana save? Looked like he did, because he touched the crystal, right? Okay, that's good. So for this, what we need to do is... First, we need to get through Gabranth, which has 2 phases. The first phase is very free. We just hit it with a full round of spells, and he goes down. After that, though, he becomes immune to magic, which is a huge issue because our entire party is built around magic, right? And so what we're going to do for this, I mentioned before that we have a fight where we use Redos. So for Redos, we're going to put him in critical HP because he has Adrenaline, and it also increases his crit rate. And we also give Berserk, so this is going to give him significantly more damage, faster ATB charging, and so he'll be able to power through this next phase. Well, we pretty much just stand there with the rest of the party waiting. Now, after that, we're going to go into Sid, and then I'll narrate that as we get through it. But it's going to be a real whirlwind.
And these runners are so used to setting up at a specific spot in this run that Tachibana actually ran back down to where you start setting up just so that all the setup was done correctly.
Exactly, yep.
That's why it was running down for a little bit there.
Because the timings and the inputs, you get used to timing it based on where you are on the run from Hashmal, and so he's just like, I'm going to run to where I would be, and I'm going to do it as I normally would do, so that it's all the timings are right.
Yep.
We got 0 setting up for Firaga Pans, but I think we're going to have to focus on the Sid 2 execution for now. Another good soundtrack here. We got the Arcades theme. So yeah, 1 full round takes care of this. It's actually funny, Redos here is not reflected, and that's very much on purpose. Because the reflect would not last long enough if he was reflected, but he runs out of range of the first set of reflected spells, so we're totally fine.
Also a 6-hit combo.
Also hate Blackbeard.
So we actually...
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we have the...
Oh, Redos, baby!
We have the warp mode in the queue to try and block and give Redos time, because the warp mode does not stop attacks, so it stops this attack that he's using right now, and so now we just stay alive while Redos finishes him off.
Did he almost sentence skip?
Almost did, yeah. One more hit away. Okay, so now we're on to Sid 2. So for this, what we need to do is this part is pretty straightforward. He is just attacking us consistently with his gun. As long as we have decoy, the decoy target will always be the target. And so what we have to do is basically just make sure that all the timings are refreshed for the next part of the fight. So we're going to have to we have to dispel Sid to get ready to do damage to him. We have to oil him so that he takes extra damage. But we also have to reapply decoy on Vaughn and make sure he's fully healed. So there's a crit, but it's okay because we can hide behind this pillar. And so we're also kiting him while we're doing all of this. We lost Ash on the first Firaga Pen for 0.
Yeah, Firaga Pants is, it's really not easy. But Redo's coming in clutch.
So we've fully set up for the next part of the fight. All of our timings are refreshed. We're kiting and we're Blaiss freezing him until he summons Famfrit. And now this is very quick, but very, very precise. And if anything goes wrong, you will die. So let's see. What we want to do is we want to start with a single round of Firagas reflected onto Famfrit, and we're freezing him while we do this. And now this will put him at a good HP range that a full round of spells will then put him below 50% HP and will trigger his second attack, his big attack, which is Briny Cannonade. And then while this is triggered, we're going to kite away from him and then hit him with a final round to kill him. This is why we bought the Viking Code in the past, because it causes us to not take water damage. But here we just completely kite it, and that window was so precise. He just hit it perfectly, and Famfrit's down. Now we have to prepare for this big attack that Sid's about to do, and he does this after targeting us. So if he precisely time getting behind this pillar, he'll start kiting, and if he gets to see us at all, we will die to this attack. And so we have to very precisely bring in the girls and their ATBs, and we have to do it out of sync because the girls are taking return damage. So they're dying to their own attacks, but we can do just enough damage to kill them perfectly. Well executed.
That was a perfect C2. Perfect.
Whew.
Incredible
That's how it's
C2.
supposed to.
Wow. That was textbook C2.
Once again, not as easy as Tachibana made it look.
It's absolutely not easy.
It's
And another issue that can arise is if you have mage's hats. Remember that we got sorcerer's hats instead of mage's hats. With mage's hats, there is a chance that you can under damage C2, meaning you would have to run around in circles and the girls are dead. And Redus would just have to chip away on the last bit of HP that Sid still has remaining, and thus losing time. So sorcerer's hats also help in that regard, that you do not get damage rolls there.
Alright, so it looks like Zero has more or less recovered from the mishap at the start of Fragga Pans. So the first two brain pans are some of the hardest ones, and so are the third and second to last ones, because they appear together, and it's just really hard to deal with them when they appear together because our whole strat is designed around taking them down one at a time. And so the way we deal with that is by letting Redos run forward, but if he doesn't run to the right spot, then the reflects might not hit, and so that caused Ash to be in range of the the brain pan, which caused things to go out of control. However, generally these zones, like the overall zones for Firaga pans, are pretty independent. So once you get through a zone, you should be okay for the next zone, even if you had to recover. Most of our timings don't go through. There's a few, like the end of this zone, the reflect is supposed to last until the start of the next one, but even if that doesn't happen, you should be okay.
Okay. So Tachibana is heading now to the actual final dungeon. The Pharos is not technically the final dungeon, but the Bahamut is not really that big. It could hardly be called an actual dungeon.
At least it's not like FF3 final dungeon.
Right.
It could be, but hopefully it won't.
So yeah, we are quickly approaching the end to this run, or at least for Tachibana.
I think generally it's about 8 or 9 minutes from when you teleport to the Bahamut for an ideal Bahamut, so we're about 10 minutes out right now for Tachibana, assuming everything goes well. But there's still quite a number of difficult bosses to go.
Yeah, the last split's only like 15 minutes or so, and ideally.
It's around, I think it's around 7-ish minutes once you start the final triple gauntlet.
He went to teleport and then he remembered that he wants to save, so...
I saw that, I'm like, oh, might want to save, just in case.
Right.
We haven't saved since the beginning of Hydra. That would have put Tachibana back all the way to behind the other two runners.
No, not Hydra. He's saved before C2.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already saved before Sid too. Okay, that's not as bad.
One funny thing is that menu to get to the Bahamut, I think it's down, left, or you can do down, left, down. So runner preference, which one you want to do.
Down, left, down all the way. Down, left, down all the way.
Down, left.
No, down, left, down. It is.
What did I say, man? Runner preference.
Okay. I still remember that after all these years.
Of all the things. We mentioned before, right? We mentioned before about experience. It looks like Zero was definitely behind on the number of flans he killed during jelly farming, because he just reached level 25 and the others got there sooner. So this is one interesting thing about Firaga brain pans, is that back in the past when we used Fran, only one of the girls would be getting experience here, so they'd end up unbalanced. Which is kind of funny because Penelo, I think you normally level Penelo up and she has lower base HP, so we put them closer together. But for here we have both the girls out, so they level symmetrically.
Yeah. I think that was
final time we damage down in case, if we think that everything goes according to plan.
Yep.
It's the last time we damage down the girls. And then it's off to the races. off to the bronze 2, and then the rest of the fight. Both Zero and Nekota currently on brain pans.
Yep.
Nekota
Lots
also
of
doing
fire
the
pan.
different reflect timing. So I'm wondering if that is rather new.
They
'cause I
probably
haven't
just
seen that.
both work together to come up with this, and just settle it on as being as one of the ideal ways. All the different patterns are generally about the same time. It's just where you put your reflects.
Yeah, but the reflect timing I'm seeing here seems to be a lot safer than what I've used to do, or what I'm still
okay.
doing currently. So I might adjust that, because the current setup, at least for like one double brain pan, it is so incredibly tight that it's most of the time just does not work because of how tight it is.
Also worth noting that these brain pans have a chance to spawn with reflect, but we reflect off of them, and things can't reflect twice in this game. So that's one of the reasons why we can't just manually cast Fire Rug on them. Also, when we used Fran, we would actually bounce reflect off of the leader. We would bounce the death off of the party leader with me or Mel. So that would be how we got around that reflect. But here it's no problem. They can also spawn with Shell, but we over damage them by enough with 3 Fire Ruggers that there's no problem.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The big thing to take.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah,
Very
Gabanth
nice
is
traveler.
generally a matter of just making sure you hit him with all your reflects. He also casts Renew on himself here, so we just have to use a reflect emote that we've been saving since the very start of the game. Or no, we actually manually reflect. Never mind. Manually reflect.
Mode is TCA.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up again. And then 2 more rounds. Remove the mirror mail. So you can remove the mirror mail once the reflects have started. So he had no reflect there, but the reflect already started, so he was okay. As long as you don't AT reset the girls.
I think there's a chance for a reflect mode out of a chest or out of a drop or something.
There's one on the way, but I don't think we go for it anymore because it's not a big
That's
advantage.
fair. Yeah.
Zero's now waiting for these last 2 random brain pants to spawn. Looks like he's got them both.
Okay, going up the lift to Vayne for Tachibana.
Yep. All right. So for this fight, there's many phases in a row. For this first phase, he just walks slowly towards you and tries to melee you. So it's very simple. You don't even have to kite around anything like you did with Hydro. You can literally just walk away. We put the girls near him. One thing to watch out for is Larsa's also in this fight, and he sometimes decides he just wants to be so helpful and use a potion on you, which is not what you want, because we have girls in Spellbreaker, and if he uses a potion on them, it's bad. So we're watching out for that, and hopefully this first round of reflects, this first round of spells, so we're reflecting at the start, we want these reflects to last as long as possible. Hopefully, because we're casting on ourselves, Larsa is an ally, and so hopefully these first 5 Ragas kill Larsa. Yeah, Larsa, Taureta, he died. Now here, we're going to sacrifice Balthier to this first attack. We have Vaughn out of the party with Decoy, and we want this Decoy to last as long as possible, so we're just going to sacrifice Balthier. Now, this is interesting. This Mach Wave attack is not AoE in Japanese, and it is in English. So we can actually do this fight separately. Like, we can put the girls together. There's no issue. And as long as we're fast with our inputs here, we bring in the character with Decoy. They will... Oh, we're just kiting with Mellow? Okay, yeah, bring in the leader with Decoy. Yes, no problem. Just kite here, and I'm sure we'll be able to Elias freeze. And then we put on the jackboots that we also bought many hours ago, just because the next fight has the ability to immobilize us, and it's just to keep us immune to that. Now, it's nice to lead with Penelo here for this next part of the fight, because of a certain amount of positioning you have to do. So, this fight has a bunch of these little swords flying around. They're called Sephira. Yeah, like Sephiroth, the same analogy there. And so he starts with Shell. We're going to dispel it. We're also going to oil him so that he takes triple damage. And it'll only take 1 round of spells after we've done this. But again, we Blias freeze, keep him standing still, and then Vaughn can heal himself. And then 1 round will take care of this here, and we'll Blias freeze again. Now, the reason we want to lead with Penelo here is because we want to zone him out of the middle. When he gets to the middle is when he starts his big attack. And so if we can zone him out, we can prevent that attack from happening long enough to get the spells off and kill him. So leading with Penelo is nice because she's the first one we want to act with, and then we can put her in a spot that he has to kite around. So we're going to start with a Dispel, and then an Oil. And actually, I think Ash gets the Dispel here. Let's see how he does it. Yeah, Ash does the Dispel, and then Penelo will be the one who stops in front of him with the Oil, which we're actually reflecting. And then we can lead with Vaughn and Belias Freeze. So he can't start his move until he gets to the middle. We've hit him with Oil and Dispel, and now we're going to Firaga him, and we'll freeze again after this. Hopefully these Sephira aren't too close to absorb. Nope.
Oh boy.
We've absorbed a few.
Oh boy, that's a few too many.
That's a good
That's
number.
like all but 2. That's like all but 2.
If we reset here, we could be okay.
I think it should be fine. Yeah, fine.
Oh, he's okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, and then we'll go on to the Undying, which is where was he going?
Okay. He's just taking a walk. He's going for a stroll.
He's
But
floating
we're
around, having a good time.
On to the
Right.
final boss.
We're about a minute
for
to 2
Team
minutes from
Mog.
the end, so get ready, Team Mog.
Yeah, get ready, Team Mog, for FF2.
This fight, our decoy is actually going to wear off. That's why we were delaying so long at bringing Vaughn in. So we have to reapply decoy right at the start, which means taking off Mirror Mail, which means for some reason risking Piercing Magic. His AI says when you don't wear Reflect, cast Piercing Magic, which Piercing Magic is to counter Reflect, so it's kind of backwards. Maybe it's a coding issue, but take off, that resets the Belias, decoy. He's even doing that with the Belias Freeze. He's being very careful. And then it's just a
That's
matter...
very interesting.
Yeah. Now it's just a matter of doing damage. This boss is like the others I've described before, where you have a sequence of devastating attacks. We just want to get ahead of those attacks with our Firagas. And was that?
Is that Divine Sword? That's
Yes,
Divine
Divine
Sword.
Sword. Okay, we're good. So we block him, and then he's about to start Mega Flare, but this potion gets in the queue before it. Mega Flare is 8 capacity, so as long as we get away from the girls before. We're okay. Okay, so
That's
now it's
time
Mega
to
Flare.
it, Yeah.
Yeah. So now the girls, so even though the girls are standing next to him, he's targeting Vaughn, and so Vaughn will now run back to the girls, but he's getting hit by the Mega Flare from far away, and now we're a few rounds away. The only question here is whether we have to wait for Ascension. So the question is whether...
Fast kill.
Yeah, so these next 2 Firagas, we want to get them in the queue before his next attack, and let's see if we do that. Then we have to watch Ascension. If we don't, otherwise we just win. Looks like we got
This
him.
might be the fast kill.
All right, we're a few seconds away now. Get ready to go, Mog.
This is looking good. Zero also just finished Slit.
And get ready on time. Time for Team Mog. Let's go!
Time.
Let's go.
GG.
GG,
5:45.
Tachibana.
GG, Tachibana.
A 5:45 in a race is absurd.
That beats my PB, so...
That's incredible. Like a 5:45 is absurd. My PP is 10 minutes lower than that.
All the saves and death, the death from... I think its only death was the Dustia one.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Wait, no, Bergen. Wasn't there something in Bergen?
There was a restart on Dustia 1 as well.
I think that's it, the only one. Yeah. Okay, but then finally, Nekota is about to reach the final split. He's coming up on his slit split. That's tough to say.
That is hard to say. Okay.
Meanwhile, we're going to be on the second ascent now for Zero, so we'll be coming up on Fenrir. Yep. For Slit, we'll be watching out for. I'll be curious to see if he does the Belias freezing here. I don't think it's necessary at all. It doesn't cost anything because, for so much of this we're doing ATB active, and it doesn't actually cost anything to input that when the girls are fully gambited, and they're how long the fight takes depends on what they're doing. So we shall see.
Yeah.
I did think that there was some merit in trying to oil, but yeah, okay, we're gonna blast
Probably,
freeze.
but it's fine.
And
Okay,
slip
that's
down.
Down for Nekota. Meanwhile, Mog is started on FF2. Let's give our FF2 commentators a chance to introduce real quick.
So hi, I'm back again. It's Easily 18, joined with Luke Pookie. Luke, hello.
Hello, Easily. It's so great to hear from you. So great to be here with you.
Yeah, it's good to have a nice little chat with you again, eh?
Yeah, it's
So-
been a minute, and excited to see Final Fantasy II. I feel like I've been listening to Final Fantasy XII, and I feel like I could almost qualify for a degree for how complicated Final Fantasy XII seems to
There's a
be.
lot going on, man.
I have to think about everything and anything all the time at the same time.
While also
So-
not forgetting to re-equip your mirror mail.
Yeah, that's the thing. So at the start of Final Fantasy II, there's a few little things we need to worry about, and the big part is going to be a couple of early levels as you walk up to the next town or castle, which all you're trying to do is get Scott's ring. And you'll notice that it's basically an auto to level. They're looking to get up to level 3, potentially 4 on swords for Firion and fists for Guy. Maria is the optional for that, depending on the route that they choose, so we'll see which one James ends up running. But our runners for Team Mog will be James runs, Posa, and Cap to the Dorks, which should be a really interesting run to see.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And the leveling for skills and stuff like that in Final Fantasy II is a little different from other games, right?
Yeah, so it's all based on the number of actions you take. So if, for example, you are level 2, you will need to do 2 actions. If you're level 3, 3 actions, and so on. But that also changes based on the level of the mob. So these are tier 1 enemies or tier 0, depending on which way you talk about it. And they account for 1 action. But when we get to later on where the snowcraft is, they will turn into tier 2 enemies. And so they are worth 2 hits instead of 1. And so the leveling becomes a bit faster.
Right, and so we're leveling up Firion with swords because there are a few swords that we're going to need to use later in the game. So we just need to get a few levels on that so that we don't miss every single hit. Pretty high RNG on hitting some of them, it still feels like, but we try to reduce that as much as possible while still keeping time down. You know, you don't want to grind all day and lose time.
I'm sure you remember yourself. Those misses when you're trying to hit an enemy with one of these status effects that we'll see later. It's never fun.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I hit somebody with a sword and they don't go to sleep. It doesn't make any sense. You'd
Yeah,
think that'd put me right to sleep.
Or worse, right?
Or worse, the eternal sleep.
Anyway,
to
we're gonna interrupt real
interject.
quick.
There's
Yeah.
Get back to Fenrir fights.
yeah, I mean, you guys had the perfect segue for it. You're talking about sleep, and we're about to put Fenrir to
Yeah.
sleep. So,
Exactly.
a few things we didn't get to talk about first time through here. This setup for Fenrir is actually very precise because you want to have the only Redos be immobilized, and you have to reapply the reflect on both of the spellcasters at the same time. And these reflects are not going to last long enough. And so, I think for these runners, you basically want to have your reflects last for all the bosses, but you want it to wear off at good times. And so when you apply them here, you want it to last through through Fenrir, and then also through Hashmal, and then wear off at the right time to be able to set up for Sid 2. So all of these timings are happening at the same time. We have mapped out how long these fights are supposed to take. And this is one of the reasons why it becomes so difficult when things go wrong, because if something goes off, then you have to keep track of everything that gets shifted and changes because of this. But at this point, once you've gone through Fire Gapans, which all of our runners now have, Fenrir is relatively a piece of cake. After the setup, you can pretty much just sit here and let him sleep. You can also steal from him. We got a Beast Lord Horn. It's a nice little bit of gil. And it's also possible to cast Trap. Sorry?
Sorry. I was looking at Redis.
It's also possible to cast Traveler here. I think Balthier has it back from Tiamat, so we are able to cast that. Although it looks like he's not doing that. He's just bringing back Vaughn. Oh, he did.
He did
Okay.
it at the start. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I didn't see. Wow, he
Doing
didn't use
some
his
running
time to burn
around to
steps.
have it charged.
Actually,
Yeah.
if you look closely there, you would have seen that Redos decided to, or he broke it up as immobilized right at the end of the fight, so he would have woken up Fenrir there. And when Fenrir wakes up, actually his AI can't advance while he's asleep, and one of the parts of his AI is that he gains a damage resist when he's at lower HP. And so if Redos woke him up, he would immediately start taking less damage, and that would cause everything else to go off. But that's part of why the timing is so precise there. And we're about to see the exact same thing from Nekota. It looks like Zero and Nekota are really neck and neck right now. This is great to see. Oh yeah, okay, he's starting off with Traveler.
Traveler also happening, yeah.
2742, so we can actually calculate his exact step count if we want.
Is this to charge, or is this for backup for like Sid 2 or something?
It's literally just
I would
because there's no
imagine.
reason not to. It's free. Balthier isn't doing anything. He has Traveler, just cast it. Techniques don't wake up sleeping enemies, so
Fair.
And it's just extra damage, so why not?
Yeah.
no reason not to. Same thing with the stealing. I doubt
things-
he's actually going to sell it because his skill's been good, so he might just have it because why not?
As you're not doing anything else, you may as well. Once again, active
He's literally
time
stealing
battle
even
is
though
free.
he has nothing. Like, has nothing, steal anyway because why not? Let's see.
No
Is
Nektite from Zero at least.
okay. The timing worked a little bit more cleanly there because Redos did not run out of immobilize at the end. That's just a matter of how you set up for the fight. But again, for the third ascent here, it's going to be a little bit scarier for Zero because he's on the North American version. As we mentioned, the instant attacks are more instant on the North American version, and the enemies here are very strong. I think it takes 3 normal attacks for them to kill Vaughn from full HP. And so I think we generally don't bother trying to set up the immobilize. We'll see if Zero goes for it, but I think he just tries to run past them and hope it works out. If the character dies, it's easy to recover while running. It's just a little unfortunate. That's what your items are for anyway.
I think you set up Immobilize here at the same time as you do float mode to get everyone floated to the battle. Yeah, like that. So that Redos and the girls won't get targeted, but you still have a way to despawn Purobolos.
Okay. I didn't know that this was. I didn't know this immobilize was part of the run now. That's cool to see.
Yeah, I think that's new-ish, like 2 years ago new? I don't know.
We have another
Something like
Nektite.
All 3 runners got to see the lovely Entite. But
Oh, did Zero get Undin after Slit?
I believe so, yeah. And I think Tachibana only got Fear. He didn't get Waterga, so he got the nicer version, luckily for him. But here, one of the things that's really annoying, right? One of the things that's annoying about the Entite is that it can target you from like infinite range. Like most other enemies, once you're far enough away, will stop targeting you and will despawn, but the Entite will not. And so he's gonna. Oh, actually, the cutscene reset the attack, so we're okay. But they can target you from very far away, and it interrupts your setups because when you're being targeted, you take your weapons out and you run more slowly, as we mentioned 5 hours ago. Now,
Yeah.
other than this, though, we're about to see now the NA setup for Hashmal, which is a little bit scarier, but since the advent of Goliath freezing, it's pretty much the same. It was one of the scarier fights actually quite a long time ago because we didn't have a way to stop Hashmal attacking us at the start, which obviously Goliath freezing is great for, and so we just had to tank his attacks. So we kind of took advantage of a little mechanic. There's right before Hashmal, there's a little trap that's a petrification trap, and you can actually make it so that only Vaughn gets petrified. And the nice thing about petrification is there's a mechanic built in where your petrify counter goes from 10 to 0, and you take that number and you divide it by 10, and that's the fraction of damage you take from physical attacks. So if the counter's at 5, you take 50% damage. If it's down, so you basically get hit by the trap, let the counter get down to like 6, and then when you enter the fight, you'll be taking 40, 30, 20% of the damage throughout the fight. And so even if he has a big combo, which he is wont to do, you will still be able to survive no problem.
On a random note, it's not really useful for the run, but just for the Petrify in general, it's not just you taking less damage, but you also deal less damage. So if you take 50% less damage, you also deal 50% less damage.
Which luckily is not relevant to us because the leader is never the one doing damage in this. It's all of the spellcasters, Ash and Penelo.
Exactly.
Which, again, we're setting up here, the Roga, Cherry Staves, and should be pretty straightforward. Let's see.
Wait, taking the girls up before? I thought you usually get out the girls while already in. Okay, maybe I'm outdated already.
I thought
you
the
started
rest
with
was
them out. You've always started with them out. Yeah.
That's how I thought it was too.
For this fight. Yeah.
I just remembered you get, like, you go in, get targeted, and once they get targeted, you get the girls out, and then you also equip the staves, plus do the Aroga menu right then and there.
I think with the Blast freezing, there's no chance of getting hit anymore. As long as you kite
I don't know
back.
if I've ever had the girls get hit by anything with decoy up, at least. I guess without decoy, it does have a chance.
Yeah, no decoy really streamlines the setup, which is quite nice. Oh, so he's doing the full
That's
ATB
fair,
reset
yeah.
here.
That does speed it up a lot.
Oh, that counter.
Oh, that's a counter. Okay, which is actually fine. It kind of interferes with the setup for Sid too, but we'll see how Zero decides to go about this. Oh, well, that fixes it. Now it's an easy setup.
I don't know if it's damage though.
No, it's fine. It's fine because
we're fine.
Aroga's clogged the battle cry, and then the Aroga's finished him.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a high miss zone, which triples our MP recharge, and so now that MP that we were worried about for all the Pharaohs is now totally relieved. The girls have full HP. So well, I was going to say that would interfere with his setup, and it would, and then it's simplified when Renos dies. However, it looks like we are going to save, right? So that's actually not going to be an issue. Oh, he's not going to save.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for it.
And Nekota actually going up to Hushmal right now, and also doing the setup.
Very close together here. This is
Clean toes. Team close race.
Team close
Nekota's
race is
slowly catching up.
Okay, yeah, so one thing that's kind of annoying about Redos is his equipment's actually really good, so it's hard to do like a fixed small amount of damage to him. You either do 0 damage, because in this game, if your base damage value is too low, you'll just do 0 damage to the armor, or you'll do a lot of damage. But luckily for us, a dark on Redos is a good way of just doing a little bit of damage to hit him into critical, which is where he needs to be for adrenaline and his boosted crit rate. We berserk him, as you can see, and now we just have to finish the rest of the setup. The girls need new reflects, which they already have. Vaughn's getting protect, just to protect against Gabron's attacks, and Sid's bullets. Bullets resist, or they ignore armor, but they don't ignore protect. So looks like we are fully set up now. We just got to fix the Gambits, flame staves for the boosted fire damage. Gambit's on, Firaga on, and now we can head into the fight. Meanwhile, Roxor targeted Vaughn. Everyone has float here, so there's no issues.
And dead Hushmal on Nekota.
And that's Hushmal for Nekota.
Yep. Okay, so on to Sid 2. This is the
again.
Yep.
Part 2.
Hear me, Bosh. Do not think killing the King's Slayer will bring you back your honor. When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever stained with blood.
Actually, we'll get to hear that now because we're on Zero's audio.
Aye.
So everyone gets to rate your performance. Oh, he blocked. Okay, he blocked an extra spell there, but we should be okay.
It happens.
So we don't have the. We don't always get the combos that Tachibana got, so we'll see how that goes here. Often you just have to wait while Redos goes in with his attacks. Also, I don't think Zero's going to use the warp mode. It's not as effective in this version. Yeah, no big combo here, unfortunately. So we're just hoping for blocks here. One other thing that's you should be wary of is he has one area of attack, Circle of Judgment, and if he does... Okay, nice block. Sword of Kings coming in clutch. If he does Circle of Judgment, that can hit Redos and kill him, and so we have to be careful of that. But we're okay. Blocked the killing move. We're fine. Nothing. We're on a normal fight now.
It was a bit scary there for a second.
Yeah. So now, like we saw with Tachibana, we have to do 2 rounds of things here. We have to apply 2 statuses to Sid and 2 to Vaughn. Also, we have to heal Redos because we're going to start having return damage, and Redos would die if he was at low HP still. So we heal him, oil and dispel Sid. Vaughn, take off Mirror Mail so we can apply Decoy. Oil is being applied to Sid. Mirror Mail back on as soon as possible. As soon as the Decoy starts casting, Firaga coming out, we have to keep kiting, and then we can Blast Freeze, although you don't have to. It's an ATB wait, so we actually save a second there, not Blast Freezing because of ATB wait, and now we're on Famfrit. Flee away, which gives Famfrit time to approach. Dispel plus Firaga. Blast Freeze. Even though we're low here, the Blast Freeze allows us time to be safe, and hopefully use next potion. It's really tight here. We should be okay. And then we can immediately start clogging again. We just have to give time for these Fire Ragas to charge. And we're trying to freeze as much as possible, because really what we're trying to do is hit him with these Fire Ragas. So Fanford didn't even get another attack off. And now he'll immediately cue his next attack, which is Briny Cannonade. So we kite.
Right behind the pillar.
And he moves very fast, so we have to kite on this fast movement until the Fire Ragas are charged. So he's turning left, so we go right. And we can start Blast freezing, it looks like. Yep.
That should be it.
Nope, we have to re-cue Blias.
Open triangle once.
Okay, there we go. We're good.
Yeah, that works too. That works too. Oh my god.
Now,
oh boy. Oh no.
Okay.
This is bad. This is bad. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, this is gonna be fun. So.
Oh god.
So this, we're not at any risk. It's just how long it's gonna take is the issue. We're gonna see the same thing on Nekota stream at the same time, but this cutscene we're probably gonna have to watch now. Let's see who he targets. Yeah.
Oh, he targets Red House. Okay.
He targets Red House. It's fine. We just have to go to a full recovery and kill him from. Well, not even full recovery because the girls are still alive. We just have to get Vaughn back alive and kiting the pillar, and then we'll be able to finish the fight normally. We actually might want to heal the girls because Red House is not going to be. Oh, he will be.
Oh, he is alive.
Okay, now he's not. Yeah. So the normal sequence of reflected spells is not going to work here. So we have to. Is he targeted? Okay, he is targeted, so we can bring the girls in. Let's see if he heals them. I think he should know that the girls won't be able to fully kill. Dispel, oil.
There are nerfs going on right now, though. Because, yeah, I mean, he did not save.
Nekota is Briny Cannonade dodging right now.
Yes. Fanford.
Oh, he's going to go back to the normal setup, so he's going to re-reflect Redas.
Ash, stop.
She's
just following him around.
Kiting the kitee. So this margin of kiting is very, very, very narrow, and so if we miss this, it'll ruin the setup. Redas is taking return damage, but it should be okay.
I hope it's just enough that...
Reflect.
Yeah.
Reflect should last long enough. I think this is fine. As long as we get these two Fire Ragas off after this next thing, we're okay, we'll clear. And maybe we'll see Nekota doing the same thing shortly. It's so... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Vaughn getting targeted. Ugh.
Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, Nekota is actually passing.
Is it fine?
Good. I think it should be fine. As long as Pinello gets to start charging soon, I think he should be.
If he HP resets Pinello, it should be possible. But he needs to reset now.
Okay, we might need to do a little bit more recovery here.
Oh, he's targeting Redos.
Yeah, we need one more spell.
Yeah, one more cast. Just, yeah, use Bosch to revive Pinello, then direct cast, that should be it.
Yeah.
So this is why the kiting is so precise.
It is.
Meanwhile, Nekota is done. I haven't been watching it all, but Nekota did a...
Yeah, he had a clean execution. I was stress watching this issue.
Oh.
Okay, we're done.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Mutually assured destruction right there.
Very, very good save for Zero there.
My heart. I can't take this.
Then why do you run FF12, man?
Meanwhile, Team Choco has passed Team Tonberry.
Yep. Got a little bit of a lead now.
At least for now.
We still got a whole day of games to play, but and Team Close Race is still doing great, I'll say. But yeah, in terms of Team Choco, I would say we've got about 10 minutes. Should be a little bit less than 10 minutes now to get here. Let's see. He's happy. So that what's that race called that he just ran by the shop? The Bonga. That is where you refill your X potions and Phoenix Downs if you're short. And so it looks like he's happy. We definitely have extra gil now. We can sell the cherry staves. We can sell any extra stuff we drop. The stuff we got from Fenrir that he's stole 10 times from and he's not even going to use. But looks like he's happy with his loadout now. And we'll see the same from Zero. Look, I gotta look at his inventory when he was recovering from Sid. I think he's got like 15 Phoenix Downs plus a little bit, so I think he's okay too.
I think Zero is
Zero had
at
a lot of
around
Phoenix
like
Downs,
10-ish X potions. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they were
And-
conservative earlier and with their farming, and so now they have more than enough now.
Yeah, and I think you like as long as you have like what 5 or 6 X potions, you should always have enough.
It's
for
surprising how few you need for the boss rush because of the blast freezing just makes it so you take so little damage. But if things go wrong, you start to need X potions fast. So if you have like 10, that'll give you a nice little margin of error that you can make a mistake and still be fine. I still think Zero is well below sub 6 pace, which is still crazy pace for a marathon run. And of course, Nekota could even beat Tachibana on his time, even though he had to stand still for multiple minutes because of his connection issue. So,
it's
Just
about
like a
13 minutes
540
from
on
Sid to Undying, so it might be like a 58, 57 maybe.
yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this black screen that we see on Nekota is I think it's the longest load in the game. It's almost a minute. So what I'm like, oh, it's 10 minutes from when I start this thing, 9 minutes from when I finish it when I was learning. So it's just like, wow, jeez. For this little area, these enemies are very random. I actually toyed around with the idea of not even taking the girls out of the party, just because it's not that bad if they die. It's really easy to recover from a dead character, but you invest the time every single time when you take them out. But I think on average it's faster to take them out of the party and play it safe. It also gives you the chance to put the battle speed down as slow.
Yeah, which you
But
do
this-
really want for this part.
This is the JP version, so the instant attacks are less instant. That was a lunge, and it did hit, so it's not like they can't hit. It's just when they're a little bit further away, they are less likely to hit. So, and then
Yeah.
we've got Zero also flying to the Bahamut, so Black Screen Simulator on Tonberry.
Yeah, this cutscene in particular, for some reason, puts you facing back towards or at least the camera facing back towards the entrance.
Yeah,
Which is
it's like one of
kind
those
of an
things you got to
oddity.
remember. It's like, what do you do with your joystick between the runs? And
You're cranking your joystick a certain direction after every cutscene, basically.
things were going so fast earlier, I actually didn't get to say as much as I wanted to about Gabranth 2, who is coming up on Nekota's side. So for Gabranth 2, this is actually one of the considerations. We originally had Bosch as the main party leader for the run, and we switched to Vaughn for a variety of like small reasons. One of them being like he's literally higher in the menu, so when you want to adjust his armor or when you want to take him in and out of the party, you just save all those inputs of having to scroll down the menu. But one other small concern is that you get a cutscene in this fight, and the cutscene with Bosch and the party is a few seconds longer. So we get a faster cutscene here. And that's just like one of the many things that goes into it. But this fight is really cool because it requires very little setup. You just go with the girls reflected, Vaughn has mirror mail, and that's it. Oh, he's even using Traveler here. Oh no, he's just doing nothing. Okay. Blast freeze, and he should be good. Oh,
And
we
then-
damage rolled.
Oh, not Traveler. Interesting. Because nice punch.
Okay.
Because
Zero
Tachibana
damage,
did
nice.
use Traveler.
Okay,
Tachibana did use Traveler to end the round.
Okay. But it's okay that Vaughn got hit here as long as he doesn't get comboed because we're like as before we're gonna cast Reflect, and so his renew is gonna reflect onto us, and so Vaughn gets the full heal here instead of him. If he gets the full here, it's a disaster. You have to reset. But for us, just 2 rounds here, and no, he put the battle speed slow. He meant to put on active because he can do the setup on active, and remove the mirror mail because we have to set up for Vayne coming up. Now this setup
you
for
can
Vayne
specifically use Fyra instead of Fyraga on one of the girls as well to avoid filling up the.
Oh, to
effect
unclog the queue. Okay, yeah. Fyra is 2, Fyraga is 4, and so if you don't want to clog the queue, you do Fyraga for 6, and that gives you space to do something else. So we got our decoy.
Vaughn dying with Thundara on Zero's side.
Yeah, it's just the NA aggro. So, as I mentioned before, we want our reflects to last as long as possible. If things start to get hairy here, you'll actually run out of these girls' reflects on Undying. And so we actually have it as late as possible. We actually literally cast Reflect in the fight. So as we enter the fight, we have no buffs. The only buffs are on Vaughn outside of the party, who's just ready for the next phase. And so we just enter the fight, and just start our kiting with Balthier while the girls stand behind and reflect. And the girls will reflect themselves at a bad position, so we actually flee here, bringing the girls closer to Vayne, and then stop fleeing. And that puts them next to Vayne and Larsa, hopefully killing Larsa. Can't see. Yep, Larsa fell, so we're okay. And now we're ready for the second phase. Once
Okay,
again,
this is new. Gabram's targeting Ashe. This is very new.
what?
I don't think we've never seen that before. What? Hello? This is off script. This is very off script. This is not supposed to happen. This
I think
never
we actually could
happened.
be okay
Ashe
here
run.
with Belias freezing.
You just have Ashe run, it's fine. Actually, I think I've had this happen before now that I think about it. Because I've had to do this before. I'm like, wait, why?
Belias freeze.
Okay, I'm just gonna run then.
Also change to Von lead.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
beautifully executed. Oh my gosh, millimeter,
Easy.
millisecond accuracy there from Zero. That was really great.
Yeah, because if he did not would have changed to Von, then Ashe would have led, and then Ashe would have gotten the renew.
I think you could-
full heal.
You could probably correct for that in time here, but it just makes it. Now we're back on script with Von reflect. Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. Oh no, he has to reflect. He has to reset one of the girls here. Okay, we're good. Because now
As
the
long as you do that, yeah.
as long because if you renew, reset both of the girls, then the renew would go off before the reflect. So it's just gotta be aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, Nekota is struggling through Vayne Novus here. Again, we're blast freezing as much as possible. This first phase is just setting up for the second phase. Just at the last second there, he swapped the Penella lead. As I mentioned before, Penella lead really helps you with the positioning in this second phase. While Zero is on the same elevator prepping. This is really neck and neck. So cool to see after 54 hours.
Got to get rid of the mirror mail. Classic.
And he's also setting up a little bit differently than the JP runners.
Yeah.
I think.
Actually, I think it'll be the same. Or no, he's gonna reflect before the fight. It comes to the same thing. It's just you can start the elevator a little bit sooner this way. Belias freeze. We got dispel plus oil on Vayne, and we just have to make sure too many. Oh, we summoned Belias.
No, what?
Whoopsie.
So this is always on the edge. It's something that can always happen. We're always getting as close as possible to summoning Belias without actually summoning, and so he just didn't press the button for like a fraction of a second. So we dismissed him immediately, and I think we could be okay here, as long as we keep kiting. So do we have an elixir?
I
Is he
really
gonna be
hope he
okay?
has one because I'm not
I
sure.
think he sold it. Let's see. The girl should be fine. Let's see if he has an elixir. Elixir. There we go.
He does have four. He does have four.
We have four of
Nice.
them, so we're okay. So ATB
Okay.
refresh.
Elixir.
We should be
many
okay.
elixirs.
A little unexpected Belias showing up, but we should be okay here. Okay, yeah,
and-
we're fine. Just don't summon him again.
Yeah, and Zero doing a different phase one for Vayne. A little bit different than JP.
Lives are forfeit, and your insurgents
Instead of fleeing at the start to get the girls closer, we just run in the back with Balthier and make sure we're not getting hit with Faraga.
Okay, and we are about a minute off, a little bit more than a minute off from Choco finishing here.
What am I to do with those who would oppose
Yep.
me? But show them
Assuming the fight goes well. Let's see. Balthier died. Vaughn is out in time.
Nice, one being targeted, that's very good.
Makes things easier. And we're good. On to Vayne Novus for 0. Decoy. Belias freeze. Reset the girls. Block. Saves us a potion.
Always nice.
Belias freezing looks good. Belias freeze this next round. Oh, he's actually just doing it this way because the Mega Flare comes out as soon as the potion starts. Okay. Yeah, he has slightly different movement. Or Mega Flare starts as soon as the potion finishes. He has slightly different movement here from Tachibana, but even though it looks like the girls could get hit because of the way targeting works, it's where he was when the move started. So now the question is, do we get Ascension skip or not? We set everyone, so if these two fires go off before Vayne's next move, fires before his next move, then we get it, and we
He
did
got
get
the
it.
quick kill! Nice, let's
Two
go!
quick kills, so now we just have to finish this. We're just a few seconds away.
Team Choco, get ready.
He's so far away.
Oh, time!
Jeez. Time. Go Team Choco.
Go Team Choco!
All right, we will cede the commentary over to you guys, and we'll shout out the end of the Zeros run, which is coming up shortly.
Wow, thanks so much. Holy cow, it's a nail biter.
Such an epic end of the run there.
I don't know what's happening, and I'm sweating.
It's very intense, right? They're slowly walking them around while still trying to maximize everything. Quite incredible to see.
Yeah, I love watching Van just sort of push Pinello and Ash towards the boss.
I think I would say I also don't really know what's going on at times, so I think we're in the same boat there.
Things keep changing, yeah. We got a Zervortis, but it's fine.
Well, we know that you guys will very likely take back over us very shortly. But before that, we do have James, who is actually making some really good pacing so far. We have had the first split of Final Fantasy II, being when we got the Dreadnought, not the Dreadnought, the Snowcraft, which allows us to get to this cave that we are currently in. What we will explain this further on, but I do want to hand back over shortly. Luke, do you have much to say on that?
No, we'll see all of this again. He's just fighting a big turtle, so...
The good old Adamantoids, everyone's favorite.
He's doing great. Good luck, Captain of the Dorks.
Yep, Zero's getting through the first part of Undying here. Not going as expected so far.
It's okay though. We're not getting the bad stuff. One thing that you really get to see here that's so cool is just you get to do the remove all optimize, and it just feels so nice to just like slap it all off, slap it all on, just for your ATB refresh instead of just weapon, which you have to be careful with earlier on. Yeah. Okay, so the last thing to be aware of here is whether we get the quick kill. If it's not a quick kill, we might be a minute away. If it is the quick kill, probably like 30 seconds.
It would be nice for all of them to get the quick kill.
Yeah, here's the moment. We did get the quick kill.
Hell yeah, let's go.
3 for 3, let's go.
All right, and time coming up at the end of
push.
2 rounds here.
And then time's coming up in 3, 2, and time.
Go.
And GG's time. Go Team Tonberry.
Go Team Tonberry.
GG's.
That was Final Fantasy XII.
Yeah, thank you for everyone joining. This is a lot of fun. Nice to chat with you two again for after, Yeah,
you guys are great casting buddies. I had a great time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you all for watching FF12. Thank you to the Relay staff for making this possible. And I guess we'll hand it over to you guys, FF2. And take it away.